that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Welcome to Noxus 1v1, where we have your favorite LEC players go up against each other, where first skill, first turret, or first 100 CS wins. Today, we have M. Koisupa and G2 Hansama going up against each other, playing only 1 out of 18 Noxus gems, which they get to choose by spinning the wheel. So let's find out who wins.
So let's see what we get. I hope we get a funny champion, not Rel, not Vladimir or something like that. Oh, we got Ambessa.
Ambessa?
I think it's
okay.
fine. I think it's fine. It's almost Vladimir, was so close. What?
Wait, I missed this.
I lose my Q as well.
What? Oh yeah, actually if you miss here, you miss it.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh shit. I forgot. Oh my god, I missed it.
Okay. Oh.
Guys.
I don't know what I'm doing, no joke. But this champion looks so fun.
No!
But what is the damage?
Actually, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
this champion is weird.
I played into Ambessa in lane swap, and sometimes he can 1v2, it's crazy.
Yes, you can.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。 那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通、讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
刚入4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置嘛，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛。
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第一赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for. It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of is similar or kind of the same to Evie's. We play for map movements. We want to make sure that if there's any lead, we just kind of elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in the LCPs.
Looking down at all the jungles available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for the environment and playstyle, this kind of thing. I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面这样。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about the map state.
When I stumbled across Lawn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. And that was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player. He's really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. We want to win, and I think it's just such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然后让他们跌破眼镜。
As the underdogs, I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl. two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move, and if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it. If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it heard. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 If you want it quick, then speed it up. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the It's tragic how you can hate a stranger while loving their actions. You wanna be them, but you never wanna practice. Putting in the work, you just want to wake up to magic. Straight to the magic, yeah. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. From these basics, what I do. Wanna level up, but no, nobody wants to work no more. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Gotta have this, give me more. While you're scrolling down your phone, I'm adding more lights in my show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final night of regular season action here of the LCP in 2025, and what an exciting night it is. Ultimately, both games do have a lot of meaning here in many different ways. I will once again be your host, Veshin, and alongside me, my good friend, it is Blue Panda.
Yeah, look, coming into the final play day, we've got the top three teams, and then the unfortunately 8th place team, and things are a little bit bleaker still for the Chiefs today, as Lemus did make his retirement post earlier. Unfortunately, it will be his last game, last match in the LCP and with the Chiefs for the foreseeable future. But look, it's definitely been a growing experience for the team.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think ultimately now, you get through this game, you're going to have to find a new AD carry, but you got to look back at Lemus's career, and he's had a very successful one in terms of his performances in O's, pretty consistently being that first place position in the region, and coming over to represent the teams over here in the PCS and prior, and ultimately was able to pick up his first win against the PCS team last year. And it's an unfortunate way out off the back of the split, but still a great career for any O's player. All things considered, he's made it international, and I think he can look back fondly on his esports experience.
Yeah, and for the Chiefs, obviously, it is just now it's to look to the future. Stage 2 is where you really look to start making your mark in the competition. You rebuild and regain. But as for the other 3 teams in this game day, of course, it's a very different story.
We'll get that on the screen for you very shortly. We do have a little graphic to highlight what the matchups are today, but ultimately going up first, it is going to be the Chiefs up against CFO, and so that is, the 8th place team versus possibly 2nd, possibly 3rd, I guess possibly 4th place team ultimately. There it is, February 16th we are on now. It's Chiefs versus CFO starting us off. And then the big one for first place, the winner of that series will secure themselves first going into the playoffs. It's Talon up against Vikings.
Yeah, and look, we did break it down. There is still a world where Secret actually do crack top 3. It would rely on the Chiefs coming out, having a stellar play day, taking down CFO. And there is some interesting, ways in which the leaderboard can change in that top 4 depending on certain results. I mean, at this stage for CFO, the only way they stay where they are is if Talon win 2-1 and CFO win 2-1, they would then stay in that 3rd place position going into playoffs. But otherwise, they win, basically, they're into the top 2. They lose, they're down into 4th place. So realistically, that one definitely has the most potential to shake up the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, technically the first one possibly does, because you got a team that's like guaranteed top 3. We're going to make it. We're against the team that's yet to pick up a series win. But again, if somehow Chiefs come out, maybe it's one of those dive deep. Lemus is his final ever series potentially as a professional League of Legends player. If somehow they find...
Well, I mean, look, they have literally nothing to lose at this point. And teams that in that position can often be the most dangerous, because what do you have to lose? You can do something a little bit different, and sometimes teams get thrown off by that.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to abide by the meta now. You've had enough games, 7 series now. You've found out that, okay, us playing the meta isn't going to work. What can we do? Do we have these pocket picks? Oh, look at Jimmy, and he's playing all of this in solo queue perhaps, or anyone on the roster. Let's just give them that. Let's see how they're able to perform. Maybe they can find an angle to look for a 1v9. You never really know. Obviously, coming in, the standings would expect is going to be CFO coming in 3rd, despite Team Secret Whales really coming to form in the back end of the season. And in some ways, that feels bad for CFO, because ultimately they are the only team so far to have taken down Talon. And of course, they were the 2nd place team going into that head-to-head, and now it's Talon going again against the other team that is now competing them tonight. So we really do have the chance to have, almost certainly locked in where everyone's going to finish at the beginning of this week, to now, ultimately, there's a lot of question marks.
Well, I mean, the thing is, just because of the format, those games that have been lost are ultimately that much more punishing. You look at it, Talon, even though they lost a series, they still drew it out to 3 games, which means they only ultimately lose the 1 point. So it wasn't as big a climb for CFO as it possibly could have been. It could have been a lot cleaner. It could have been a better position for them to contend in. And then, of course, also losing to Secret the way they did in a 2-0 means that they don't get that extra point to sort of alleviate some of those losses. Look, yeah, unfortunately, it can be make or break in determining how the leaderboard ends up at the end of the regular season as to whether or not you can draw a series out to a game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, on that topic, I think you know, we've kind of set ourselves up well. I came from casting the PCS, which was ultimately an entire region that was full of nothing but the Taiwanese teams up until the playoffs, where Oceania and LJL came over to also compete. So, you know, I think we've got two sides of it tonight. You've got the Vikings. You've shown yourself to be a bit of a Vietnam League of Legends fan.
Yes,
I'm taking the side of Talon. So there's going to be a bit of a rivalry, not only on the roof, but potentially here on the desk too. Hopefully no physical altercations, but no promises.
13 years of rugby. I think I've got this pretty handily. My shoulders are a bit weak, but hey, look, that's a different story. Now, look, I mean, in all honesty, it does set us up for what will be, again, an insanely exciting day. This weekend has really given us arguably the best matches we've seen all season, which is a shame that we've had to wait this long to get to them, but it makes them all the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we can't cut past the Chief CFO. I mean, I sort of just talked about it. I think now at this stage of the season, you've worked out, yes, playing the meta doesn't work. We probably need to look for something a bit different, a bit, you know, off the rails perhaps. And I think that does now mean maybe you look for a different carry angle. It hasn't been coming out of the AD carry or the mid all that impactfully. Can you look for a potential jungle carry champ? Can you look for something up in the top lane? You know, I'm thinking likes of Camille, the Fiora, those champs that can actually take over a map if they do find themselves a lead. Because, again, Chiefs, they have not found a series win. They've found one game win, and that was off the back of what was an ultimately insanely well-played Scion from BioPanther for the majority of the game. But you've still got so much left to do. If you want to be that upset, if you want to cause CFO to go down to 4th and Team Secret Wales to take it up to 3rd, you have to be that reason. It's Lemus's very last day. What can we see out of them? I mean, something.
If you think about it a bit deeper, just the insanity that these three teams seem to be tied together. Because you remember, if not for about 4 minutes on the Rift, Chiefs beat Team Secret.
Yeah.
It is no longer an issue of, you know, whether or not Secret have a chance to battle into 3rd. Secret then being the only team to take down CFO. And, well, look, to be fair, CFO have had a couple of matches where it's looked a little bit rough, but Secret absolutely manhandled them. There is a real, just odd air around this series that potentially, I mean, a team that takes down the team that takes down the team they're versing, Transitive Properties, you'd expect Chiefs to win this, but unfortunately, in reality, it hasn't always panned out that way because Chiefs, again, that Secret game, they should have won.
Yeah, both of them. Both the whole series.
If not for 2 fights too deep into the other team's base, they would have won that series.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think of that, right? And honestly, for all the teams that are playing today, it was also, I believe, CFO that took down Vikings and like...
No, Vikings beat... Oh, no, so yeah, they did take down Vikings, but it was a 2-1.
Yeah. So they did take down Vikings, and then it was also Team Secret Wales that were almost the team to take down Talon first. If you remember, it was an 11, nearly 12k gold lead they found themselves at, but were not able to actually get that one across the line. So there's just so many near misses, and obviously, you know, it's a short season, so it does tend to lead single round robin. These things can happen more often than they do when you get that double round robin, but it is by such narrow margins that we find ourselves in the position we're in today with so much on the line for both the teams that it does lead to a lot of excitement. Honestly, while it's very sad to see that Lemus is leaving the scene, it also adds a little bit of excitement, like what's he going to do in this game? Is he able to find someone and just pick out his pocket pick, find themselves a win, really shake up the standings? Just excitement in the air.
I think realistically, the Chiefs, just do something crazy. Do something memorable at least, you know, and rounding out the LCP. There's, on paper, this should just be an absolute blowout match. CFO should steamroll over the Chiefs. So at least just make it a bit different. Throw something out there that's going to catch them off guard. I mean, hell, pick a Z in the mid lane. Just try bring out the OG assassins. I mean, Akali works, kind of, unless you're Jimmy in that last series that they played, but we don't talk about that. So, I mean, at this point, again, you have nothing to lose. There is nothing wrong with you picking, say, something wacky and weird in the mid lane. I mean, you look at the LCK at the moment, Genji versus Hanwha, and they're playing the best of 5 Fearless draft. We've seen Fiora, we've seen the Karthus in the jungle. We're seeing all sorts coming out. I mean, it was Ambessa top, Karthus jungle, Fiora mid lane, Ambessa mid lane, Fiora top, and then Ashe, Camille bot lane. Like, we've just seen some absolute absurdity in the LCK.
Still a lot to be seen. We're going to go show you a few highlights, and then we'll get into the action. The 1v1's getting ready. We'll see you very shortly.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the If you want it quick, then speed it up. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you want to ride the wave of high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the Didn't mean to get you so excited. It's tragic how you can hate a stranger while loving their actions. You wanna be them, but you never wanna practice. Putting in the work, you just want to wake up to magic.
The beautiful night scenery of Taipei, the final location of our final. regular season night, and I mean, we highlighted a little bit just before, but CFO versus Chiefs to kick us off, and Driver versus Jimmy at that. I mean, those are some pretty tough 1v1 competitors. I think ultimately both of them having pretty good records, but Jimmy honestly stands out to me as the best 1v1 player we have actually had. He is just consistently winning them. Maybe he's lost one from memory, but other than that, been pretty clinical.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, those wins haven't really netted much, so you can only take it with a grain of salt. But look, yeah, I suppose you take success wherever you can if you're the Chiefs in this situation. It's a positive. He's good at what he does. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He's actually not that great at what he does. Of the players on the Chiefs, it's not to discredit Jimmy, and he's an incredibly good player. But the one shining grace of this team is still BioPanther, who is the only player who actually leaves lane phase ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I am not necessarily willing to say that's because of Jimmy, but often because of the draft.
Oh, Jimmy has had a rough run.
I think, how many times has he played Akali? You'll be able to tell me. It's at least twice. This champ is supposed to lose lane. He's also played Galio into Corki.
Yeah.
Another champ that's supposed to lose lane. He's also, I believe, played Azir into the Victor, again, supposed to lose lane. So I don't think it's necessarily because he is just getting
No, he has very much been
outplayed.
hamstrung this split, unfortunately, which really does suck a little bit. I think it's the only way you can really describe it. And going into our 1v1s, Sion versus Briar. Briar for Jimmy in.
Yeah.
We've seen both sides, the dichotomy of Sion yesterday and the AD and the tank, and the AD ultimately won.
Yeah, okay. That was not like... I still cannot work out the possible thought process to that Sion build.
But
yesterday.
it worked.
Yeah, but that was against the Sion. So Bramble Vest here for Driver. Briar, her whole gimmick is that she heals a lot from her abilities and auto attacking and whatnot. Bramble Vest's whole gimmick is it stops you from doing as much of that.
Yeah. Yeah. See, unfortunately that sustain is no longer as sustaining as it would have been otherwise. And Lumberjack Sion, unfortunately this game just automatically goes to Driver purely off the back of that fact.
Yeah, look, Briar doesn't really have any skins that could even come close to contesting the Lumberjack Sion, unfortunately, but he's trading not so positive.
Might accidentally kill himself here.
Nah, you can press W and get out of that.
Yeah, no, but I think that might ultimately be how he dies, is just right-click, oh no, Bramble Vest, and death, ultimately when it does happen.
Oh, no, Bramble Vest does no damage. It does like
there is a way. Unfortunately, there's those sorts of things just have a habit of happening.
He's definitely not winning the trades at the moment, Driver. Oh, we might even be looking for first blood here. He's going to get the queue up very, very soon. Jimmy in.
Look at that strut.
Yeah, I mean... not seemingly the greatest of matchups, the old Briar into Sion. I think we might be seeing, unfortunately for Jimmy, a bit of a defeat here at the hands of Driver. He's going to ghost away. He realizes he's in a lot of trouble, but luckily does manage to survive.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, this is going to be a rough spot for Jimmy, and he likely isn't going to find much here. He's going to crack 5 and will force Driver away. Unfortunately, that relic will pop right next to him.
Yeah, Jimmy should be able to pick up some of the benefits of it, though, as he will.
Oh
no, maybe he didn't want that. He's getting some healing back, though, and yeah, unfortunate. Jimmy giggling to himself there on the player cam. I'm sure Driver will be as well. Always a very animated man as Driver.
Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely felt like a doomed matchup from the beginning.
It did, yeah.
You know, Bramble Vest first item from Driver kind of just always meant that it was going to suck for Jimmy. And
I wonder what champs were left for the Chiefs. Because I mean, they have ultimately used a lot of their stronger 1v1 champs. Who knows?
Unfortunately, it's not going to do much for them now. Hindsight is 20/20 at the end of the day, and I think if you'd known that this was going to be a Bramble Vest, or potentially a Bramble Vest first item Sion matchup, you possibly would have picked something different. But in reality, Sion does very well in the 1v1. He's got a pretty safe kit, all said and done. He scales reasonably well without needing direct investment.
Straight at Dirk. Straight at Dirk now. Has his Bramble. He feels like he's got the damage he needs. And yeah, this trade is... what a play by Driver.
Yeah.
What a play by Driver, just completely ends it there.
That was big brain.
It was.
Yeah.
Denies the CC.
He's just giggling away to himself.
Yeah, Driver, very rarely will you see Driver without a smile on his face.
Oh, the spin even. Oh, look, he's dancing. He's emoting on him.
Yeah, he is. That's one thing I do miss since LCP, is back in the PCS, every single series Driver would win. He would have a meme prepared, or he'd do a dance, or he'd do something. And we haven't really seen that because he's been going over shaking hands and then bowing. So
he's cooking. He's cooking something, you know.
We got one for the 1v1.
Yeah. Well, look, maybe split 2. That's when he's really he's building something for split 2, and from there maybe we start to see the old Driver jokery come out.
Yeah, possibly. I imagine because we did see Driver on stage, it should mean that we have Driver in for game number 1 too, just simply because it's his setup that has been utilized on the PC. So without anyone coming and switching it out, it should be Driver playing up top against Biopanther to start off.
Which is crazy. It's such a wild way of doing things, because you look at this team. Rest has had some of the most standout moments for CFO, like some of the most high impact games have been because he's in the top lane, and then you've got Driver come in, who has just been consistently solid.
Yeah,
like it's not been showy, it's not been massive, but he will just get in, he'll do the job exactly as needed, and then go from there. But look, whatever the case may be, they find themselves in position to take second tonight, so it's clearly working.
Yeah, so if they win and Vikings lose, unless there is one world in which that doesn't net them second, right? As if they win 2-1 and Vikings lose 2-1.
Yeah.
Then
that's the only way that CFO end up staying in the position that they're in, regardless of the result. I think if CFO win 2-0, they just take second. There is no two ways about it.
Well, assuming Talon win. Oh.
No, it won't matter.
Oh.
Because I'm pretty sure it comes down to head-to-head, because if it's 2-1 for either team, it's only a -1 for the second place. The team that would end up...
And CFO beat both Talon and
head
Vikings.
against both of them. So, yeah, regardless of the result, it would require CFO either losing or at least dropping a game for it to mean that they don't end up in second place.
Well, we'll have to find out what happens. They do need to get it across the line in the 2-0. The players are now marching onto stage, getting ready. The last hurrah for our Eddie Carey there on the side of Chiefs. If you didn't see, he did release his retirement post on Twitter earlier today, or X, or whatever you'd like to call it. And so, going to have to dig deep if they do want to end the career on a high note, taking down a team that was potentially, second, first, best in the league, beating the team we had as first, and, gives you a promise that possibly they are. You're going to have to dig deep. Haven't yet found a series win, but hopefully here, able to do something, able to get at least a game. I think that would raise confidence around the roster of the Chiefs going forward into Split 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I hate to seemingly beat a dead horse, but it has to be off the back of Bio. He is the biggest success out of this team currently. He's the only one ending lane phase ahead. Every other role in this team is ending behind, bar Luon. But at that point, it's such a minimal amount that he's ahead. I think it's like 2 CS and maybe 28 XP. So it's nothing in the grand scheme of being a support in the current state of the game. So Bio needs to be on a comfortable champion that he can exert control on. Because if not for that, the rest of the team is just going to suffer even greater.
Yeah, and suffer they have. There is CFO on your screen as we speak. Junja, just the big standout player. Honestly, the standout jungler of the league. And watching him for the past 2 years, I knew he was likely to be that. Just flawless, essentially, throughout, game in, game out. Even if they're not winning the games, he is still playing very well. And so expect him to come in now. And he's against Mir, who is possibly the worst performing jungler. It's very hard to tell. It seems like just a whole lot of question marks.
Statistically, he is, unfortunately.
But he's in last, so.
Yeah, no, but just every single member of the Chiefs is down CS difference. They're down XP. They're down gold at 15 minutes across the board. Whereas, look, the numbers are actually positive for Bio. He's actually coming out on top. But for the most part, CFO who've just been an insanely consistent roster. Losing to Secret Wales definitely feels like a bit of an anomaly. I really don't want to discredit Team Secret Wales because they have been playing out of their minds this tournament. But as we go into it, CFO have picked blue side.
Really?
Again, no surprises there whatsoever. They are actually technically more successful on the blue side. They've picked up 6 wins as opposed to the 5 on red side. But again, this is a team who's sporting a 69% win rate across the league. They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they are doing pretty well. They're the only team to manage to take down Talon heading into tonight. And, you know, it's got a pretty easy way across the finish line, unfortunately, it has to be said. Well, I do hope to see some life out of the Chiefs. You know, how much does your AD carry retiring before your final game impact you as a player? Like, not just Lemus, you know, for him as well, he realizes the last stand. It's probably going to give him motivation to do well. But for the rest of the team, you know, it's probably a bit disheartening going in.
I think realistically, it takes a bit of the pressure off, honestly. I mean, this is your last hurrah. It ultimately doesn't matter what you do. You're still going to finish in 8th. At least you might as well have a bit of fun. Try and do something a bit different. Pick something a bit weird. I mean, historically, OS has picked out some weird and wonderful champions over the years. I distinctly remember, you know, on-hit Lulu top lane made an appearance internationally a couple of times. At one point or another, I'm pretty sure we had a roaming mid Jana make its appearance in the OPL. So, look, it's not like we're unfamiliar with the absurd and out there.
Certainly aren't, but...
The Jana won, by the way.
As we now head into the draft, Aurora, Cassante, and Skarner taken away by from the Chiefs, and Zyra's and Zelfa now.
Corki as well, yeah, look, from Honkyu. I don't think you want him getting that. You don't want Ninja getting the Zinza or the Zyra, but yeah, Callista allowed through. One of the highest, or arguably the highest banned champion in the pool at the moment, if I remember correctly, for pretty darn good reason. It's been pretty intense in terms of what it offers.
And Bio going to be going towards the Rumble. First game of Rumble for him, I do believe. So it's going to be interesting to see. Definitely going away from what has majoritively been those tank facilitatory champs. Now looking for something more early game centric, a bit of team fighting mixed in there, and also being that AP damage threat does now open up Jimmy and to something potentially AD in the mid lane.
Come on, Zed. Come on. No, we're never going to see a Zed. Not with, you know, all that's in the game at the moment and what you can do to avoid that damage and just shut him down. It could be a pretty brutal matchup for most melees at this stage. But yeah, fun fact, Callista, this is her 5th appearance in the LCP, has been banned 41 times.
Yeah, I mean, it is a champion that if you're good at it, you will just terrorize the Rift. And Doggo, if he's anything like he was in the last series, is going to be a very scary threat on that champion. Now, Vi going to be locked in, just a brawly jungler, something that Junja has succeeded on a lot, unless you're at Game 4 against BLG at MSI 2024, where unfortunately a Wukong clone copped a beating.
Well, we'll see Renata, Callista in, oh boy, and Bessa in the mid lane, potentially for Jimmy and Lucian.
Yeah, this is more Jimmy and speed right here. This is something that he was very good at last year. Zeri, most likely for Lemus if it were to be picked up. He also performed very well on it.
There was his head.
Yeah.
There was his head.
But it is Yone. Yone, I mean, makes sense. The double melee matchup up top side alongside the Sejuani. Again, I've said it time and time again, allowing for those permafrost to come through more consistently. The skirmish will be there. You've got lockdown on both of these champs to allow for the equalizer to truly find its mark. You expect Biopanther to be coming out of his lane pretty ahead. Just based on not only his individual performances thus far, but also just on the champ he has selected for himself.
Yeah. Varus being banned out, Kali being banned out. Yeah, I mean, in terms of Hongyu, Kali's something that you definitely don't want to. Yeah, Galio into a Rumble more than likely would have been the counter if it was up and available, but
yeah.
I have to say, for the Chiefs, at least there's smiles coming out on stage.
Yeah, look at this Mia. I've interacted with Mia quite a few times in my life, and very rarely does something come out of his mouth that isn't just hilarious. He's a very funny guy. Generally, you know, lives his life on the side of a bit of humor. Picking up the Sejuani, I mean, he's probably not laughing about that. He's probably not too happy. Not a very fun champion to play at the best of times. Lux here, possibly coming through for Luon in that bottom lane. Does suggest to Caitlyn to come through as that 5th pick. MF instead, so a stronger laner. Honestly, they've got the team fight forward here. They've got the lockdown to be able to enable a good bullet time. It's also a champ that can pretty easily sidestep away from the hostile takeover with the amount of movement speed it does have. Now, Neferi is, I would say there is a 0.01% chance that gets locked in, because at least for my money, it is possibly the worst champion in the game.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh. Oh, we better not be bullet timing. We better not be bullet timing Mal. I've experienced this one in my own games, and you quickly find yourself dying if you do not turn that bullet time around. On, possibly for driver. Haven't seen him play the on in a while.
Yeah.
It's locked in.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty solid, honestly. Pretty consistent. It's not going to suffer overly greatly against the Rumble. You can play that safe and still scale into the late game. You just play the side lanes, play around the lane swaps of your bot lane. You can still get everything that you need. It's really more about leveling for the on than it is necessarily about getting money and all that. So Nautilus to round it out. There's a lot of lockdown. There is a lot of setup. But there is also a hostile takeover, which could really, really hurt the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, they are a con that wants to jump on you. Hostile Takeover does great against that. It's also an insanely scary bot lane duo in the Kalista Renata that you're almost certainly wanting to lane swap against. Also going to be pretty difficult to survive dives here for Biopanther. Being the Rumble, you know, you've got a lot of early game power, but ultimately if you get hit by the handshake under your tower, you will quickly be taken out, especially if Junja's there to follow up. Coach is now off stage. It's up to the players. They've got their champs. Both teams have an identity. But honestly, both teams wanting to fight. They both want a team fight. The execution is... I mean, how early game goes, can Chiefs try and negate the early effectiveness of this Kalista Renata, get themselves into that mid game, and then execute on their team fights better than CFO can? They should be feeling pretty good, but there are, you know, it's a big asterisk over whether or not you can actually weather the storm of the Kalista Renata.
Yeah, I mean, it is, unfortunately for the Chiefs, the last hurrah here in Split 1. They don't have much to look forward to after this, other than maybe cheering on their fellow LCP competitors. Lemus, it is literally his last game before he retires out of League of Legends. So you kind of want to make a statement. You kind of want to end strong if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading now onto the Rift for both our competitors. It's CFO, who look to claim themselves second off the back of a 2-0 tonight, going up against Chiefs, trying to search desperately for their first series win here and their last possible opportunity to do so, not only for them as a team, but for Lemus and the entirety of his career. What a send-off it would be to, you know, you're going out 8th, but manage to take a win over what could possibly be the strongest roster we have here in the LCP.
Absolutely. But yeah, look, Bio's definitely got his work cut out for him. He's going to be integral in these team fights. I'm genuinely a bit curious. So the equalizer.
Yes.
Does it interact with the rebuttal at all?
It's not a projectile.
She's firing rockets into the sky.
No,
that is about as a projectile as you can get.
It's not a projectile. That thing's not coming back at you.
That would be hilarious.
I'm pretty certain anyway. I'm like 99% sure Wind Wall doesn't block it, which, other than Jin W.
To be fair, it does go up and over, so it would make sense that it does go over a Wind Wall.
Yeah, and also, its abilities like that, like, while technically, you know, you look at Zero Volt, that feels like it's a projectile. I don't believe it does get blocked either.
That would also be very funny, because Zeroth isn't dodging that at all.
Yeah.
I suppose it's probably one of those things that we can test going into the off-season. Just, you know, so surely someone's put a video up on YouTube and how every single, you know, ability interacts with it. But Lemus and Luan gets him all right damage off. Unfortunately, yeah, the Rend from Doggo hits pretty hard.
Yeah, just a very difficult lane to navigate, really. Same for Jimmian. I mean, ultimately, Yone, while he looks low, he has the fleet footwork, he has the second wind, he'll have absorb life, and he also has the Doran shield here, so he's feeling okay as long as he's able to pick up the farm as it comes into him.
Yeah, Bio in the top lane. And realistically, this should be a bit of a wet noodle fight. No, I mean, to be fair, Orn has actually done reasonably well into Rumble the last couple of players. I mean, again, Gen G, Hanwha playing it earlier, and Rumble was really suffering under the pump of the Orn. So, look, Bio, it's definitely a champion that can allow him to exert some big control over these team fights.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The rebuttal. Nice work from Honku. Ultimately, as you see here, it is the Mal running out of mana before Jimmian runs out of health. So it's a timeless classic. Unfortunately, for how...
Unfortunately, it's also a bit telegraphed on the Ono.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's not much you can do about it. But, I mean, the rebuttal is...
Or dissonance in the bot lane. They both dropped their wards. Or maybe it was Big Brain, so they could only clear one of them.
And they didn't clear either. Gank coming through top lane. Driver has flash available to himself, but Mir being there, the overheat is also... The permafrost is going to be up, and the Chiefs will pick up first blood.
Yeah, not ideal, but I suppose first blood is first blood. At the end of the day, you take that where you can. I suppose it'll accelerate Mir towards what is likely going to be the Heartsteel, just so he's a little bit tankier in that front line, can be a bit more of a disruption factor. But it also gives Bai some more breathing room in terms of picking up some CS, getting himself a healthy back.
Yeah, I mean, you just take it, ultimately. There's no reason that you need to cry over spilt milk here, where maybe you would have preferred it to be on the Rumble, but instead going over to the Sejuani. Still, it's going to mean that Mir has that extra bit of combat power. It's going to be able to help these lanes a little bit more in the early stages.
This could be the craziest lane gank of all time, but it's not going to be. He's going to run over a ward, so very much a known quantity, and unfortunately for Luan, he won't be able to split the difference. Just right down the middle with the dredge line. Doesn't even land on the terrain, so couldn't have got a route either.
Yeah, 2 points there. Yeah, going to head back towards his top side, whereas his jungle camps do respawn. Did not pick up the little scuttle crab for himself, however. And so, I mean, Ginger doesn't realize that. Not likely to be taken. He'll be able to get on a second clear if he so chooses, but still does put him slightly behind in terms of the jungle creeps for the time being. Not all that detrimental. Again, how often do we see Sejuani at, you know, something like a 2k gold disadvantage, and you never really feel it?
Yeah, I mean, going off and Heartsteel first, you do scale up reasonably well with it, so it does make up for a bit of that deficit. It's not, yeah, I think just the inherent kit of a Sejuani makes up for a lot of that gold deficit, which is usually pretty present.
Absolutely. And just the nature of tanks. They get a lot more out of a lot less. As Mir going to be once again spotted on wards, pretty much sighted no matter where he's gone so far this game. Outside of the top lane, where again he did pick up that first blood of the game. Dragon started up by Junja. He's cleared all but his little Krugs down there. Going to pick himself up the first objective of the game. Void Grubs will be spawning in 20 seconds, so he will be quick enough to be able to get back up to that top side to at least contest the Void Grubs. Now, Biopanther trading aggressively once again, and it's a lot of damage. The overheat's great, but ultimately Driver's going to be able to create enough distance between himself and Mir to make sure he does not get caught out once again and go down. You see Junja immediately ignoring the fact that his Krugs are up, going straight up to the Void Grubs. Now, Driver won't be able to participate as he does recall, but Doggo as well as Kaiwing will be heading out and pathing towards this top side. Mir is going to be able to collect this first grub before any answer is found by CFO. Still retaining the smite, but more than willing to just Arctic Assault out of that pit. There's no point in risking any dodgy moves. Give over the 2 Void Grubs, contest the next Dragon. I mean, Chiefs, they find themselves ahead here already, which is one of the first times we've seen a solid early game out of them so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the beginning, or even really the middle that's the big issue for the Chiefs. It has been statistically the end. Closing out games has been a bit of a problem, as it has been for a few of the teams in our bottom half of that leaderboard. Lemus is bullying Driver, as you would expect, given that Driver has opted into Magic Resist to start off with that Negatron Cloak going up against a Rumble. Unfortunately, into a lane swap, that's not going to help you all that much against Misfortune.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Biopanther are going to be suffering, losing some minion waves. Really would be hoping to get up and find one of the equalizers on this next wave to attempt to pick up as much of the farm as he can. Driver's going to do much the same with his Ornn here. Does get a nice knock up onto Luon. Will be able to be locked down. Luon now needs to make it out, and Mir will claim himself a second kill in the first game of our series. And Chiefs, they're playing this early game about as well as you'd hope. Biopanther hopefully will be able to get up to the minion wave at least a little bit, drop the equalizer and pick himself up a wave too. Actually, he did it on the last wave.
Yeah, look, I suppose it's gold at the very least, but Jimmy is 6. They could have potentially rotated the Yone up, gone for a Fate Sealed into an equalizer combo, and likely killed them both.
That is a very low percentile play. If he flashes out, you now just miss out all on the CS, but Luon's going to, come up top, help Biopanther out now. He's going to be able to get to this minion wave, and now will be completely fine last hitting it. I think ultimately map play here from Chiefs has been pretty solid. Definitely the best look early game we've seen out of them for a long while. Handshake does connect onto Biopanther, and now you're running into the problems that are this Callista Renata, and as soon as things go so well, they start going so wrong. Biopanther trying to find the damage, but look at those Ren stacks, and this Rumble has just exploded.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having 6, there's only so much Luon can do in that situation. And because of the hostile takeover, it was just Bio was locked down so long in that situation. Jimmy not going to be able to respond to this, unfortunately, as they are hunting for Mir right now. As Junja is well going to take his red buff.
Yeah, looking to secure that, but ultimately going to get walked away as Honku might just get solo killed. Oh no, Jimmy does he have flash? Yes, he does. He's going to be able to get out, but the ultimate, the shield, it's not enough. Just being able to get there in time was Junja, able to claim Jimmy. That's some gold now going over to Honku in the mid lane. It looked for a second there that Honku was in a peculiar position, but unfortunately Jimmy just a little bit too long staying in that soul and does get taken on out. See what happens here. It looked like CFO had backed, but they just stayed in the bush and just capitalized on Biopanther's overextension.
Yeah, Luon, unfortunately, a little bit of a tourist in that fight.
Oh, good look by Jimmy ultimately, but it's just, yeah, stayed a little bit too long. The flash came out of Junja. That really did seal the deal. I thought maybe the shield was going to be enough, but not quite.
Yeah, I don't know. Luon not far off 6. They do have the equalizer there as well, so if they do look to make a play onto Doggo, they're going to have to lock down Amir's here as well.
The flash forward, it's on to Kaiwing. He's going to have to flash away. Unfortunately, the dredge line does miss, as will, unfortunately, the glacial prison. Doggo does get locked up now, and he will have to go into that revive form. Actually, doesn't even come out. It is a kill claimed. It's unfortunately Luon who will claim it, but still, taking Doggo off the map is very important, and you'd rather get the kill than lose it because you're trying to give it to the correct member.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Ignite does not care who you want the kill to go on to. It will just keep burning. Down the bot side, Lemus. Oh, look, Lemus has been given space, which I think is the main thing.
The proactivity this game is a real change of pace from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
This is, I wish we'd seen this earlier. They're doing really, really well against who could potentially be the best team we have in the league.
Yeah. That handshake, though.
Oh.
Kaiwing is just such a solid Renata down here. They do claim Doggo, but it ultimately does require 3 ults to be utilized.
Yeah, look. The skill shots missed, but they landed the Nord ult. So, we couldn't miss that one.
Yeah, yeah. If he look, I suppose there are champions that you can miss it because of. There's Xayah come to mind.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, look, no equalizer. They're gonna have to try and burn the wave down, and there's 4 here.
Yeah, Luon ultimately the one that is taking the brunt of the damage, as Kaiwing's going to get that unfortunate escape there if you are a Chiefs fan, and Biopanther will be going down promptly after. And so, yes, they get the Dragon down on the bottom side. They're going to be losing a tower for it, unfortunately. Still, you know, one Monster Slayer still to come. The Noxian Blessing yet to come through, but still it's a massive gold injection coming through onto Doggo once again.
Yeah. They're looking... Oh, the mini wave's gone, unfortunately. I think Mir did just step out of the bush. They know that he's here. They are going to have to try and make something happen. The bullet time is available, but Junja's here.
Yeah, not going to be able to take on Mir. Yeah, does have his heart steal now, so doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Bio flashes the wrong way here. So Doggo, yeah, so he flashes out of the knockup. If he hadn't flashed,
it was just pointless.
If he hadn't flashed as deep, he could have turned around and probably killed Kaiwing there.
No, I don't. Kaiwing wasn't tanking is the problem. I think he dies either way. I think you just hold your flash. You just accept you're dead, because there's... I think literally all 4 of them would have had to have DC'd at that exact time. And even then, the time it takes for your character to start walking back to base, the auto attacks may have taken him out anyway. I think it was just... he was trying to do a little bit too much when there wasn't really anything to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But still, I mean, gold lead is in favor now of CFO. Again, Chiefs, while I like this look from them, I think they're doing better than we've seen. are still, unfortunately, trailing.
Yeah, while it is better, it's still not the cleanest. There is still a little bit of sloppiness in the way that they're playing. It's feeling a little bit like, despite Mir's, proactivity, that in between those ganks he is, sort of switching off a little bit and just, sort of autopilot jungling.
Really?
Oh, there's things going on, and he's more focused on finishing the camps than he is repositioning to maybe have more effect.
Yeah, I think it's just that he's on the bottom side of the map, and that's just the nature of how his jungle path has been, and I don't think there's anything he could really add to,
Oh,
to
look,
the top 5 or anything.
it's not that he's playing bad, but it's definitely feeling like it's moments of proactivity rather than just consistent proactivity.
Yeah, that's true, like burst of energy almost, but I still think ultimately it's a better look than we've seen.
Going from what has it felt like for the last few play days, resignation for them more than anything, to actually looking to try and finish strong. Down on the bot side though, there is a bit of a collapse coming. This would ultimately be a death sentence, I think. This is strange. This is a strange call.
4 people there. Is a bit cease and desist coming through. Junja getting low, but not anymore as he is able to get out of that tower damage. Through comes the teleport. Luon is living on a minute amount of health. The rebuttal, and Hongq goes flying back into that tower. Yes, he gets the double kill, but it's a shutdown onto Biopanther.
Huge injection of cash. He's now up 1k on Driver, who has been forced into that full anti-magic build.
And yeah, not the worst play.
But your bot lane still just runs in and dies. I mean, realistically, yeah, so you knew at that point that there was at least 3 there. One of them being a Vi.
Notice Luon flashed to take the handshake there. Ultimately doing pretty well. Doggo as well gets so low in this fight. If that was old teleport, Biopanther might have made that in time. Unfortunately, the travel time is a little bit absurd.
Yeah, but yeah, it's an interesting call. I mean, you know at least 3 are there. There's probably a good chance, given that Hongq's off the map, that there might be a 4th. And you still run in and ultimately just get smoked.
I actually think they got more gold out of that than they lost.
Oh, yeah, purely off the shutdown. And Luon is just an absolute unit.
Now, looks like Rift Herald is going to be the target of a lot of this aggression now. Midwave being focused more by CFO, as you see Kaiwing and Doggo returning to it. Lemus cannot walk that way. Lemus...
He's going to.
Okay. I guess there's no vision, so the bot lane of CFO do have to respect the fact Luon and Mir can be waiting there. They don't have any wards up towards this Rift Herald objective. And now Chiefs looking to be able to secure it, so still the Noxian Blessing on the cards here for them, as they will secure themselves the Rift Herald. The Dragon spawning soon. It's going to be at the cost of the bot lane tower, and not all that problematic, really, at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think if Junja was closer to that mid lane, they likely would have committed onto Lemus.
Oh, hold up. Biopanther doing a lot of damage. Equalizer comes out. Driver is going to be able to make it away. Biopanther realizing now that a lot of people missing on the vision. Now, Dragon started up. Driver's going to be able to teleport back down to this objective if he wants to, but not going to be doing so. Instead, it will be the Monster Slayers going over now to the side of CFO.
Noxian Blessing completed. Second Drake as well. It's Mountain 2 on top of the Ornn, which means that suddenly...
Hold up, though. In the mid lane, Doggo. The bailout's there, though. This power of the Callista Renata being felt. It's a very nice Nautilus ultimate. Going to lock up Doggo. The Ignite's also there. He's definitely going to burn. No, the shield, the Triumph. Oh, it's a disaster. And Biopanther as well, just getting taken down on the side lane. And as things look a lot more promising from Cheese, it all falls apart in one fell swoop, as unfortunately Doggo lives. He gets bailed out, he then gets the Triumph, he has the shield come through from Kaiwing, and now this Callista is just gonna start pumping.
Yeah, that's I think the tipping point at this stage. You've got Blade of the Ruin King and Gwynsu's, your 4-1-3 on your Callista, you've got Mikhail's, you've got the bailout, you've got a hostile Tago. There is just too much to keep Doggo alive in these team fights, and unfortunately the Chiefs team fight isn't nearly as safe or secure. You're committing in heavily, which is exactly where they want you to be. That hostile takeover is going to be turned on you. Doggo is going to turn on you, and ultimately it is just going to be a pretty succinct death. And
it's a nice chunk by Lemus, and the team is ultimately collapsing. Oh, it's just so close. The Mikhail's Crucible, after Kaiwing flashes in, able to keep Doggo up, putting out that damage. Even here, it's just 1 HP left between Doggo going down. Even one singular Nautilus auto attack is all it would have taken. And in the meanwhile, you see Biopanther trading very aggressively onto Hongyu, but is being collapsed on by Ginger. He tries to make his way down the lane, but is not going to have the speed to do so. Flash is a little late. It's going to be followed, and ultimately Hongyu will catch up to him and assist his jungler in taking out that Yordle.
yeah, unfortunately, now a pretty significant gold lead establishing itself. Mir has no idea there's someone over the wall. Driver is sitting, waiting. They think they're baiting Doggo, but really, it's the other way around.
The ultimate goes wide as well. Luon goes in, and unfortunately, he is just going to be left to the wolves. He's going to be taken out. The bullet time, trying to find what it can, but ultimately, when your Sejuani ult does go wide like that, it's not going to open up all that much opportunity, and now CFO completely running away with it.
Once again, Bio, though, the only one on the Chiefs that is ahead in his respective role. He just cannot be faulted for that. He is the one real redeeming grace, I think, for these Chiefs matches at the moment. I think that does come down to the fact that it is just top lane. You're kind of an island. You're kind of left to your own devices until it comes to team fight time. And he was assisted by Mir, which unfortunately Driver did not have the same luxury out of Junja.
Yeah, and so Arakan now will be spawning up on that top side of the rift, and you see vision control being found by CFO. Kaiwing getting some vision here into the jungle of the Chiefs. Luon will not realize he is standing atop a ward, and so doesn't really have any angle whatsoever where he currently is. Chiefs, though, they are coming to join as a group. They've got the Rift Herald, looking to try and take down this mid tower. This one charge will not do it, but it will leave the tower on a reasonably low amount of health. Ginger going aggressively here in the river as the rest of the team from CFO comes to try and back him up, but nothing comes out. No explosive fight as of yet.
CFO are going to look to take their priority and head up towards the top side, start threatening Arakan. Yeah, unfortunately, this is already a downward trending game for the Chiefs, despite what was a incredibly proactive, fairly good-looking early game. Driver off in the wings. They have no idea he's here. They are all grouped up.
Keep an eye on an equalizer from Biopanther, though, here. That's really nice. The bullet time, unfortunately, isn't going to find its mark, as there is the ultimate from Kalista coming through. What a hostile takeover onto 3. It's a 1-for-1 as things stand. It's a 2-for-2. Mir able to get over that wall and take down yet another member of CFO. He comes back over. We still have Lemus, Biopanther, and Mir, but as I say that, the execute comes out of this Mel and will land hard. Ginger still being up and available makes this Arakan not trivial at all. It's going to be going over to CFO. The fight relatively close, but it will be once again CFO claiming quite a bit of gold. Now a shutdown would have gone over. I didn't see who picked it up. Actually, I think Mir got it over onto Doggo, so they do take down the Kalista. They're able to stop his scaling for the time being. And they do claim themselves at least that mid lane tower to open up the map a little bit for that vision for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the best of a bad situation, you're getting shut down gold. The handshake lands onto Luon. He tries to turn and burn on Doggo, which, to be fair,
the Fate's call
to his credit, he does absolutely lock down Doggo for the most part, and it does take Mir to go over the wall to finish him off. From that stage, they just don't have the follow-up from Lemus and Bio to finish it.
Yeah, it was a good lockdown. Unfortunately, it landed onto the Renata, who just gets ulted out of there by that Fate's call, gets back to safety, gives them time to get the hostile takeover on to 3 members. I think Jimmy found a really nice ult there too, locking down both Doggo and Kaiwing. But unfortunately, there wasn't the follow-up. Just so much being used on a Renata that ultimately got out of there essentially scot-free for the most part. It was kind of funny though to see that both junglers picked up the double kill there. Broken roll, I think.
Yeah, Sejuani with 3 kills, going to be doing absolute bits. Oh, look, it does mean that he's got the unending despair online earlier than he likely would have otherwise.
For sure.
I mean, realistically, there's a possibility where he doesn't even get it online if not for those kills. But TP coming in from Hongkyu into the mid lane. They are going to look to try and... sorry, it was Drive It. Teleporting, and they both headed up.
Equalizer up. Through will come the Ornhorn, but that wave is being cleared out here by the side of CFO. It's a nice ultimate coming through from Mir, but it's going to be a very nice Mikhail's once again. The rebuttal comes through, but it's a withdrawal #1. And ultimately, as things stand, a pretty good clearing and thwarting of attack from CFO. They will still eventually get this tower here, as recalls are going to have to come through, top up those health bars, and Junja still just rearing for a fight.
Do it. Just do it. Come on. Commit to the bit.
Mir's going to find him. Should be able to get stunned up a little bit here, although not for the time being. See how Lima's able to clear out this minion wave. In will come the cease and desist. It's onto Luon, though. That's definitely not the member they necessarily wanted. Down goes Junjia. It's Jimmy trying to find any forward play. He does manage to land the fate sealed, but does have to go back. And unfortunately, that one last spear will seal the deal for him, as he will be taken out again by Doggo. They get the withdrawal over onto Junjia. That's only 2 of them lost, as they still are going to be able to upkeep the siege. 3 members still here, and 2 towers will go down.
I mean, on top of that, it is the Archangels upgraded for Hongkyu, courtesy of Driver, so he is just hitting that bit hard, that bit a little bit harder. Which, I mean, you saw it in that fight there. Lemus could do nothing. He'd already committed the bullet time in that first engage under the tier 1. The fact that Luon is the target priority over Lemus, I think, speaks volumes. They just really don't see him as much of a threat. They jump in. Junji takes some big damage, will withdraw, but Lemus gets caught by the root. Just absolutely pummeled. Has to back off. Only survives because of the barrier.
Yeah. And Jimmy as well, I think importantly, Hongkyu actually managed to land that root onto both Jimmy and Lemus in that fight, so stops them both, does massive amounts of damage to Lemus, and ultimately locks down Jimmy from being able to get his way onto the Mal earlier, which could have almost certainly resulted in Hongkyu being taken out and losing that withdrawal as well. Now ultimately, the Otacon buff has faded. 25 minutes into the game, the Baron will be spawning. Jimmy has to be very careful, but Junja, while he could have pulled the trigger on the cease and desist, is actually not aware of what is behind Jimmy, and so I think smartly decides not to.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, the Chiefs, barring a miracle AFK fight out of CFO, will likely have to be looking towards the mid lane. Sorry, the next game rather, not the mid lane. They're looking at the mid lane now, but game 2 is probably where they should be focusing.
Yeah, I mean, the game is not over yet. It is, I mean, a reasonable gold lead, but 5K is not something we've seen seal the deal every single time.
We saw a Mel this far ahead. It was Fofo who dropped 12 kills.
Yeah, and the Mel was further ahead that game.
Yeah.
Actually. So, you know, there's still hope. I'm still hoping for them. They are getting their items online. 2 items now for Lemus. He has the armor pen to be able to shred through this Ornn a little bit quicker. As well as Jimmy, you know, Blade of the Ruined King, Stride Breaker. He's going to be very menacing on the side lane if he's ever actually able to be allowed some time 1v1 down there. Bloodletter's Curse as well, so Biopanther is going to be hitting reasonably hard, making his way to a Zhonya's for a little bit more survivability. And I mean, it's really just the AD carry position where we do see Doggo at 3 items making his way towards the Juck show. That is going to be the big difference. If Lemus is able to find a big bullet time, though, that can really turn the tables of a fight.
Yeah, I think the setup required is problematic, unfortunately, largely because of Kaiwing and just being able to, well, one, be bailed out by Doggo and then set up the hostile takeover as an immediate response. So Chiefs really haven't found the positioning for them to feel comfortable looking for it, but you see Mir over the wall, has an angle to try and set something up. Jimmy doesn't know that he's being watched. The blast cone will get him out though.
And so a bit of reprieve for the Chiefs at the moment. Ideally for them, they're wanting to try and make this little breather last until they're able to get that IE online for Lemus here on the Misfortune, but with Dragon Soul up and available in 10 more seconds, not going to have that luxury. It's going to come down to this fight, possibly even a smite fight that we have seen so commonly. Hook thrown out, Hongkyu will use the rebuttal, but Doesn't connect, so Luon's going to get stunned, going to lose his flash now ahead of the fight. Looking for Hongq, that flash is now missing on the Mal, but Mia's going to lose much the same. They are going aggressively onto Kaiwing. Once again, the Fate's call used. Driver with a 3-man knock up on the back, and Jimmy trying to do what he can, but what he can is not enough as Doggo claims himself a double. Will be able to get a third set up there as Hongq does claim it, and Junja all but certain to take out Jimmy, and eventually the flash is not going to be enough. As there it is, turned into a skewer, and it's Doggo who gets himself a third. It's a 10-2-7 performance from this guy on the Callista. Really seeing why it's so permanently banned in our games. Marching down the mid lane, Inhibitor will fall, and the Nexus almost certain to as well, as CFO will lead the series 1-0.
Yeah, it's a rough performance, especially off the back of the Ray Mel stereo performance in the mid lane. 6-1 and 9 coming out there from Hongq. And just, again, questionable decisions out of the Chiefs in situations where realistically they didn't need to be making the calls that they did, and it just expelled that lead even further. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do at this stage. This is going to ultimately be your last game of the tournament. Going with what is considered meta isn't working, do something different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, I like this out of the Chiefs. I think if they had looked for early games like this earlier in the season against some of the weaker teams, you know, looking at SoftBank or DFM, a genuine way to have been able to pick up wins. I think, unfortunately, finding such a strong early game so late into the season against a team like CFO, who, again, to reiterate, while they cannot finish first, could very reasonably be the best team in our league, being that they just did take down Talon, who we did have as our best team.
Look, I would still put an asterisk next to that, because there was a fairly significant pause in the middle of that final game, and that is a hugely disruptive factor. I don't necessarily think it was the be-all and end-all, but it certainly didn't help the situation. I think realistically, it could have gone either way there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ultimately, I think what I said still stands, where they very realistically could be one of the best teams, if not the best team.
They are undoubtedly one of the best teams.
There's a conversation between three teams, essentially, at the moment, while Team Secret Wales is very narrowly behind. But they did well. They did very well early game. They punished Driver for some mistakes. He lost his flash. They punished him again. And unfortunately, it was just the Chiefs who, in turn, made mistakes around the mid lane. Unfortunately, thrown a little bit too much at Doggo, who managed to live. They died bot lane when they, should have had enough information to see that it wasn't a good dive, or it wasn't a good angle to walk to your tower.
They also consistently tried to bullet time Kaiwing.
Yeah.
He's not the target to bullet time.
And that's what gives over the lead back again. So unfortunately, while the early game was good, we see some of the flaws we have consistently seen around the mid game, and it does lead to what was a pretty fierce-looking Mal and a fierce-looking Callista. Now, looking to game 2, obviously these two champs are now removed, as are every single champ we just saw. Is there another angle? I mean, I liked the early game-driven attempts that they were looking for. I'd like to see them do that again. I don't want to see them on the scaling, because we kind of are seeing that their macro play around the mid-game is not enough to actually carry them to a win.
It's not even just the macro play per se, it's just they seem to turn their brains off a little bit. When it comes to that mid-game, they autopilot a little bit, and then obviously the CFO not making that same mistake, able to turn it around. I mean, Doggo never switches off. There's very, very evident the number of times he escaped with barely any HP. Is very, very evident as to he is just consistently on and consistently active in these games. But I think realistically, while Rumble is a good pick, I don't think it was the one that is going to allow Biopanther to run away with the game, and that's what you really need. You just look at his Renekton. It was completely different. He was hugely decisive in how those games played out. Unfortunately, they ultimately lost, but up until that point where they did lose, he was having a huge impact. Whereas Rumble, you're launching the Equalizer, you're then coming and playing mop-up. You're not really the one in the forefront, dishing out punishment, and really being proactive, unless you're super fed.
Yeah, for sure. Look at the highlights. I mean, that time it was Hongq. Unfortunately, a little bit trolling on the rebuttal. I mean, this was so close. This was so close. The flash, Mikhail's heal, bailout. And Doggo was just able to live. But this is sort of the power.
But it's also so unnecessary, as Lemus. Like, there was no need to try and, staunch up against your lane opponent in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I see the angle. I think they expected to be able to kill him in time before Kaiwing was able to get there. And it was a very slim margin. The game does turn a lot. It does change a lot if they do take out Doggo there. But unfortunately just weren't able to.
Yeah.
I think ultimately the ideas Chiefs have had, for the most part in this game was fairly okay. The execution was direly missing, missing Sejuani ults, we were missing, I mean, about everything. You know, hooks were going wide. Ultimately, you know, Lima staying a little bit too far up at times. Oftentimes bullet timing the one person that is just going to be given a get out of jail free card.
It is worth noting that was the first time Mia has played Sejuani to split, and the same for Nautilus in Luon, as well as Rumble for BioPanther, really. So there was actually, there were four out of 5 champions actually were played for the first time by Chiefs in that game. Yone being the final one. It was only Misfortune that's been played as a double up.
Well, there you go. Double up. We're referencing a queue there, but game number 1, done and dusted. CFO will claim it. Now they do lead the series 1-0. If they do get the win here in the second game, they will secure themselves second position. So please do join us after the break to see if they're able to do so.
在今年 LCP 是一个完整的新赛区，然后也包括很多就是越南、日本，还有我们自己。我觉得在这种赛区的话，就是会非常有竞争性嘛，而且喜新程度应该会拉得挺满。
但因为今天融入了越南跟日本，我们可能会去分析其他玩法可能会不会更好，对我们来说。
在2025的 CFO， 我觉得最特别的是我们选手都很年轻，然后他们也乐意去学习。那就非常适合现在的这个赛制，就是全局 BP 嘛，因为其实他们也是有非常多的角色词可以想要给观众去看、去表现。
我觉得我们的学习力跟随机应变能力是很强的，所以不用太怕他们的那些风格。
可以被选上，就感觉自己肯定还有潜力哦，然后可以为团队带来很多帮助，就觉得蛮开心的。
我加入 CFO 之后，就发现跟他们相处其实是蛮有趣的，因为他们平常都会讲一些有趣的话，然后蛮欢乐的。
红 Q 是一个新选手嘛，那很年轻，17岁。那我们其实会教他非常多东西，那就是看他在比赛场上有没有办法发挥出来。
大家都说他是未来的超新星。
我希望带给粉丝们一个激进、敢打、敢操作的风格，不保守，就是打得比较进攻性一点。
那凯运的话，今年也已经是他第10年在 LoL 圈了。那我相信他的经验是非常丰富，也可以带领我们队伍有一个很好的方向。
比较像领导者，因为凯文比较常拉我们队员一起去沟通讨论游戏，所以有这个角色挺重要的。
项目4节的话，可能就游戏内，我觉得话也算蛮多的，就是然后操作也蛮好的。
我会说我自己应该是算是老大哥吧，就有点牺牲自己，比较团队，然后因为我是上路位置哦，我可以自己顾好我自己。
那 Dogo 的话，他自己本身在 LoL 打了1年，就打出很好的成绩，然后就已经去 LPL 那边就是拼了好几年。这次回来的话，我相信他已经进步了非常多。
自己在团练看到他的表现，还有他的操作，我觉得他非常那种明星的，还有领袖的气质，我觉得。
车长就是游戏态度很好吧，会很积极的沟通他的想法之类的。
因为我能留在竞争力那么强的赛区，就代表自己有一定的竞争力。
俊佳是一个经验非常丰富的选手，也去过很多国际赛，
就很开心能跟其他赛区的对手交手吧，然后希望可以在比赛中就进步更多吧。
今年我觉得我们 CFO 应该会是一个稳中带狠吧，就是要狠的时候狠，然后会乖乖的时候就乖乖的，不会想要去乱打架，然后顺利的拿下比赛。
如果能够在第1赛季的常规赛里面快速进步的话，我觉得3个国际赛我们都是能去的。
那我这边就先说一下，我们一定能去世界赛。
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for. It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually like compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是可能对我的 水平能提升的会更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of like is similar or kind of the same to like Evie's. We play for like map movements. We want to make sure that like if there's any lead, we just kind of like elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in like the LCPs.
Looking down at all the junglers available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of like the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for like the environment and playstyle, this kind of thing. Like I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently like playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面这样。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is like the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about like the map state.
When I stumbled across Lawn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. And that was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player who's like really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. Like we want to win, and like I think it's just like such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然后让他们跌破眼镜。
As the underdogs, I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
Game number 2 on the horizon and a potential last ever League of Legends professional game for one Lemus.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. We have just seen that Chiefs have opted into the red side, which is the only side that they have won on this split. And also, on top of that, Rest coming in for Driver, which, I mean, look, I'm still not entirely clued into how CFO make these decisions to, you know, bring one top laner into the other. But, look, it might be the last game of the regular season. Might as well give them both a go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mom says it's my turn on the Xbox.
There seems to be no real method to the madness. It's just like, what do you feel?
I think it likely comes down to the draft. I think it's Rest plays certain champs a little bit better.
I don't think so, because we saw quite often Rest playing game 1 with Cassante. Game 2, they'd bring in Driver, who would play Ambessa. But then last season, the series that we saw, it was the complete opposite, where Driver came in, or Rest came in. Either way. I just remember that they swapped playing the Ambessa, but still did the same sub out. So I was like, oh.
Look, it could even come down to each draft has a different win condition, and certain one player or the other is better at playing to that win condition. Who knows? Unless we get the chance to ask them, we are never going to know. It is going to remain a mystery until we get that opportunity. But for the draft phase, it's not a mystery. We are going to jump straight into it. Aurora, Akali, and Cassante. I'm sorry, Ben. Cassante's out, courtesy of CFO, and we see both the Zyra and Zin's out targeted away from Ginger.
Yeah, absolutely will. One more ban to come through. What will it be? Your guess is as good as mine. The Jace.
Oh, come on. I'm sorry. Get a grip. There is no justification for a Jace ban.
Well, it's not going to be Rumble picked. And if it is,
Yeah, I'm so glad we aren't going to see Jace.
Obituary written.
Yeah, I'm so glad we're not going to see Jace, because Jace would be so scary in this game.
Well, I mean, it was proven yesterday that Jace is just clearly the best top laner in the game.
Positive thoughts.
I understand.
Nocturne.
I mean, I guess Nocturne has seen just as much of a priority as the Skarner of late. And
No, technically no. Skarner still, I think, has the most the highest prio score, which is at 78%. It's 66 for Nocturne.
Yeah, so much of a sameness, really.
Yeah, much in the same way that Jace is a good top laner. I just do not believe that there is justification for the Jace ban. Lemus has certainly not learned the lesson of the split, which is that if you are Varus, you are getting beaten to a living pulp because you're in a mobile AD carry, and it is just how things go.
Well, I mean, to his benefit, he can actually stop Skarner from getting on him with the Chains of Corruption. I think, importantly, they're the side of Nocturne, and to give some explanation as to why you'd ban the Jace instead of the Skarner. If you did ban the Skarner, it's going to be CFO immediately picking up the Nocturne, and you do not have anything to answer in even close to the same power as we see through the Skarner. So you leave both open, you get at least one of them. They also get, for my money, what has been, and while yes, we have seen, you know, if you're mispositioning on this Varus, you are punished heavily. I think ultimately it is still the highest performing AD carry we have. I think
until you look at the numbers in which that the crazy thing is that technically Varus is Lemus' second worst AD carry, purely because Caitlyn had a 0 KD and Varus has a 0.3.
Yeah, I think this doesn't matter when like stats are stats, and I do believe that Varus is objectively one of the, if not the best AD carry on the patch, alongside the likes of the Kalista and the Ashe. So I think you get yourself the Varus, you've set yourself up for what should be a strong lane phase. You can't pair it with the Renata, obviously, taken away last game, but there are still things open. The Nico is one thing, and you know, champs similar to that, do offer you a lot of lane priority. The Elise is also still open for either one of these teams if they choose to go for it. Hong Q here in game number 2, it was banned against him, but he will be able to get himself up that Corki before going into the second stage of bans.
Yeah, I mean, leaving top and... Oh, okay.
Support.
Yeah, top and support open. Jack's banned, which would, to me, at least indicate we might be leaning towards... you know,
I mean, Ambessa is still open.
Potentially a Renekton, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I think Renekton Jax is a very even matchup, and it's kind of it's something we've already seen. BioPanther likes the Jax versus Renekton. He went up against Kiaya's Jax when he was Renekton and completely, you know, blew him out of the water in that lane phase. So I think it might be more towards something like the Ambessa, something more carry orientated that Jax has a fairly decent chance against, scales very well against.
Played Ambessa yet this split, funnily enough.
I'm sure he can.
If
you're a top lane player here in season 2025, you probably should have learned how to play Ambessa, because that champ, when played well, is very difficult to deal with.
Leona. I think, to be fair, Jax is great at sticking onto it in a mobile AD carry as well.
Yeah.
Same with Leona. So I think it's more to do with that rather than opening things up for Bio.
It also does well against Nocturne.
Yeah. I mean, on top of that, it's still a reasonably good Renekton game. I think you're possibly looking for something a little bit more to enable that Orianna, though. You can't reliably just have Nocturne as the sole ball delivery system. I mean, you can. It just does weaken it a little bit synergistically.
Lux, they did hover it last game. It would be a strong lane pairing, but wouldn't offer the same amount of team fight prowess that an Alistar will. And ultimately, when you're looking at the Chiefs roster and then, you know, the composition they're putting together, the Nocturne, the Orianna, you're looking for a team fight. The Alistar does pair well with doing that. You're able to look for disengage for your Varus. You're also able to look for engage to set up plays around the Nocturne Orianna as well. So I'm liking the team composition we're seeing so far of the Chiefs. I think it's a pretty decent answer. Udyr picked here in the top lane for rest. So now BioPanther's going to have to find a champion that he thinks deals with it. I mean, you can still just pick the Ambessa.
We did have a champion that dealt well into the Udyr. I just can't remember for the life of me who it was.
Jace.
Yeah, okay. Okay, maybe. Well, Gragas coming out, potentially. So it could be a support Gragas. It is looking like it's going to be a support Gragas.
Okay, interesting. So, I mean, it doesn't feel like you're necessarily winning in the Gragas versus Alistar matchup. I think both...
I wouldn't hate that, but I don't think we're seeing it.
No, I think it's pretty good. So you can't QSS anymore out of the Mordekaiser ult. They got rid of that. Set! Okay. Biopanther loves this champion. I've seen him play it a lot, just locally here in Oceania. And I don't know, like, you can see the vision. Skarner builds a lot of health, a lot of it. He will have like 5,000 health when this game is done. And Set ult does damage based on the max health of the person you ult. So you see his vision. Make sure Junja gets as many kills as possible.
Just feed your team into the meat grinder so that you can get the one perfect wombo combo Orianna Shockwave Set showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like what they put together. It's something that we wanted to see, right? It's a bit unique. We haven't seen Set yet in the LCP. This is the first showing from this champion.
Wouldn't even be surprised if this might just be the first Set.
It could be, but because some regions are into best of fives that have been going to 5-game series, I would also not be surprised to have seen it played somewhere in support or in top in one of those regions. But ultimately, the important thing here is that Set does pair well with what Orianna wants to do, with what Nocturne allows. You shut off the vision, all of a sudden there's a lot more uncertainty as to the positioning of the Set. If he is able to find a massive ultimate off the back of the Skarner, could almost single-handedly wipe out the entirety of CFO, as I no longer can see the goings-on.
Yeah, I would imagine we are going to get some info as to what's going on. But yeah, look, we're just as in dark as the screens are.
Hopefully get in soon and see this game. I'm not sure really what to come. I'm not sure if we're even out on broadcast or.
No, I have no idea. This is all a bit different.
It is. Showing the screen that hopefully a lot of CFO are going to see at the back of a Skarner getting ulted into their team.
Yeah,
that's what I'm really waiting.
With a Nocturne as well.
If you cannot tell, that is what I'm really hoping to see. Well, I'm not sure how the game will go, but if Junja does get fed, which he quite often does on Skarner in the, in the previous seasons where he was actually allowed to play the champ, then that very large health bar Skarner could quickly wipe his own team. As we're back. I have vision on my screen.
It was just building suspense.
It was.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, as we are going to likely see pretty standard mirror matchups. No, actually, there you go. CFO looks to be opting into the lane swap.
Yeah. So, I mean, it makes sense. You don't really want to lane as the Kaiser Gragas against this Varus. You don't really have any true threat on him. Even if you do commit a body slam and a flash, then you're probably not going to be able to get out before this Varus tears through your health bar.
So just confirming, it is the first set in 2025
oh, there you
for
go.
the competitive season. Much like it was the first Mel in the LCP. So we are getting some firsts.
We absolutely are. My co-caster was so excited he fell off his chair.
Yeah, look, it's all getting a bit pear-shaped. Much like, I mean, it could go if obviously you're not landing the combos. Kaiwing, buddy, that's a tower.
Yeah, takes a tower shot. I don't know how Set survives the 2v1. I mean, I imagine he survives it pretty decently, based off the fact that
you rotate Luon up. That's the answer. I don't know how much that necessarily helps into a Gragas Kaiser, but I mean, realistically, Luon should have an all right time.
Lemus took a tower shot. I mean, Rest is never going to feel that threatened by these auto attacks that the Varus is outputting. And so really wanting to keep your health up, as well as it's just scary. I mean, hopefully they do have knowledge over where Junja has pathed to. I didn't actually see the early game wards, unfortunately. As trades in mid going about as expected, trading a lot of health for a lot of mana.
Yeah, heading to the bot side. Unfortunately, the problem being is that it is an Udyr on the bot side for CFO, so the dive potential really just isn't there. The top side, though, Bio and Luon. Honkyu's in a great spot. This could be a bit... Okay, look, he makes a smart call. Doesn't want to overcommit and risk that Mia might be in position to go for a gank in response. So just backs off. He's going to look to start getting some items, teleport back to lane and go from there. His top side, yeah, it's still pretty lax.
Yeah. Ultimately giving some support to the Set. Make sure it survives the oncoming threat, as now we won't know what's going on.
Yeah. Have to figure it out. But I mean, looking around the map as to what was going on, both teams seem quite happy to just sort of keep farming until those first objectives coming up. Likely it would be traded. I would imagine it's going to be CFO taking those grubs. It would be Mir that likely gets priority over the Dragon at this stage, given that Lemus is down on the bot side. But in the grand scheme, this is looking like it will be a game that waits to that those ultimates start coming online, and that's where the real action happens, bar the potential of a gank coming out of course, Junja.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the state of the lanes where you do have that solo down in the bot lane for both teams, unless Lemus does misposition, he probably will be completely safe. The Udyr won't have the greatest time getting onto him in general, as well as you don't really feel all that much kill pressure as the Varus, being that you just have such a massive health shield to work through. I mean, the health pool and then the shield, of course, that Udyr has access to. And on the top side, there's no real dive threat because, you know, we did see Luon go up there and ultimately, yeah, it just doesn't feel all that threatening.
Yeah, I don't know. Positioning is going to be key, especially if they can juggle aggro and all the rest of it. But in the grand scheme, it's there is a lot of team fight threat that does come out of the Chiefs, and I think, unfortunately, it does, again, largely rest on the shoulders of BioPanther, who is the one to lead from the front for this team.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do have the setup from the Nocturne Orianna, right, which is always going to be fairly impactful. Like, if you are able to find it correctly and find access to those big team fight. I mean, what is the other thing? Kaisif Corki. I mean, if you are able to land the Nocturne Orianna combo onto either of those champs, will quickly be in a lot of pressure. You know, they'll be very low on health, and unfortunately, that could lead to some quick demise for those individuals. But yeah, it's going to come down to setup. I think Vision is going to play a massive, massive part in this game. So it'll be interesting to see just how they play the Vision game ultimately, because Nocturne, you kind of need to ward a little bit deeper for him in general to see him before he actually comes flying in on you and able to react with flash or with whatever you have access to at the time. Explosive cast can also be a massive disruptor in these fights as well, to not only sort of get the Nocturne off you, but also take BioPanther away from the Skarner, take BioPanther away from whoever he's trying to get onto and take over these fights with.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those. We won't know until we get there. And I think the point that we're going to get to, there is a lot of potential for Chiefs to walk away in an advantageous spot, especially if Mir can get a good couple of ganks off and really look to shut down Honkyu and, of course, Doggo, who did have a phenomenal series match last game. And to be fair, he's played out of his mind this year, this split to date. So likely would be the focal point for the majority of that action. But I mean, yeah, unfortunately, there's only so much we can take away from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we're going to come back to the desk to, get access to our beautiful, beautiful mugs once more. Hello, guys. Kia ora. Welcome. Hopefully, we get an update on what is occurring and we're able to get back into game and see how it's progressing. But I think, look, Chiefs have put together a team composition that's a little bit unique. They have, the things we know, the known entities, the Nocturne, the Orianna. We've seen this interact before, time and time again, throughout the past couple of years in particular. But then you've just added in the set, which I think now bodes well to the fact they did leave open the Skarner, because you can see the direct impact that if you're able to find Ginger misplaying and you're able to capitalize on that, it can actually just almost entirely win you a team.
Well, I think what we're likely going to see is, so we'll see Mir go in with that Orianna combo. Yes. What'll happen is Ginger will try and then intercept. He will try and then go and disrupt into the face of these carries that are coming for his teammates. That is when Bio can really shine, pick up the Skarner, dump it on his team, and then completely throw that fight into just absolute chaos. And from the back of that, you'd likely get Lemus being able to clean up from that point.
Yeah, the old cleanup crew Varus that the Zonhat does tend to provide, right? There's not a lot of threat onto Lemus from memory in this game, right? There's the Kai'Sa, who admittedly we've seen, Doggo in particular actually on the Kai'Sa be a bit of a backline threat just entirely by himself, but that could be cause for concern.
I think his biggest threat is going to be rest on the Udyr. Just because Udyr can so wantonly sprint through a team and just stick your AD carry, and he's not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, he admittedly doesn't do a lot of damage, is the important thing.
But even though he doesn't, he's going to be able to zone Lemus out of these fights, which is the problem. So if you just have an Udyr sticking on you, you're going to want to run away from him you're not going to be thinking, oh, I can probably tank through this and go and commit to a fight, because that chip damage could be enough to then throw it over the edge that you then ultimately die. The stun could set up Doggo just jumping in on you. All of a sudden, it's a 2v1. So,
I mean, we'll have to see, because I think ultimately the Udyr shouldn't be able to do that because you have Alistar. Unless you're committing your ult, your ultimate essentially to the CC, the unbreakable, whatever it's called, then he shouldn't actually be able to get past the Alistar. And so at that point, he's going to be like stuck with his team trying to peel for his carries instead of running to the back. And that's when, he should have access. And I think it's up to Luon to be able to enable that.
Yeah, which, I mean, historically we have seen a bit of an issue. They kind of have opted more into an aggressive support than a defensive support, which means that Lemus is kind of left to his own devices to fend for himself, which I think Luon, specifically in this game, needs to be that pocket Alistar, just sitting on Lemus, making sure that he has all the space that he could possibly want, rather than looking to open up opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is exciting. It is exciting that Chiefs have put together something new. They've, honestly, even in game one, while yes, it's the same result that we kind of expected did happen, I think the early game showed signs of promise and hopefully shows signs of what they can look towards going forward here in this competition. Well, obviously not for this split, but you've still got split 2, you've got split 3. After that is when the promotion relegations do occur. So ultimately this whole year can just be thought of as one big sort of training arc until you get to that final hurdle at the third split, and that's when you want to also make it to Worlds. So it's like all the reward for the year comes in that third split, because Worlds is ultimately the goal for any professional team in League of Legends.
Yeah, I definitely think that getting to see a scaled-up opportunity for Asia-Pacific players and teams to represent themselves is ultimately going to be a very, very good thing. It's going to be largely the biggest representation I think we've had on the international stage. And while it could mean that, unfortunately, some of our players do end up overseas in the coming years, it does expand our reach as a region and likely would foster more relationships, which allows teams to go and boot camp internationally, learn how to play against international teams off the back of just those initial international experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we'll get an update soon, hopefully, and find out what is occurring. But for now, I mean, I guess I'm kind of stuck on things to talk about for our first series until I am able to get eyes on the game. But the second series of the night, Talon versus Vikings, I mean, that has massive implications for everyone involved, ultimately, right? It's like, you've got to consider, if you come first here for Talon, you get so much out of it. I mean, same for Vikings, right? Whoever comes first has such a leg up on every single other competitor going into those playoffs. You get to miss a game, ultimately. You get side selection. You're that much closer to then being the very first representative from LCP to go to First Strike, the very first Strike, but also to go international at all, because we are a new region. I feel like, history is being made as we speak, like as we keep going on, as we get to the end of our playoffs. It is historic because this is the first of its kind. And every team is going to want to get there. The easiest path is to come first in the regular season, and we get to find out tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it makes me more excited getting to see us travel as a region, rather, not necessarily us as duo, travel international. So it's really about gauging where we stand on the international stage, because we know Asia Pacific in the past has had a pretty decent showing internationally. We've had some pretty historic matches which may not have netted us wins.
Taipei Assassins, mate.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think that was the first bundle I ever bought, was the Taipei Assassins World skin. So yeah, look, it is an iconic part of the League of Legends history, the lore, as it were. But yeah, especially in this new format, gauging where we stand as one of the bigger regions in terms of what could be on the horizon is a big thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just trying to work out what's going on still, but hopefully get back into the game as soon as possible. Hopefully you're all in chat under support of the Chiefs. I mean, it's always going to be bittersweet, this moment, right? Of course, for CFO, if they do win here, they're going to secure themselves second. I think ultimately the fact they beat Talon proves that they deserve to at least be second. For Chiefs, it's Lemus's very last, possibly ever, most likely ever, professional game as an AD carry or as a player in general. And for someone that has had, in terms of oceanic terms, a pretty historic career, I mean, at every chance he ever had, he made it over to the PCS for the playoffs. He performed ultimately very well, especially in the most recent one. And it is sad to see such a key member of Oceanic Talent be just removed from the pool, essentially.
Yeah, look, it is. To be fair, the question has to be asked: is this an actual AD carry retirement, or is this the I'm retiring from AD carry? You can see me in 3 months as a support. Like it seems to be how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, we have had a few. The Oceanic scene has had a few people that have retired multiple times. But yeah, I don't know. Based on his post, it did seem like a more permanent thing, seemingly moving on to other endeavors. And you can only do nothing but hope the best for him. But
absolutely,
ultimately, it will now mean that regardless of the result of this game, it's going to be up to the Chiefs to locate a new Oceanic AD carry. A few do spring to mind from past experiences, both in the OPL, the LCO, and there in between. But still, I mean, it is going to be a new look for them next split regardless. It's going to have to be a new look. And that, I mean, ultimately based on this split's results is exciting.
Yeah, look, it's always good when we see this sort of shake-up, especially in the first, competitive split of a year, because it means that it isn't just going to be one team blowing out the competition every single game, every single week, and them always taking those spots. It means that there is variety. It means there is competition, and you don't have teams just sitting there resting on their laurels, going into national event every single, 3 times a year and then making nothing of it. They have to work to maintain that top spot going into every single split, because if you ease up for a second, we've already seen, if you ease up on the reins for even a second, you have a team like CFO that'll come in and take that what should have been a Talon win out from underneath them with some phenomenal play.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh boy, it's I'm running out of topics. Do you have any topics? Any questions?
Wacky flailing arm inflatable tube man.
We weren't talking about that before the broadcast.
Skin ideas. There's some great ones. Micro Brew Gragas, I think it'd be a great one, and Barista Brom.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, my idea was NFL, because we have the football and the basketball skin line. So NFL Mundo. He's built for it. The axe can just be a football. I mean, his little shove, whatever it is E. That could just be him bunting someone. Like all the pieces of the puzzle are there. Yeah. That has to be the next sports skin.
I mean, surely. That or so you got the definitely not Blitzcrank. I think we got like a definitely not Skarner, and it's just him like cosplaying as Victor.
Skarner as Victor.
Because they both got like Victor's got the arm, Skarner's got the tail. Just give him a little staff at his claw. Yeah, I reckon there's room for it.
Yeah, well, look, there's some ideas. There are some ideas. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is your favorite skin line? What is your favorite skin line in League?
I don't know.
Mine's IG. The IG skins are just so beautiful.
I still rate the Type A Assassins one. Like, that is just such an iconic bundle.
True.
Like, you just can't go past
Shin with his little clappers.
the clappers, the Mondo throwing, the cup
trophy.
The other team, and of course you got Ezra with his big foam finger running around. Yeah, and Nunu, just because he was
the old Nunu.
He was a support back in the day. So
the old Nunu used to run around so funny, he just waddled everywhere. Now he kind of he's menacing a little bit.
Yeah, he's running with intent, malicious intent.
He never used to.
Yeah.
That's what also made the Nunu bot skin so good, because he was just like, the way he'd run and the way he'd laugh in combination was just so perfect. Now, he again, a bit more intent there.
That's the other thing. Old Nunu, it was more like he was swallowing whatever he was eating. Now this one, he's getting his teeth dug in. So there is a maliciousness about the new Nunu.
Yeah, true. The snowball was also sizably bigger. The old one was like, it was a slow, that was all it was. Honestly, all Nunu was in general was a blood boil.
Oh, absolutely. Caitlyn Nunu was the most devastating bot lane in the competition.
It was.
Because it just outranged everything.
And Caitlyn also could just skip boots. You just got to play AD carry, and like at no point in the game did you need boots, because Nunu Blood Boil would give you more movement speed and more attack speed than Berserker Greaves. One thing I always wonder is, like, right now, these Swifty boots are like the most broken boots in the game. And a lot of it, obviously, is because, Merc Treads have been nerfed and they've cost a lot more. Same for plated steel caps, both armor going down or percentage dodge damage from auto attacks going down, plus costing more. But how long have Swifty boots been broken? Because they've just stayed 900 gold, and they've always had pretty ridiculous movement speed stats and a movement speed slow reduction. Like, you just think back and you're like, man, if I had discovered this 3 years ago, I might have been a trendsetter.
Well, I mean, look, to be fair, you remember back in the day, supports used to do like run Moby boots.
Yeah, that
just
was
so
it.
they could get around the map. Like,
Yeah.
it's sort of a similar thing, but you're not as punished as you were with the mobility boots.
When you get auto-attacked and you go back to having regular boots.
Yeah, not even that. Like at times, because you had the slow on top, so you were just negative movement speed. But I mean, that was a strategy for a while back when Nunu was Blood Bowl. You'd run, when Hecarim came into the game, you'd just run everything that you could to speed him up, and then he'd go and one-shot your AD carry, and there was nothing you could do in a team fight because he'd just ult out again. It was a bizarre game.
Yeah.
Like season 4, season 5.
What season was it? I want to say like season 7 or 8, where jungle was just every game, it was Xin Zhao Camille, you'd do your red buff, and you'd gank mid. And every game, it was you're 2 minutes in, 1 minion wave was almost cleared, and both junglers were already in your lane trying to gank you. And that got quickly nerfed, but it was a very obnoxious time to play mid during those patches. And it was like, this was, often you find these things happening in solo queue where that's the sort of strategy to try and cheese your way to a win or whatever it was. But this was actually what was just was happening in pro as well. It was just happening in the pro play where Camille and Xin Zhao were just running at you level 2, and it's like, okay, sweet. I guess I'll go back to my tower now.
Yeah, like looking back at some of the metas we've had, I'm very much glad that we've got Fearless Draft in play here in 2025, because it means we don't have just the exact same thing game after game, and it's the exact... It can get a bit stale. Like, yes, you've got those players that have their iconic champions, but if it's the exact same every single game, it does get a bit stale. So Fearless Draft really has revitalized, and no more so than in the LCK, because we've had some wild picks over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, well, they keep going to 5 games. All their series just tend to end up at a 5th game, and it is very exciting to watch, isn't it? Because you just go into draft, and you're like... You look, you're like 40 champs banned.
Gangplank
What
was
is even
played
left? Yeah.
in the top lane, and it won.
There you go.
Yeah. I
didn't
think it
see
was
that one.
game 4.
I did see that one, actually.
Yeah, we were
I
sitting there
lied to
watching
you.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the game before it was Karthus jungle, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
I think Karthus is a good jungler still.
I miss race Karthus. That was a wild time. You talk about... So, Revive?
Yeah.
Revive Karthus.
Oh, yes, teleport
where-
revive?
Yeah, just you go and die, revive, and then teleport into lane. And all of a sudden, that fight that you seemingly just lost was not a loss anymore.
Yeah. Oh, Revive was a summoner spell. I kind of forgot about that. It was on a really long cooldown.
Yeah, oh yeah, but you pick someone like Karthus into it, and it was just obscene. Yeah, there was some interesting stuff in the game.
There always has been.
Banner of Command.
Yeah, Banner of Command's Easy Rock Portal. That was another one. That was another one where it was like, that was in the game for a long time, and then people were like, wait a second, if I just put this in my top lane and call it a day, then what is someone going to do to it other than have to answer?
Look, I don't know. I think that there's a reason that those things are no longer a part of the game, or at least an active part of the game anymore. Who knows? It just makes me interested to see, where we go, in the coming years, and what metas become established, and how things change. Especially, if they've now innovated in 2025 with the Fearless Draft. What do we go next? How do we change the game? I'd love to see something, sort of Shreeman themed, and suddenly that one champion is just like exalted out of the on the map, and you've just got these 2 Uber champs just looking around trying to beat down on each other.
Yeah, you kind of get that in Nexus Blitz. Did you ever play Nexus Blitz? Yeah. You sometimes get that when someone just becomes the buffed person, the Juggernaut, I think.
Yeah,
it was.
that's the one.
And they're just like impossible to kill. And I think it was also a battle royale as well. You're like the Juggernaut in a battle royale, and everyone's just throwing themselves at you, trying to take you out before whoever's Juggernaut ended up going down first won it. I do miss the 3 game modes actually. I miss the most: Nexus, Blitz, Twisted Tree Line, and Arena. But I think Arena's coming back soon.
Not Dominion.
Not Dominion. I like Dominion for custom games, hide and seek.
Hide and seek was just classic.
It was.
Until that one dude locked in Teemo or Shaco, and it was just not fun anymore.
Yeah. No, hide and seek was a good time on the old Christmas.
Who was your pick?
Oh, I don't even remember. I think I played a bit of Evelyn, because that was back. That was back when you
had Invis.
Yeah. You'd be Invis from the very get go. I think I played a bit of Evelyn, but I quite liked being the Seeker a lot of the time. I would always be Kassadin when I was the Seeker, because that was also back when I believe you couldn't use your E unless someone was nearby to use your E on.
Yeah.
And so you'd be, or like Tryndamere was the same, your mocking shout, you'd have to be near them, and then you'd see the little icon pop up, and you're like...
Well, it was Kassadin, you built stacks, and then you could use it, so...
Yeah.
That would... Yeah, look, I think the most fun I had on that was just Udyr. Not as a Seeker, just running, because you could juke in and out of bushes, and you just play those corners, and then all of a sudden you're just gone, and they don't know where you're gone.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can see it.
It was an exciting time. It was an exciting time. New horizons in the game.
For sure. Hopefully we get an update soon for you. I know we're just yabbering on, but I think there's not much to say really about the ongoing game without knowing what's going on in said game. But hopefully we get back very shortly.
I think it might be justified. Get a break going, figure it out, come back with the game.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's unfortunately not up to me. But
what do you mean? We start the games. It's your call.
Oh.
Yeah, that secret. We've got the button that starts every single lobby under the desk. You don't see it, unfortunately, because contractually we're not allowed to show it. But yeah, secret to the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not sure exactly what to do in this given situation. Well, I guess we'll just keep talking. Okay, well, let's just theorize what's going on in the game, perhaps. How about that?
Okay.
So I think right now, CFO are ahead. Oh, you go.
So in this theorization, how much copium are we pumping into the chamber?
We'll go 50%.
We're going a solid 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chiefs have had a couple of good, nocturne ults. Set's been there to peel wherever it needs to be. Lemus has had a good game. Jimmy's had a good game. I'd still say it's even in terms of objectives. I think Noxie Blessing still goes CFO's way, just because they've got a little bit more priority with the Skarner around those objectives. But I think the gold lead at this stage in the game probably edging about up towards 2K in favor of CFO. Top and bottom tower have been traded, and CFO have taken, they are sitting on 2 dragons at the moment.
Okay.
Where they've conceded, they're going one. Both teams have got 3 grubs, but it's not been a clean take for either one.
Oh, so it's the 2, the 1 and 2. Okay.
That's my call.
All right, that was
with 50% copium.
yeah. What about Biopanther? Has he found a good ultimate on the Skarner yet? I'm also just going to check my comms real quick.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think he's found a big one. He's landed it straight onto Honky's head, and really given him a bit of a concussion.
Yeah.
Hello. Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. But I mean, yeah.
What are your thoughts with the 50% copium?
The 50% copium. Okay, so what I think has happened here.
As a caster, I'll let you bump it up to 60 if you really want.
All right. What I think has happened is that ultimately off the back of the lane swap, I think the Set and the Alistair have obviously been able to survive. On the other side of things, Udyr has also been able to survive. However, I do think the Set has gotten a little bit more of that CS because he is a little bit less pressured under the tower, being that there is a genuine kill threat with the Alistair Set being together, and especially if...
Keeping in mind that was like 10 minutes ago now, if not longer. I think it was 20. Pushing close to 15, 20.
Yeah. So off the back of that...
So 15, 20 minutes later, Alistair is still on the tower with Bio in the top lane.
So what I'm saying is because of that, it's led to a situation where Biopanther, he's got his first item, Stridebreaker or Black Cleaver perhaps. I'm not sure what he goes for on the set these days.
I think it probably look towards slightly tankier.
I'm thinking the Black Cleaver because there's ultimately going to be a lot of tankiness on the other side. He's got to that item threshold. The Varus is also going to have, the Blade of the Ruined King, the Gwinsu's online. And so now got genuine threat over the Skarner and the Udyr if he is able to have some uptime against them. And so basically we're just playing these fights, a good Chain of Corruption lands, Biopanther's able to come and get that set ult, but I also think that they're not going to find necessarily clean engages from that set ult onto the Corki and the Kai'Sa. And so because of that, there's going to be a hole left open and potentially going to find an angle onto the Orianna where Doggo's able to capitalize. And I think the fights are going reasonably even, but CFO just edging them out and able to take the objectives afterwards, which is leading them to have a lead.
But I want to say, Scar, at this point, Ginger has edging close to 300 stacks on that Heartsteel. And if, Honky, Doggo miss position, they all but get one shot with the showstopper into the follow-up.
Okay. I just... Oh. Okay. Update, we are going to have the games on. We're going to be able to see it. I actually don't know how long we've been talking, so I don't know how long we have been in the game
putting the podcast in the LCP.
Yes. Then maybe we need to start making a more regular
LCP,
thing of this.
the League of Legends Championship Pacific podcast.
Yeah? I mean, the name writes itself, really, doesn't it? Well, I mean, maybe we'll have to get to that. But
sure.
not right now, ideally.
I mean, yeah, once we figured out the ultimate fate of the Chiefs and how much that copium actually was copium and whether or not it was oxygen.
Yeah.
So maybe there is no need for copium.
Can you imagine how sad it would be to come back? I would definitely be watching.
So we come back and it's just there's no towers left. The Chiefs are winning.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Like somehow they're actually winning this game with the set. Like, you know, imagine just BioPanther, we come back, he's 8-0. Yeah, 8-0.
He just comes in like 2 shots with the Q, and all of a sudden Doggo's no longer on the map.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Look, I definitely could.
Yeah. That's something that happened in my solo queue games, not as likely to happen in a professional game. Ruinous Artican's up, like, oh, we're in shambles, we're in shambles.
Yeah, I still maintain that Ruinous Artican is not an active part of the competitive pool at the moment. Yeah, I don't think Ruinous Artican is technically active in competitive play. It's red herring, yeah.
Oh, red herring. Well, I guess we're not going to know, ultimately. I believe I did just hear the scores 13-7. I didn't hear anything else after that, unfortunately, personally.
Yeah. Which is not the worst scoreline to be at, I think.
Yeah,
given how things have gone.
I think better than last game.
Yeah, most definitely. I think they've had a rougher time of it in the past, but yeah, I think there's a lot.
It sounds like the game's over based on the audio in my ears.
Yeah, I definitely think there was a lot that needed to go right for the Chiefs, though, ultimately out of that draft. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was already over.
Yeah. It does. This audio is what we used to hear at the end of the PCS games when the game was over. So that's why I'm imagining we probably have a game that's over on our hands, unfortunately. I'm not really sure how to proceed. Let me message backstage.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But, yeah, I don't know. It is going to be a bit rough if that is the season, the split for the Chiefs done. Because realistically, I think there was a solid chance they could have won that game and at least drawn it out to a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to have to go back and watch after the broadcast tonight to see what happened, because ultimately I was very excited to see BioPanther on the set. It's a champion that he actually plays a lot of, just in solo queue. I mean, I haven't really kept up with his account this split, but in the past, you know, just in Oceanic solo queue, he quite often would play the set. Obviously very good at it. He was ranked 1 in our server for a really long time, so yeah, it's sad that we may have missed that, and sad that we ultimately may have missed Lemus's last ever professional game.
Yeah, definitely, but unfortunately there's only so much you can do in situations like this, so you make do. The podcast, I think, has been an overwhelming success. a bit, you know, directionless, but we can mop that up.
That's right. Hey, for a trial run, it wasn't too bad.
For an impromptu off-the-cuff run, yeah.
Yeah, I think if we tidy around the edges, we sort of come in, we know what we're going to talk, some of the talking points, some of the, you know, okay, this is what happened, and what are we going to talk about, what topic should we raise? We could really make a thing of this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Chiefs have posted it was a loss.
Well, I mean, it's ultimately, you know, unfortunate we didn't get to catch the last game, but I think, you know, while it wasn't a success by any stretch of the imagination, the very first, you know, split here for the Chiefs, I think ultimately for the org, for the players, for the coaches, whatever, you can look at this and be like, okay, we came in, we didn't give it enough, we didn't try enough, we didn't practice enough, whatever it may be, you look at your flaws and you build on that going into split 2, going into split 3. Make sure you get to that third split. I mean, second split, you know, you've got like a month and a half, 2 months now to try and get things back, get the motor rolling, whether it be bonding, whatever it may be, get that AD carry in and try and look towards the future. But I have just been told that we are going to go to a break, so hopefully we go to a break, we'll get everything back up and operational for you. I am very sorry that this is what happened. Obviously myself as an Oceanic fan very much did want to watch this game as well, but we will try and iron out all the kinks and get it all up for you very shortly.
Welcome to Noxus 1v1, where we have your favorite LEC players go up against each other, where first skill, first turret, or first 100 CS wins. Today, we have MVKE Supa and G2 Hansama going up against each other, playing only 1 out of 18 Noxus champs, which they get to choose by spinning the wheel. So let's find out who wins.
So let's see what we get. I hope we get a funny champion, not Rel, not Vladimir or something like that. Oh, we got Ambessa.
Ambessa?
I think it's
okay.
fine. I think it's fine. It's almost Vladimir, was so close. What?
Wait, I missed this.
I lose my cue as well.
What? Oh yeah, actually if you miss here, you miss here.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh shit. I forgot. Oh my god, I missed it.
Okay. Oh.
Guys.
I don't know what I'm doing, no joke. But this champion looks so fun.
No!
But what is the damage?
Actually, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
This champion is weird.
I played into Ambessa in lane swap, and sometimes he can 1v2, it's crazy.
Yes, he can.
Welcome to war. Do not test me. You are for me now. I yield to no one. What's this? Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on.
It's about to get messy.
Let's dance.
Blood for Noxus.
The wrath of Amadana.
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemies' powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's Wind Wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage, but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb itself are rooted. Lastly, Mel's ult is Golden Eclipse. Passively, it increases her damage from Overwhelm stacks. On cast, she unleashes her power on every target marked with Overwhelm, dealing tons of damage based on how many stacks they have. Golden Eclipse does not consume these stacks, so targets are still vulnerable to her passive if she brings them low enough for an execute.
Feel my light.
While this ability can hit monsters, it's only castable if an enemy champion is affected by Overwhelm. So plan your Baron steals accordingly. Mel's damage potential makes her a serious threat in extended fights, but if an opponent can burst her quickly or disengage to wait out the stacks from Searing Brilliance, they'll extinguish a lot of her power. And even though her passive is an execute, it respects magic resist. So bulk up if you don't want to get overwhelmed. The reflect on her W is pretty powerful, but only if an ability is worth reflecting. For example, champions with sticky engage tools like Amumu and Nautilus won't mind rebuttal one bit. As a backline mage, Mel will really shine for players who like to poke from safety, so give her a try if you play Xerath, Lux, Hwei, or any other artillery champions. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries, shall we? Get ready to rise with Mel, the soul's reflection.
The arcane is at my fingertips.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the Ivory Serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往 基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot. Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. Sensan thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng bắt rô.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ thì điều đó thì tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí ED, Shogun. Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP. Nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. How was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know, 'cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, the line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the, I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, the line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. Handle make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther warriors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh I, let freedom ring. No freedom without the sacrifice. Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find the strength before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Let freedom ring. Free from the lowest valleys to the mountains I've seen. Oh, let our rejoicing rise. High as the listen.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, massive apologies on our end for the unfortunate technical issues we had there on our first series of the night.
I knew it was a mistake letting Nocturne through the ban phase. Like, come on, man. Paranoia, that's what it does.
Yeah, absolutely does. Our tech team were able to find a solution here, and we will have the second game of the night up on screen for you, as you do see. And I mean, it's sure to be a banger ultimately looking forward. It is Talon up against Vikings. It's, you know, first seed against first seed as things stand. The winner here will claim themselves that top spot going into the playoffs. And what way to finish off the regular season than to have our two first seeds competing.
And unfortunately, Master Shogun did win the one. He did, yes. So, Vikings.
They chose red.
Vikings starting strong though. I mean, look, you want that confidence, especially coming into what is arguably the best AD carry in this competition, and Betty, and that arguably the best duo. To be fair, we might settle that argument tonight with this matchup between Shogun and Shulong and Betty and Woody down that bot lane, because these two teams have insane bot lane capacity.
They definitely do. Pike looking to be remaining open here. Shulong has liked the fight, he's liked the Elise. Let's see if they do go towards it. There does go the Nocturne Skarner remaining open. See if Caster does opt into it.
Well,
yeah, there it is.
Nocturne take it out, Scarlet let through. It's pretty stock standard. I don't know if you, I suppose Vikings, the lesser of two evils given the state. I mean, Skarner, the win rate is now up once again. I think he is currently sitting even at a 50-50 after that game. I have to double check because, he's now 4-4. So the win rate is back in a bit of territory. But Cardi is going to potentially have this Corki for himself. Shogun, there's potentially for
There we have it.
I need to take it.
The strongest top laner on the patch, locked in now for Kratos.
Look, I am going to hope huff the Kofi and pipe, and I want to believe that this is Cardi, Jace, and Shogun Corki, because since the changes, Jace has been more successful in the mid lane, but Talon's comp went from scary to scarier. I mean, this has gone from, jump scared to Friday the 13th in a pretty quick turn. Skarner into that rumble. The big problem being that, it likely will mean that we need something along the lines of a Yone in the mid lane to balance out what is going to be a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, the on-hit Varus as well does do quite a reasonable amount of magic damage as well. So now blocking in the Varus does mean, your damage profile is certainly skewed towards magic damage a little bit. Now Skarner does offer a reasonable amount of physical damage in his kit. So we'll see. Brand, the potential lock-in for Kuri. There's a very scary Brand game. I feel like if you do lock this in, your next two bans almost certainly have to be Leona, followed by Yone. So we'll see if that's what they opt into if Leona is taken away.
Yeah, like immediately is the response. I mean, it's interesting. We have seen the Brand out of Gary once already. As I was before, that's sort of the next best option. The little bit to control react mage junglers that we're seeing. I say a lot. There's two of them really. Kind of Diana if you want to lump them in there, but really she's offers a little bit more in the grand scheme. Jhin, Jhin and Elise. So Jhin taken out by Talon. They want to deny a lot of security to Shogun, which Jhin does offer with this lineup already. And the Elise taken away from Woody, which I mean, it's a Varus, it's Benny, it's Woody. You don't want to give them anything to enable that lane any further. There's already, as much as Varus has been punched down on the split, anything with Benny in that bottom is going to be pretty strong.
For sure. Jhin. What else? I mean, Misfortune, they're going to leave Poppy to take it open, leave it open. I mean, Poppy Strike is an amazing champion.
I think what we are seeing is this might very well be Corky Melissa behind.
Yeah. Yes, it could be. But what do you want to go for mid? Because Brand kind of wants to be that solo AP.
I think it is. There is an argument to be made for Jake's mid here, and you give Kratos something that can have a little bit more impact on. But Varus Pantheon, very scary. Varus Alistar, still pretty scary, honestly. I think it offers a little bit more in terms of keeping Becky alive for Woody, but the Pantheon also then allows RG to have, or Casa rather, to have some backup on that Skarner as he goes in.
Azir, Fofo, very good Azir player in his own right. So it will be a bit of a skewed damage profile towards magic damage, but there isn't really anyone on the side of Vikings that can be particularly tanky just yet.
Galio, available. There's a lot of magic damage. I think you chuck Kratos on the Galio. I think that, well, I mean, you could still give the Jace to Kratos if you really want, and then play it in the mid lane to Cardi. I think it's a pretty logical answer to what is a very AT skewed comp. None of those have been sure. I mean, Lucian, Nautilus isn't terrible, but I think the Galio just offers a little bit more, honestly. Okay.
And the Misfortune?
It's a lot of confidence in Tank Jace. This is not a very big control.
So, I mean, taking stock. A lot of magic, I mean, ultimately Talon do have a lot of mixed damage while, not coming through from Azir or the Rumble, rather. Just doing entirely magic damage. But the Skarner, he does a reasonable amount of physical as well as magic, and the same as the Varus. It could also just be a lethality Varus.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good lethality Varus. Yeah.
I think it is reasonable as well.
Given that there's just not a huge amount of bulk on the side.
Yeah, and you've got Azir to deal with bulk even if there was. So, yeah, I think this should be a lethality. It does improve your physical damage profile a lot more.
Okay, the one thing I do want to say, going into split 2 with these coach fist bumps, I kind of want to see a game of paper, scissors, rock, like at some point, surely.
You reckon?
Yeah, mind games just, cerebral. Could you imagine, like, you just drafted, you're like, and the other team challenges you, paper, scissors, rock, and you drop the ball there?
Oh.
Yeah.
Mind games, even in the back rooms, you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, surely.
Casa, wielding the watch again. Lost the only game they did lose, importantly, has to, be noted. He was not wearing his watch, so now, once again, he's putting a house on his wrist. He should be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah. Remember, he's got to remind himself what he's doing it for at the end of the day. But, I mean, into this lineup, I think that Vikings have to play this very, very carefully. They do not have the bulk to be taking much in terms of fights. There's just too much blow-up potential. One equalizer is going to do that much more, given that they don't have a beefy front line. The Emperor's Divide as well is really going to ruin the day for, especially the Brand, especially the Misfortune.
Yeah, so a bit of a death bush set up here by Talon, as Silong seemingly going to be checking into it. Actually, no, he's just dropping the sweeper just in case, I guess. See RJ working on building up those heat levels, but
Minions have spawned.
yeah, I mean, not much action. We're teetering on the verge of action without actually having any at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is this is now Kratos' most picked champion. Going into the final play, this is his 4th Jace, and I still maintain that we are seeing players struggle to come to terms with the fact that Jace is likely no longer going to be the same as he was and no longer have that same level of threat. But Vikings look to have an answer here in that they're going to send their duo mid lane.
Yeah, importantly, Fofo, while going to be zoned away from Farm, is going to be able to pick up that XP from those first 3 minutes. Or was he? No, doesn't look like he was.
Yeah,
Actually,
no,
he
he's
got
updated.
some. I'm not sure if it was all 3. Loses a bit of health, though.
Yeah, now Woody definitely needs to rotate mid. In fact, they're going to send the Corki up against the Rumble, Jace down into the duo. Woody realistically will need to head up to the mid to sort of help match, unless they think they can find a kill onto Kratos, which I don't believe they do. And on top of that, what? What in the world?
Fofo getting domed and will be taken out. First blood just like that, clean as can be. Vikings strike first, strike early.
Actually, you know what? No, 100% I expected that. Up to VCS. Come on. I always expect the Vikings to be doing something a bit weird and wonderful, and they've done just that. Hell of a dive. That is the most audacious tower dive I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Just, I mean, level 1 is here. Oh, not flashing quick enough, a mistake not often seen by Fofo.
And into the hands of Shogun,
yeah,
who
that's
I
scary.
think arguably the worst person that money could have ended up on. So yeah, Woody unfortunately too late in the rotation up to assist his mid laner. I think if he'd immediately made the call to rotate up here and join Fofo, there was no confidence that Vikings could have pulled that off.
What could have been, was not. So now it is ultimately Vikings at a sizable advantage here. 500 gold up, 600 even. As Fofo struggling a little bit. 1v1 lane for Corki, not nearly as difficult as the 2v1. Now 2v2, but still, is here definitely not going to be as strong, or even close to as strong as this Misfortune is at this stage of the game.
Guri topside river is going to meet Casa there. Got vision on each other. The scuttle might be a bit contested, but the power of the duo in the mid lane means they have that ability to pivot in, and a Nautilus is going to provide a lot. Casa has to burn that flash.
Yeah, does lose his flash, and so he's still looking to re-engage here. Guri also going to lose flash, but RJ looks to be the first one taken down. No, he gets the shield and the overheat. Look at the damage from this Rumble. It's very, very absurd, but not as absurd as the collapse that came through from Vikings as they claim themselves a 4th. And are looking dominant.
VCS might just book us the ruinous Arnicon. There's still time yet. Shulong's just styling over this Talon roster right now.
Yeah, I mean, just dominant. Dominant. I mean, and this all just stemmed from the level 1 ultimately.
Who says Nautilus can't be an assassin?
Yeah,
it's
true.
not Pike. It doesn't need to be. It's Nautilus.
I mean, Fofo just not able to get to this play at all, so, you know, Silong pulling the trigger there. Castle will flash away, but then immediately re-engage, and look, immediately Shogun's coming here to join his team. They collapse onto Guri, they miss everything. Shogun now in the fight, but Fofo is still not able to get in. It's just the feat of warfare going over.
That has to be the earliest feat of warfare, I think, so far this split. I don't think we've seen that many kills this early on. And on top of that, Shulong now has ensured that his bot lane duo has double buffs, which is never a good sign. And he's got his own double buffs, actually, yeah, because Guri died. So both duo bot lane has double buffs here to work with. And RG doesn't have the flash because he flash engaged. There's an ignite, there's a hook, there's everything. Yeah.
Oh, he's just taken out. Cardi getting access to his little mini rumble well before Arja, and I mean, just bad to worse. Silong putting on a performance of a lifetime here in game number 1 up against Talon. And keep in mind, everyone, that the winner of this game, or not this game, but this match, will be first seed, get a bye, and side selection heading into playoffs. The stakes truly are
oh my God.
very, very
2K
high.
gold at less than 6 minutes.
An absurd lead. Now, you know, for Talon fans, they have come back from 11k deficit to a VCS team before, so you cannot count them out, but still, certainly not looking good.
I think this is a brilliant read by Vikings. Their team, their comp, definitely has an expiry date in this game. If they do go to late game, Vikings just outright lose this because they don't have the bulk to take team fights. They need to they need to finish this early, and if they do, it will likely be one of the fastest games this split.
Yeah, but I mean, Talon have to find some way to navigate through this, slow down the bleeding. As you know, being down 1 kill to 5, an objective down as well. I mean, gold, I mean, XP advantage to Shogun over your mid laner is never where you want to start. 3-0 already here on the Misfortune. Betty's been doing a good job of getting himself gold, though. Has been working away at these plates. Woody with the Demolish as well, going to help him get yet another one. Crash down as well to ensure that he doesn't take any damage from that tower. And there's another plate. So Betty finding himself gold may quickly turn into the strong point of this roster. RJ as well is slightly ahead of Kratos on the Jace because he did get that kill.
I'm sorry, the fact that Shilong is only coming to mid lane so he can use those charges for Shogun is just the funniest thing to me. The guy has just been rotating around the map. I think he's still up in experience over Woody, who has essentially not been as, well, I suppose, not as mobile, mostly because he died in the Grubs pit. They had to back off, but from here, yeah, he's at this point where he's struggling to play catch-up. Casa now has the Impale line, so those big ultimates are now up and available for Talon, which means that Vikings have to be a little bit more careful for team fighting. But I don't think they're looking for an outright team fight. They are looking for the overmatch.
Yeah, Dragon almost certain to be picked up here by Vikings. Yes, Woody's in the area and Casa's on the side of the map, but the combat power just isn't there. Look at Shogun, just almost at his bloodthirster already.
Just 3-0. He's only down 7 CS. Like, that is, yeah, absurd. Just absurd numbers across the board. One more set of Grubs, which is coming up in 2 minutes, and Vikings will have a... Oh, okay, so it's going to be a 10-minute Noxian Blessing, which still isn't the fastest. We had a 9-minute one, I think it was last weekend. No, it was early this weekend, actually, I think.
Yeah, I think it was on Thursday, yeah.
Just, I mean, still an insanely accelerated game to the point that it is at.
For sure. Now, I mean, again, it's not over. You are definitely not favored to win this game now, side of Talon. And, you know, Vikings not the team to get ahead and then relinquish that lead all that often. So
I wouldn't necessarily say they're not favored. I think Talon definitely have the better late game scaling comp, which is why Vikings will need to keep accelerating this game. They need to finish early, because if we start to see, you know, we start to see Baron come up, that's coming towards the end of the life cycle for this Viking roster.
Well, yes. Vikings don't have a roster that necessarily falls off, right? They just don't have Azir, essentially.
They don't have a big beefy frontliner, which Casa definitely offers.
Yeah, except for the greatest top laner in the competition than Jace.
Absolutely. But he definitely doesn't offer the same level of heft as Skarner does.
Well, that's true. They also do have a lot of damage. So I don't think they fall off that hard. But I do agree that Talon will have a stronger team composition come late if Betty is able to navigate all of the sort of CC that can come down onto him from Seulong. Ultimately, you know, one missed position and Vikings can absolutely capitalize. The team fighting composition that has been putting out by Talon here, though, is, you know, very strong. And if we do come to later stages and it becomes more of an even footing, then you'd probably favor them in general. But from this sort of deficit, every objective in the foreseeable future should just go over to Vikings as long as they are able to set up for it correctly and be the correct place on the map as they have so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings, again, need to keep that pressure up. They need to keep ramping on to Talon. I think, yeah, likely they are going to have to look to force a fight around the Grubs. Fofo does not have the flash, which means that Shurima Shuffle is just that much harder to pull off now.
Yeah, and also the scrubs is just that much harder to secure. Ultimately, yes, he lost the flash. It wasn't traded for anything. He just straight lost it. So all ults available here for both sides. Betty, I mean, he's in a hell of a position. He gets hooked. He doesn't have any way out of this. He does eventually flat. The chain of corruption comes down. He is finding a lot of damage, but the bullet time finding even more. A lot of low health bars as RJ got a lot to do. He puts down that equalizer, but doesn't equalize anything. He is just getting melted through by Shogun. Fofo, no flash. The Shurima shuffle, the shifting sands, but he is going to get locked down and shut down as Cardi secures himself yet another.
How in the hell does Shulong thread the needle onto arguably one of the biggest damage threats on the team? I mean, Betty would have likely set that team fight in motion, being able to mop everything up. One thing that does go Talon's way, they do deny at least the feat of monster slaying for the moment, but watch this. This is absolutely criminal. Betty steps down, but he's unfortunately stepped out from behind Casa, and because Woody was too far south, it sets up for everything that Vikings could have wanted in that situation. RG doesn't have the items to back it up. Fofo considers it. You can see here for a moment, he considers it, but ultimately just decides to go out. Doesn't have that flash, is not secure, dies anyway. Vikings are continuing to accelerate, and you can hear it. They're pumped. They are pumped.
They are. 4-0 is Shogun. Was targeted by that equalizer. Did have to cancel out the bullet time a little bit early. Get back to safety, but still he does remain safe. And I mean, I like the intelligent build path here from Casa. I think ultimately realizing he's going to be down gold this game, goes for a much more gold efficient purchase, or cheaper purchase actually is just the truth, where the Zeeks, while not offering the same combat power that you do get out of the Heartsteel, is just a more affordable option. It gives you earlier resistances as well than the Heartsteel does, but he's not going to be that massive beefy Skarner that we've come to appreciate of late.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, given the way that the Heartsteel now scales, he's not going to suffer too much and should still be able to get that online. But every single lane now winning for the Vikings. The only 2 deaths have come out of Guri and then, of course, Shulong, who set up what was that phenomenal team fight just outside the grub pit. Going ahead, I mean, we're starting to see that ultimate now being able to be used from Shulong. He's got the depth charge, so if anyone gets caught out by that, unfortunately, there's just no way to get out of the depth charge either. So that is likely going to be a bullet time committed.
Death Bush being set up in the bot lane.
Oh my gosh.
Fofo is just taking so much damage.
That's not even with a sheen.
Yeah, that was just Corky.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Corky. Casa down the bottom side now, maybe looking for something aggressive here on the bot lane of Vikings, but flash available for Shogun means he should feel pretty safe. And the Dragon, now started up by Guri, would secure themselves that Noxian Blessing, as well as a second Dragon, ultimately leading them much closer to being able to pick up that Dragon's Soul. And I mean,
the feats are Noxian Blessing secured too. That poor Scuttle, man, that's twice now in a row. He's just rocked up and said, hey guys, what's going on? And he's just been set on fire.
3v3 perhaps on the bottom side. Betty going to be hit there off the ult, but there's no follow-up, and it's a 3-man coming through the 2-man Impale as well. And this is a perfect team fight set up for Betty. That's a double kill. Oh, you thought you had the angle, Vikings, but Casa waiting in the wings on this ever so annoying Skarner. Turns a bunch of gold back into Betty's pocket, and just like that, that massive gold lead that we saw Shogun having has been closed.
Yeah, look, that's very, very well played out of Talon. They are a team that paces pretty well.
Woody, 3-man, oh.
Yeah, look, Woody is, I did say these bot lanes for both these teams are just insanely strong. Not necessarily the strongest part of the teams, but definitely such an integral one. And you look at it, the engage, all of a sudden, Vikings thought they had the edge, they thought they had the opportunity, they were targeting out Betty, but Woody, what a flash, Magnet Storm, Impale onto 2, Chains of Corruption onto the other, and just the amount of sheer damage coming out of Betty to set that up. Shogun, nothing he can do but run.
Yeah, first tower as well, picked up there by the side of Talon, as Betty now actually ahead of the 4-0 Misfortune. I mean, yeah, a little bit too much, trying to do a little bit too much too soon there were Vikings, as they didn't have all the information they needed, and Casa capitalizes.
Hull Breaker Jace. So this is a different avenue than what
that Hull Breaker item is broken, I love it.
Yeah, especially with the changes to attack speed cap with the Jace. I mean, you're going to be ramping up those shots under the towers pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't think that's on live patch.
Yeah, so I think this is probably going to be limit testing into how viable this sort of build path is going into the playoffs more than likely.
I don't think he's necessarily limit testing in
He
this
is.
game.
Kratos is. To be fair, everything we've seen out of Jace over the last couple of days since that patch went live has been limit tested.
Yeah, that does feel a little bit true. I will concur. Arjun now finishes up that Leandres, will be hurting a lot more. Burning away at the health bar. Just that little much more, and should feel pretty good for himself, honestly. He is, you know, while down in gold a little bit, it's not really anything to talk about. It's really the mid lane now, as, you know, for one disaster fight, Betty picking up a double kill does now find himself in a very healthy position, looking to get that Gwinsu's online ultimately, but for now at least, will have the combat power to burn through these health bars as long as the setup's there for him. And while it was Woody losing his flash to start off what was an amazing engagement down the bottom lane, it's still Caster that can look for that flash impale. Shogun, no cleanse as well, so any CC landing on him will stick. The Rift Hero being started up. Do Talon want to challenge it? It looks like for now at least they are willing to just relinquish, give this one over. Fofo peering his head down. I mean, just please be careful. How many times has Silong landed a nutty Nautilus hook that has resulted in disaster?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Talon though is his primary role is not to be in the team fight, it's to enable the team fight. He's going to get that equalizer down. It's going to be about setting up the damage so that Betty can come down and finish them off. So I think for the most part he's doing reasonably well. I think the fact that he's only 100 gold behind, it speaks volumes given that he's already died twice as well. So look, Talon have held us off pretty well. Unfortunately, not enough to the point where we've got the Ruinous Artican on. They definitely slowed the pace down to the state that they want to play.
Yep. You know, things have definitely settled down since level 1, which is ultimately where the action started. I mean, the position Vikings found themselves in was honestly off what was a pretty intelligent level 1, where they just sat in the mid bush, they swept it, they knew they weren't spotted, and as soon as Fofo had committed to being mid lane, Shogun and Silong just walk through next to that Raptor pit and force him off the wave, immediately flashing on him. They don't let him get the XP for level 2. Flash, stun from the Nautilus and a kill, and from that moment forward, you never really were going to be able to get any form of mid lane priority. And just utilize that to send Silong to whatever lane he wants to go to and open up the map. But in saying that, the state of the game was a lot worse 3 minutes ago. Talon did definitely bring it back. They're not a team to bow out of any fight. They're not the kind to, oh, we're down, you know, 3k gold, let's just play slow. No, they're going to look for their options. They're going to take intelligent fights. And I mean, that is ultimately their pathway to once again evening up this 2k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, I still think, yeah, Talon scales just that little bit better into the late game in terms of just the 5v5 fight. Yes, look, Vikings are going to have a lot of damage, so if they can isolate targets, they more than likely should be fine. But that's just not how the game works at the moment. In the current state, you are going to be looking for the 5v5. You are constantly going to be brawling in those team fights. So Vikings, positioning-wise, are going to have to be just pitch perfect.
Yeah, now, Dragon being started up. It is going to go to Talon. Vikings though in the area. Could play for backing out kills, but not going to do so. Arja trying to clear out this Rift Hero. Won't be able to do so. That's going to be the mid lane tower going out. Hopefully able to stop it from getting a second charge. One Electro Harpoon should be able to, but it doesn't connect on it. So ultimately, Silong gets that second charge. Half HP dealt to that inner tower in the middle lane, and ultimately the map now widened up for Kratos and the rest of Vikings.
Unfortunately, nothing really other than the Artican they can buy for. That Drake going down means that there's not much to play for on the bot side. Fofo teleports right up into Kratos. But yeah, those Merc Creds going to delay a decent amount of damage with Woodies.
Woody has to find Guri, but there is no follow-up for the time being. The equalizer certainly is that he's looking for, as Guri just stuck there and the Magnus Storm is getting taken out, and Archie will find it. That's one kill going over, but this Rumble is unfortunately in a rough position. He should go down, but not before offering so much damage onto Cardi. No one able to capitalize on that damage, however, it is just going to be the 2-for-1. Still a positive trade in favor of Talon once again.
But the problem being, it's those heavy hitting 80 carries that are getting...
Oh, Casa finds Silong, and he does try and get away, but dodging out of the piercing arrow. Oh, well, you know, what was it? Well, maybe he can get out of here. Unfortunately, throws his head against the wall still. Oh my God, everyone's missing.
No way.
Silong actually faking. You know, he's making Casa think he's hooking the tower, just to not. What a play.
There is a term.
I can't believe he made it up.
There is a term for what we just witnessed. comedy of errors. Because that's, I think, all you can describe it as. Woody just takes so much punishment here. The equalizer on top. They lock down Guri. Yeah, look, that was a bit rough. Vikings now being put on the back foot. Talon, a brilliant play. And Kratos, not that old take Jace that we've seen in the past. Does take a lot more damage, especially from Fofo, who's just allowed to unleash. But the problem being that the money is going into the pockets of those that really can put it to the best use. And this is just criminal. Shilong gets pinned up, gets chained, dodges the piercing arrow, hits the wall, walks into the brush, and then says, I'm going to die, I'll throw the hook anyway. And Casa just gets hard jebaited.
That is a funny way to have survived, but a way to have survived nonetheless. Now, the game is...
That is
Talon,
on some level tax fraud, I'm sorry.
For sure. Talon's still down 2k, but definitely doing a good job at trying to even out what was a horrendous start to the game. Fofo as well, he's very nearly at 2 items. In fact, Talon in a position now where they feel confident starting up this Arda Khan. Casa doing it solo. I don't think it's going to be committed to. Betty coming up. I mean, really only RJ missing. Has teleport, however, to rejoin his team if he chooses to do so.
It looks like
Vikings have no idea.
They're just gonna. No, they have to know. They just do. Yeah, they do.
Now they do.
Now, but they are about to give this up.
Woody flash. Woody has flash. Woody has flash, but they just. Okay, that is very strange.
They've lost priority. That's the issue. So they've got this very aggressive roster that scales very, very strongly into the early to mid game. They can win team fights off the back of the damage, but unfortunately the game is dragged out to the point where Casa is just such a absolute unit. He's got the unending despair, he's got the Zeke's convergence, he can tank up a lot of damage, and I think this is a really well-read build from Casa here.
Yeah, Casa going to be locking up Silong, who is all but sure to be taken out, and you know, even if Shogun managed to find Woody, which the Emperor's Divide unfortunately is met by the Zonyas. Guri, however, is just getting wailed upon. Betty getting low. Can he get the one more? No, he can't. But Shogun will go down nonetheless. And Cardi is going to have to limp away on a minute amount of HP. And Vikings have unfortunately, much to the same as the Team Secret Wales brethren, relinquished their lead. And Talon have come back from their CFO defeat with a vengeance.
I don't know what Kratos is chasing this. He's not going to have the damage to finish off Casa. But yeah, no, big shutdown into the hands of Aja, who now is winning that matchup, has picked up the Leandries and the Rift Maker. Unfortunately for Shogun, caught out in a pretty rough spot. The one saving grace is that Cardi did still pick up that kill. He's hit that 2-item power spike. And you look at it here, Shulong looked to try and make something of it, but he gets caught by the Impale, dragged back in. The damage was there. The depth charge is never going to land onto anything. Chains of Corruption into Guri as well, which means that he's pinned down. And he was just too deep a bullet time to really find anything, unfortunately. But Shogun, look, it's a bit of gold in the pocket. You take that where you can. And Kratos, again, this impressive Giga Chad top laner that is Jace, did so much in that fight. Really about as much as he could have.
I mean, I think Shogun flashing when he's already got the burn on him was a pretty big mistake.
Oh, look, he's doing it again.
Yeah, Kratos is dead. That is a dead Jace, just out of position, way too far pushed in this wave. And ultimately, RJ is very, very strong. I mean, 2-item Rumble up against this 2-item Jace. It's never going to be really much to speak about. Now, Dragon on the cards for Talon. As their pressure, I mean, much more unrelenting.
Yeah, I think the expiry date has landed for Vikings, unfortunately. They now can no longer... Yeah, I try to be positive.
Well, Kratos lost flash as well in that. Just, you've got to question when you are just completely dead. There's no way you're getting out. And even if you get out, it's like all you've done is deny some gold going over. Your flash is worth a lot more than just giving over 300 gold, in general. Unless it's like a key timing, you know, like
or
you're dying before...
Unless it's a tank Jace.
But unfortunately there, you've just flashed for nothing. And now you're going to be desperately left wanting come the next team fight. But alas, you know, mistakes are made, and it is still a game on our hands. I mean, both teams...
Shulong is definitely looking a lot less comfortable on the Nautilus than he has on the Pike.
I mean, now, don't forget the early game that he put on in this game.
He's missed, I think, a good 4 or 5 hooks into terrain this game, which he should have realistically been hitting if he knew the limits of a Nautilus.
Yeah, but maybe the terrain changed.
Yeah,
you never know.
That was that secret, you know, it was the ghost patch notes.
Yeah.
In the invisible ink down the bottom, we've moved this wall 2 micrometers to the north.
Yeah, no, that is true. But I think the impact he had on this game early on can't be forgotten. Because the fact that this is still a game after how Talon have played the mid-game is only due to pretty much Ceylon and Ceylon alone. The way he was able to exploit pretty much every side on the map. Now, priority over these mid waves actually going the way of Vikings almost entirely because they have a hull breaker. So, you know, it's just a lot harder to take down the cannon minions with that item in the game. Now,
is being teased.
And Azir, Varus, maybe 2 of the fastest Baron takers in the game, especially when paired alongside each other. Woody looking for an engage. He finds a 2-man. Arjun trying to find that equalizer. What effect can it have? It's not having any at the moment as he's burning away at Cardi's health bar. Woody's taken out. Not the most impactful member. As it's going to be Shogun completely blowing up. Woody for Shogun, you'll take that trade every day of the week. And we always talk about this immobile Varus getting taken out at the back end of a team fight while Misfortune struggles with the exact same thing, and we're seeing that put on full display here.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I think that realistically gives over priority for this Baron. Oh, you're on a ward. Buddy, you are on a ward.
No idea. No sweeper. It does manage to dodge out at leads.
Hey, fancy Pete.
He gets out. Still loses his flash. Oh, this is Arja. He's not going to be really under any threat. Cardi and the rest of Vikings got a lot to do to try and deny this Baron. Guri actually losing the vast majority of his health bar now and is pretty much just...
He dies.
1 Q away from going... Oh! He gets it! He gets the Baron! Not even making it into the pit! Just with the raw dog ability, and Vikings are back!
Now that was tax fraud. I'm sorry. You... Casa. Oh boy. Oh, that has directly given Vikings an avenue back into establishing some map control. And Guri had 200 HP at most. And he just throws the Pillar of Flame over the wall and gets the Baron steal. That is possibly the most criminal thing that has happened this entire split in the LCP. Look at it, right here. Pillar of Flame, boom, 50 HP.
Oh, Lord. That is such a rookie mistake from Casa. This guy...
yeah.
No, you see that one ability, you know it's not going to kill, you just hold your smite. Casa unfortunately doesn't, but coming back into life, he finds a massive impale, and you've made one mistake, but by God, you're making up for it. Low health bars as Kratos flashes forward, it's met by Fofo's flash as well. And it's a 2 kill for 1. Cardi being the big member going down, but low health bars here for Talon. Still, Betty feeling confident enough to meet this minion waves. Bot lane going to be the target. The Baron minions there. Guri and Kratos will do a sizable amount of damage, especially with that whole
They've taken the lead back, which is the craziest part of this. This is just criminal. And yeah, Guri should get out. Kratos, he's going to have to run a bit. Oh no, he's a Jace, he's pretty fast, all said and done. They are going to be hunting him a little bit because obviously that would be a Baron buff off the board, but they just don't have the speed to close that gap. They're going to get priority down on the Dragon Pit though at the very least, which is 10 seconds away, and would put them on Soul Point, and it would be in 3rd Infernal as well, which just makes Betty all the scarier. Fofo and Aja as well. So right now Vikings have really just been given a complete and utter bailout, and they might even look to turn this.
Yeah. Looking for the fire here as Castle getting locked up on a nice impale. Arda trying to find the damage there with that equalizer, and by God, it is equalizing the fight as you see Siulong and Guri having their health melted, but now key team fight ultimates missing for the side of Talon, and importantly, Casa left wanting in terms of that HP bar. Arda doing his best here to try and guide Cardi, try and make sure he doesn't join this fight. The Electro Harpoon is hitting and hitting well, but this Dragon should just go over. Guri has the smite, he's going to be able to pick it up. Ultimately, it's Kratos who does so. The damage coming out of Jace, as
that
we all
is the
come to know.
second smite in a row.
Yeah.
Oh boy, these junglers are just toying with disaster. But Vikings given the lifeline here, 30 minutes deep, and somehow they're still finding relevance. I mean, the comp is not. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Honestly, I think that's purely off the back of that Baron steal.
Yeah, I mean, no, ultimately their comp does scale. It's just the team fight.
It is also
options.
that Casa hasn't got the heart steal. He's not going to be able to scale up as much as a Skana normally would.
Yeah, that is true. Just going for more of the early impact, and he had to based on how the game.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think ultimately, yeah, the team fight setup is much more in favor of Talon. But in terms of damage, they don't actually out-damage Vikings. This brand champion.
You get that ward, Shulong. You show that ward who's boss. Huge moves from the support. Clearing vision. He's going to have such a great vision score. Look at it. He's still behind Woody, unfortunately. But hey, what can you do?
Yeah. What can you do?
I joke, but he's actually had a really good game. Like, he's played pretty phenomenally.
Silong?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
aside from the few whiffs, he's played.
Well, one of the whiffs actually saved his life. So.
Yeah. No, it's intentional.
Exactly.
Well, hold on.
That one wasn't a whiff.
Until we know for sure, it was intentional.
That's right. That's right. No, he has very much. I mean, the fact they're even in the conversation this game is off the back of him, because they definitely played mid-game poorly, being that they were so far ahead and relinquished that lead at all. It was saved because Curry, capitalized on Casa missing Smite. But still, Talon, they have the setup again. Like, they are not out of this game. The Baron was lost. Okay, whatever. You didn't lose much off it. It was one singular bot tower. Yes, it's a big amount of gold, but it's not big enough to really swing the tides of this game. Betty's now level 17. He's got his 4 items online. He's actually ahead in terms of those items, mainly because Shogun has more expensive items that he's trying to purchase. In fact, he might even have the Infinity Edge. And there it is. He has the Infinity Edge. He is going to be outputting massive amounts of damage. This game, though, very, very difficult for him to find a bullet time, because as soon as he does, if he equalizes up, that's landing on his head, and he's having to move immediately.
Yeah, Guri also having to be a bit careful, because he has had a tendency to blow up pretty quick. I think the Zonya's going to keep him in the conversation a little bit longer. That Pyroclasm can be a problem. Casa, he's stolen it.
Yeah, no stun, so he's just able to walk on out of there. Yes. Oh, this is building up. The tension is rising.
This is, unironically, this, I feel, is a better game than even what we saw out of CFO Talon. Just because, the steals, everything's going on, the comp is a little bit more diverse than what we've been used to seeing. So it is brewing to, again, want to get another amazing match, arguably one of potentially the best matches of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously still a lot to go through. It is soul points now for Vikings after the back of that Dragon that we did see 3 minutes ago, and 2 minutes until that's live, Baron live. Each time these mid waves are being approached on by both these AD carries, you get more and more nervous. This time Betty feeling fairly safe as only Kratos in the area, and Talon definitely here to support. Fofo trying to offer some insight as to what's going on around the map. Cardi not going to get hit by that electro harpoon, so we'll be fairly high in health.
Fofo setting up the soldiers, so they are posturing for this Baron take.
Yeah, we'll be able to tank it up pretty well with this Skana. Shulong does miss that hook there onto Arja. Could have resulted in a massive team fight.
They have no idea about the flank.
Woody's found a flank. Woody has flash. He's gone in, but he's only loaned it onto Guri. But Guri has no way out. He's going to go Zonya's. The Impale's there. The damage is there for everyone.
Oh
the
my!
bullet time is massive. But Betty is still full on HP. There's low health bars everywhere on Summoner's Rift. Nobody, however, has gone down. And with that, the tension will once again rise.
Guri somehow stays alive there. No way Talon are posturing this again. Just purely off the back of timings. The fact that 2 of them, the mid and top laner, have headed back. There are teleports available, though, from what I can see. So they should be back in just a moment. They are going to be teleporting right in from the back lines in the top. It's too far away.
They are too far. The Baron's going down. Guri, much the same. And they teleported to top lane, but your carries, Vikings, are in mid lane, and Shogun goes down. Silong does as well, and that's 3 members down, and Baron over to Talon. Dragon soon to follow, as Talon have what it takes now to look to close out game number 1.
Casa just with the massive read to just come back anyway. They've got the damage to do that Baron, and as a result, Viking lose two vital parts of the puzzle. In fact, three technically with Shulong going down as well. But I mean, that entire fight posturing around the Baron, Shulong I think missed all of his hooks there. So they really couldn't find the finishing blow onto anyone. And Talon are going to look to use this to end.
The Impale lands. Kratos does flash away, but there's so much damage coming down. And the Emperor's divided to Kani. It's everyone on Talon still up and available. Siulong and Guri will be there though, as Guri does get the respawn off. Health bars very low. Keep eyes on the flames. Keep eyes on Shogun. There's the bullet time. Castle will go down, but the Nexus is the prize for Talon as they win game number 1 in fantastic fashion.
No doubt that is one of the best games we have seen all split, and it was just on a knife's edge, and it came down to Casa. So that fight, that handshake fight around Baron, both teams walk away with all members alive, but the crucial mistake for Vikings is that their mid and top laner head back to Fountain to heal, and their best option back into the fight is top. They had no way to conceivably threaten that, and Casa identifies the fact that they backed off. He didn't go back to base. He just backs off, get it to mid HP, knows full well that Betty and Fofo can just shred the Baron that quickly. That was a massive recovery from Talon, and possibly one of the most clutch series of events that we are going to see.
Yeah, look, you see it on your screens there, coach and staff talking to Casa. Hey, buddy, you see a flame pillar on the Baron, you don't smite it at 12k, you wait a little bit. That flame pillar is not going to outsmite a smite, but if you do allow it to by risking it, it does go over. I mean, I will be entirely honest. Talon played this game 15, 20 times better than Vikings. They were so far behind, but they played mid-game a lot better. They unfortunately, you know, a smite mistake around the Baron let Vikings still be able to play this game, but they never truly got anything off it. They got one tower, but every single fight, the setup for Talon was far more impressive than Vikings. Shogun was 4-0 and didn't really do anything after that. Yes, there were some big bullet times, but not big enough to ultimately carry them.
I hate to be critical, but that was a 4v5. I'm sorry, the Jace did nothing that game. 8k damage is just nothing. That is nothing in the grand scheme of this fight. He was dying solo. There are so many more top laners who, if they picked it up for Kratos, which he has characteristically played other top laners, so it's not like this was the only option. There is more that could have been done out of that top lane that would have assured victory for the Vikings.
I'm not going to say assured victory, because I think a lot of the mistakes actually came out of the bot lane jump.
Made it more viable than what this Jace off.
I think the biggest mistake was the bot lane fight, and we're going to get to see it soon. This was the first fight that started things off. RG gets the 1 kill, but it's going to cost 3 members of Talon's life. At this stage, Shogun picks up 2 kills. He'd already picked up a kill in mid. He's 3-0. That is a sure done game. This Misfortune should never be able to relinquish this lead. Siulong again finds a hook onto Betty, forces out the flash. The bullet time's great. Everyone's having to flash away, and there's no real forward play here as, you know, RJ, yes, he does some damage, but ultimately has to leave, and no one goes down on the side of Vikings outside of only Siulong. They even get this kill onto Fofo. Again, more and more gold being funneled into your carries, and here it is. This is what lost you the game. You are so far ahead, you allow the only thing that could possibly happen, a 3-man Rel ult into a 2-man Impale, and while Shogun wasn't, you know, locked up in there, he does cleanse out of the chain of corruption. It's not enough. He doesn't have the damage to deal with 3 people when your 2 frontliners just get 1 shot.
I'm sorry, but just watching Kratos at every single one of these highlights, that first one, he got a hammer slam off and then lost 60% of his HP. Here, he just dies. And the next couple, he dies solo to Arja in the top lane. Like, if there was anything else coming out of the top lane to provide just that front line, this game looks very, very different and a lot less uncomfortable. This, though, was a standout moment for Shulong. Whether intentional or not, he somehow commits daylight robbery, tax fraud, whatever you want to call it, sidesteps the stone because he makes a mistake and gets out with his life. But yeah, I don't see the value at all that this Jace is currently adding in its current form. It's not there. Guri, the brand was good up until it really sort of fell off. Shogun consistently was just zoned out because of what largely because of Woody.
Yeah. I honestly like I'm hard pressed to fault the Jace this game. I feel like his team offered nothing. Like, every time he came in as soon as a fight would happen. But unfortunately, all the fights are happening on Talon's terms because they have the Skarner champion. Which, again, I don't know why it keeps getting left open in the pick-back
It is now got a positive win rate.
It started out like 0-3, and now it's back to positive because, you know, it started out when good teams were against good teams, and it was like, well, the better team has won on this game, or the good team offers it up to the worst team and still capitalizes on, you know, some of its weaknesses, and then they end up winning. But, I mean, all things said and done, that's game number one. It was back and forth. The series is certainly building some tension here. We are going to go to a break. Once we're back, we'll see if Vikings can viably come back for that first place position.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có vị trí 2 vị trí rừng. Sen thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Curry thì mình cảm thấy rất là có cái kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng bắt rô.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết, ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có 2 vị trí AD, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
And game number 2 on the horizon. What a ripper of a game to start this series off, honestly. Vikings with one of the most phenomenal early games I've ever seen, into completely tossing it away, and Talon capitalizing it and never really relinquishing it until a smite fails, where it's like, oh my lord.
Very nearly lost his watch privileges there.
Yeah.
Like that was, Guri almost took the watch, the house, everything. That was criminal. There was some really criminal moments that game. I mean, Shilong surviving out of nowhere. But I mean, look, I think there was a pretty significant disconnect between Vikings and what realistically was the best play style for the comp.
Yeah.
They just committed too heavily into the 5v5. That's not where the comp thrives. It's about that poke damage and then collapsing in for the finish.
Yeah, and I think ultimately if they are going to 5v5, it has to come off the back of Guri being in a safe position, because when it comes to their team composition, the champion ultimately that's going to rip through that Skarner health bar is Brand. He's got that burn damage through the Leandries. He offers a significant amount of percentage max health damage through the passive. But every single fight started off, Talon identified their win con, locked down the Brand, and this fight is a lot easier. They did it on repeat. Guri was targeted. Shogun wasn't allowed to really find that much effectiveness out of his bullet times. He was often taking people pretty low, but never low to a point where Talon felt like they had to concede a fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as much as they do bully the Jace, I think it largely came down to positioning and the way they approach those fights. Hammer form Jace is not what thrives there. It is the range form. It is being able to play those side lanes, control the momentum.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, I think it largely does come down to what Jace was pre-patch to what he is now, and still having a bit of that identity crisis.
Yeah, I think so somewhat. I also just don't know that he got the most of the opportunity to do anything, because ultimately he was responding fast to what was happening, but his team was just dying faster, was the problem. Nocturne on the rift here once again. This time it's going to be Vikings picking it up. No Skarner to answer, so we're going to have to find some form of jungler. I mean, there's obviously the Xin Zhao and the Wukong still in play. Kai'Sa for Betty.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard response. I do rate this for Guri. As much as the brand is solid, especially in dealing with the Skarner, it definitely felt like a bit of a handshake. Or you're going to get the Skarner, we'll take the brand as a response. I feel like putting Guri on something that is a bit more decisive in terms of playmaking is going to be largely more effective for this Vikings roster. I wouldn't be surprised if we also see the Orianna come in. Just it is an iconic combo in the meta at the moment, offers so much. Ashe is, again, it feels like in an interesting state where she should be a lot better than she currently is, but I think because of the picks that we're seeing out of top, jungle and mid, she does fall off a little.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun fact for you, I don't know if you knew this, but for the side of Talon, Xin Zhao's name is actually Xiao Xin, because they'll be playing in Mandarin on their PCs, of course, and it turns his name around to be how it would be known in China. So yeah, there you go.
Xin Zhao and talented, it would be, but Udyr coming out as well for Fofo.
Not for Fofo.
Fofo's picked this time around. I would rate it. I would rate it.
I know you would, but I think Tryndamere.
I think Fofo. Fun fact mentioning Tryndamere. Those who may not know, Ashe and Tryndamere are of course married.
Yes. Yeah. I think it was based off the CEO, I believe. I think his wife might be named Ashe, or at least that's what I heard.
He goes by Tryndamere.
You know, information on the internet is generally believable.
But look, as we get into it, Shulong again, unfortunately, the other sub-Nordic support being banned away from him. Nautilus, it was good, but it definitely didn't feel as comfortable as necessarily the fight does. Or maybe it's the case that he doesn't play the Nautilus as frequently. And Orianna copping a ban before it can come out for Kratos.
Yeah.
The Aurora as well.
Now, does Talon opt into an Elise pick? Because I at least feel like they're steering down the barrel of Ceylon just picking up Elise if they don't themselves. Yeah, there we go.
That, plus, I mean, Ashe is going to really struggle into an Elise.
Yes, I think, I mean, less so the Kai'Sa Elise being a good pairing, more so the Elise Ashe being a ridiculous...
Much more potent.
Yeah, exactly. It means Kai'Sa essentially can't play the lane in a 1v1, 2v2 setting, but they are more than likely to lane swap anyway, given they are Ashe against Kai'Sa.
Now I'd rate this, and it's coming. Is this a Shulong any support?
It is.
I'm here for this.
It could go mid, but I
this has got to be a Shulong. I mean, this is a throwback.
We're about to find out. It could very rarely go mid. And now
to be fair, both of them could be.
Now I don't know. I imagine this is mid. I imagine the...
what?
Is mid. Rise is going to be the mid.
No way.
Yeah.
We're getting everything.
So Rise is being played in the LPL, notably by Doinby, 400 CS per minute, CS hack, Doinby, Rise, whatever that Twitch spam is. But this time it's going to be Cardi. So he's going to be on the Rise. It's a champion that scales well. It does well if you are able to, you know, reasonably range or like stay in a reasonable range of your opposing laner. With the Talia being hovered, if that is the lock-in in a 1v1 lane, it will not stay or do well in terms of the range difference in the middle lane. It will be locked in as well.
I rate this. And I can understand exactly how we've ended up in this position, because ultimately these two teams are in playoffs. The difference being first or third, realistically. So it's much of a muchness for teams of this caliber that I don't think they're going to suffer too greatly if they miss out. But if you are Vikings, you gamble a little bit here on these picks, and it takes you to a game 3. There's still a lot left in the pool that you can utilize.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that somewhat is it, right? You're not risking too much. You are, I mean, I think coming first is a massive advantage.
Oh, absolutely.
Being in the playoffs at any point, if you're the best team, you're going to win the playoffs. That's, you know, in theory how it works.
I think it's Vikings just understanding where they ultimately stand in the leaderboard. Yeah. Obviously, they are clearly not better than Talon. Talon have proved that they are just the better team after that first match. Vikings realizing that they aren't infallible. They do make mistakes. And I think they've resigned themselves to like, hey, we lose this, probably we're going to lose this anyway. If we win this somehow out of nowhere with some cheesy picks, we take it to a game 3, and then we can focus on it there. Yeah, I think ultimately Vikings just realizing we don't suffer too much from it.
Yeah, I also am interested, like maybe because Ceylon being a player, a support that does play Elise, And we saw, you know, the Shin come out as an answer to the Elise yesterday. Maybe it's Ceylon realizing, you know, Annie with the shield she provides also does return damage, has a stun. Elise, if she does get stunned up, is extremely squishy. We saw, you know, evidence of that when you got taunted by the Shin. You can viably actually look to take down this Elise. And
Annie
being
also
very
has
strong
a
early.
reasonably long attack range.
Yes.
So when, you know, trying to zone out Woody, that electrocute coming into play is going to mean that Woody definitely has a bit of a rough time. I wouldn't be surprised, ultimately, if Talon opt into a lane swap.
Yes, I wouldn't either. I think they should. While they do have a strong support in the Elise, it's a massive range disparity between Kai'Sa and Ashe. And, you know, with Ashe having slows on her auto attacks too, it's very easy to find yourself in a hugely problematic position on the Kai'Sa early on in the game. And you see it here. I mean, they're actually opting into a recall, but
I think the wild thing is, Bacardi, this is about to be either the biggest feast game or the biggest famine game. Just because they're going to have a lot of threat out of the ultimate, they're going to be able to reposition very, very aggressively once that 6 comes online, which means they're going to be able to threaten objectives just a little bit more cleanly. Because all of a sudden, you know, you're coming from a vastly different angle than Talon necessarily expected. Plus the Nocturne on top of that, plus the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Yeah, I think this is an ingenious roster from Vikings, but very much a high-risk, high-reward one.
yeah, absolutely. Now, it is the lane swap coming through. Kratos up in the Elko.
So Vikings are going to do it again. They're just going to send the duo mid, give themselves some priority around the map.
This time, importantly, though, Woody's staying there. So there's no massive 2v2 or 2v1 advantage. There is going to be at least Woody here to provide some support for his mid laner. Still, it's pretty difficult for Talia in this situation, being that she is just a mage level 1. You know, mages requiring levels a lot of the time to find a lot of combat power and won't be able to have that level 1, especially against Ashe.
Shilong's getting some distance out of that emote. The singed forehead. I rate it. I think he's missed a few opportunities and he's thrown that out in the Nautilus. He's kept it here in for the Annie.
Split map from the junglers. Nothing all that surprising. And also giving Cardi a lane where he can very much outrange and bully you there in many ways. Has Phase Rush and Ghost, so going to be exceedingly mobile. I'm also interested to see how he uses the Realm Warp. It's actually not the easiest ulti to find a lot of usage.
So we're not actually seeing Rise mid, it's Speedy Smurf.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just going to be running real quick.
I like that one. Oh, there's the taco. You know, when I first came into the PCS in 2023, there was a team that had 2 people on it called Taco, one with a C and one with a K. So I think, you know, you yourself being a fairly experienced caster would realize the difficulty in casting those 2.
C Taco, K Taco. Yeah, that would be a fun one. Taco and Taco. The 2-for-1. Look, it would be ideal if it was a bot lane, Joe, because you just call it a 2-for-1.
Yeah, true. Wasn't though.
No, yeah, it's split map, so you got top lane Taco and probably, I'm assuming...
Jungle.
Yeah, jungle, so... Hey, look, the 2-for-1, and he's dead.
Yeah, okay. I mean, interested to see what happens there, but Kratos may be meeting the same fate. There are difficulties sometimes at diving in Bessa, but not this time for Talon. Pretty clinical, all things considered.
Yeah, I think Fofo catches Shilong. Follow up there from Woody. It's pretty terrifying. The Ignite's dropped. So yeah, I think... Oh no, I think Cocoon into the follow-up. Yeah, the steps back into it too. That's rough.
Welcome to Elise.
Yeah. That's why you play around the minion waves.
Yeah, I think just thinking there was no way he's in range, but
even with that, they are still behind.
Who?
Every lane is still behind. Oh, sorry, never mind. I was reading it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair,
when you said that, I looked at things. I'm like, wait a second. Literally, no one's behind. I mean,
it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Udyr slightly.
Yeah. But in a lane swap against the Rise, that was kind of to be expected.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Although Kratos did get dove.
Yeah.
Bet he's going to feel pretty good about that.
Well, to be fair, I wasn't wrong until I specified that I was looking at Talon. They're all behind. It was the Viking were.
Oh my lord, he gets caught again. No, actually this time it's Shogun. The Pal comes out. Woody, you know, toying with the idea of going in, but ultimately will decide against it. Now, Castle being on this dragon is known. And looking aggressively. Long, the double stun. Woody's going to have to flash away. Does clear enough distance.
No.
But the stun coming through there onto Shogun is going to force his cleanse out as well. Flash still available for him, but
they then completely lose any real threat onto this dragon. I think the realistic situation was Guri just sort of hard farms to 6. And that was going to be your best bet. Because, I mean, Bofo still has some kill threat here onto Shogun if Vikings aren't careful.
Especially now that Castle's there, the stun comes through, and will be a bit of damage coming through from Shogun as well with the empowered auto attacks, but definitely nothing that is going to truly threaten the Talia. Void Grubs.
Yeah. I mean, the public execution as well coming online there for Kratos means that he can sort of fold down and help the team. Shulong going to get some health and mana back, and Cardi has rotated up as well.
Yeah, but this is going to be a 4v5 very quickly. Fofo is going to get looked at. There's a ghost there available. The flash, the auto attack's good enough for Cardi. He is going to almost certainly go down. Yes, Ozzy finds the flash, stops that round warp, and will claim himself the kill, as well as that first of the feat secured, the feat of warfare. But in the meantime, 3 Void Grubs picked up at least for Vikings, so it wasn't all for Nord. In fact, it was a beneficial trade in their favor, as they were able to secure an objective as well as the kill. Long pressuring onto Betty, but not with the flash, so won't actually be able to close the gap.
Yeah, unfortunately, Caddy does burn a lot there, so won't have flash, won't have ghost, won't have the realm warp either, which means that I mean, when they will be up, but at least the realm warp will be up for the next lot of objectives, so they still have that potential for a pinch in on the backside. But you look at it, it was good damage, I have to admit, coming out of Caddy onto Fofo. He did great footwork there to avoid a lot of the damage. But unfortunately, at that stage, it was just too late. You had the rotation up from Arja as well, who is going to pick up a kill. And I mean, not the perfect champion for Gold to go on to, but it does just accelerate him in that build and making him just that much harder to kill.
Yeah, definitely not the most killable champion this game. There is some damage coming through, of course, from Ashe, Ambassador, and Rise, but I mean, if you're focusing that on the Udyr, it's not going to feel all that great. Shogun admittedly probably is going to have to at many points of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the biggest problem every time we have seen an Udyr in play, is that the other team's AD carry just cannot get through that sizable health pool. And I'm pretty sure, I have to look up the numbers, but I'm pretty sure Udyr currently, that's a...
Guri being fouled. Actually, no, Guri rather finding Woody, but others have to flash away. Then Chana Kratera comes through, the Weevil's Wall as well, more so as a dissuasion than anything else. And ultimately, nobody going down there. It is just the flash lost, the cleanse as well for Betty.
Great arrow out of Shogun into that choke point, and I mean, you had Shulong with the stun charged up as well.
Shulong is very willing to throw out emotes. Luckily, there's a good chance that Talon don't see them because they've probably muted them.
Look, wouldn't be the worst idea, honestly. But down the bot side, Caddy has the Catalyst, has the tear, it's charging up. Woody's back in the mid lane. You wouldn't know that Betty was the AD carry in this matchup.
No, he's been solo laning this whole time. Yeah, I mean, just not all that much kill threat for either of these top laners, realistically. Oh my lord, okay.
Okay, sorry, no, Udyr has lost once. It's currently 7-1.
That's a daunting scoreline. Woody using his repel aggressively and just completely sending it. A very uncharacteristic mistake from him. But does give over gold now to Vikings, as they are, in fact, ahead in terms of that gold lead. So, feeling very good about the mistake that Betty did make. It won't be too impactful for him, though, hopefully, as Dragon spawning still in 1 minute. Still going to have time to get back out on the map. Set up for the vision control. Arja's going to claim himself and get another plate. Back on out.
Kratos wants it. Look, yes, he's getting good damage out, but ultimately it is an Udyr. It's just a crazy amount of sustain in that kit, crazy amount of wave clear, and just a very, very frustrating amount of mobility as well. So Kratos realistically doesn't have a lot of kill threat until we see an item come up for him. They're both going to back off, and what will likely be, I would have thought, a lane swap, potentially sending Cardi up to the top side with Grubs 20 seconds out. Drake 20 seconds or 30 odd seconds out as well. It's going to be interesting to see where priority is for Vikings. Do they opt to get the 6 scrubs all said and done and hand over a second Drake? I think that's what it's looking like.
Yeah, at least for the time. Talon, though, seemingly wanting to contest the same objective.
Oh, Shogun.
Yeah, Shogun does have to be mindful of his positioning. Udyr not going to be ultimately that killable. The Ghost coming through. Talon with the flash. Stun does land on the 2. Arja being locked up for a very long time and will be taken out. And Cardi just absolutely gliding around this team fight. Caster dodging out of a lot of damage. But with the public execution coming through, that will be no longer. And back will go all of Talon as 3-4 members taken out in one fell swoop with only Betty left alive, and Vikings are looking hot here in game number 2.
Vikings can then split the difference, which is the crazy bit. They could pivot straight from the Grubs into that Dragon. They've got the priority. Casa is going to be coming up, but I think the smart call is hold off on the Drake for the moment, use Kratos to get that priority down in the bot lane. Guri, allow him to back, come in with a full item, and that's when you can start looking to get that second, well, at least your first Drake up, and at that point, the feat of monster slaying. But this is just huge out of Sulong. The fear in, boom, stun on to 2. Cardi just pumping out damage. A Charter Crystal Arrow means that Aji is a non-factor because he's not tanky enough to be surviving it. Down in the bot lane, picture in picture. Kratos wanted to fight Woody a little bit. I mean, it was just brilliant from start to finish from Vikings. They've definitely felt like that last game gave them a bit of a kick, and now they're starting to play a lot cleaner.
Yeah, just a great fight executed there by the side of Vikings, who once again here, second time this series, they find themselves ahead.
No, Tibbers, no.
Oh, he actually regens, so Tibbers was like, oh, no, he's not going to. Yeah.
Free money.
Actually, one of the pets that does regen its health, so you could just back that off and still have it available, but ultimately it's the active that you get the most usage out of here as the support. Annie. Dragon being started, I would believe.
Yeah, he almost soloed out Woody there. Jeepers, that's a lot. I mean, it is an Annie, I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, especially with all the damage item he has.
Annie has a nutty amount of damage in her base kit.
She does.
Crazy.
Monster Slaying's feet now on the board for Viking. Oh, a nice engage here onto Kratos, but he gets the shield out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow isn't going to connect, but they will get the kill. Guri coming in with that paranoia. Down will go Fofo, and unfortunately some proactive play out of Talon is going to go wanting as Casa now here to protect the tower.
Woody. Yeah, look, okay. Good thing the paranoia had just been used. But yeah, look, with the rotation down from Casa, I think that holds off at least on the Noxian Blessing going the way of Vikings, because they are dangerously close from clearing that out. Cardi support is coming. They've got a ward in that brush, so he will know that Sulong is making his way up.
I mean, just a great start to this game.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was crazy ambitious, but just brilliant.
Pays off. Pays off very well. I mean, yeah, Vikings, I mean, they made some mistakes, obviously, in game number 1, but really looking to improve their performance here. Now, I mean, for Talon, where is your strength? It's entirely in Betty. Still, Kaisa not a champion particularly known for dealing well with a rise. So it's going to be ultimately up to Fofo to be able to try and do whatever he can to minimize the effect of this rise, but at least for the time being, hasn't been able to really do much.
Yeah, it's just going to be very rough to give Betty that room, that space to work with so that he can dish out the damage that he needs to. Also, there isn't an insane amount of burst available to Talon to allow Betty to just come in and mop up. Yeah, I think there's a lot that... It's not to say that Talon has a bad draft. I think just Vikings has a draft that deals with it very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, Vikings, they're truly in a position where they should be able to close this one out. There's no massive scaling difference. In fact, they, if anything, have the better later game team fight.
I mean, yeah, Cardi is going to scale crazy in the late game. It's just a lot of damage. Same with the Ashe. Oh, boy.
Arjun now being looked at. He is going to flash away with the public execution there. They found the Crystal Arrow as well, connecting for good measure. And that's yet another pick on the side lane. We're seeing why every team is so willing to and constantly banning this Nocturne, because Guri has just been everywhere on this map, essentially. It feels like Talon can't do anything without meeting this Nocturne straight away.
I wonder if there are any...
Fofo's down 2 level. Now he's back, but... And that's... He's down an entire level and a half without this Rod of Ages passive propping.
It's crazy. See, they're almost inverted in terms of their experience. Cardi's 3-1 and 3. Fofo is 1-3 and 1. This, I think, yeah, this is just synergistically a masterpiece. You look at it, RG, he's contesting. Oh no, I've overstepped. Flashes out. Public execution into, to be fair, clipped by a pixel of that enchanted crystal arrow. That is exactly what this comp is designed to do. You've got someone who's looking to dive in, you've got quick backup in the Realm Warp, and then of course the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I wonder if there's any NBA teams looking for a Vietnamese AD carry. Maybe we see some role swaps transition into other sports. Because he's hitting shots from downtown.
He is. He's doing very well. It's going to be a Talon out once again, going over to the side of Vikings. An Oxygen Blessing was secured in the bottom lane. Betty still trying to scale up, trying to find some items. Ultimately, a lot of this is going to come down to how he can perform on the Kaiser as the rest of the team is somewhat falling apart. Kratos down this bot lane is now the target of 3 members of Talon. He is backing away from the tower, at least for the time being, but Fofo is struggling. The knock-up there, the Killer Instinct, and if you need gold, Betty's able to dodge out of the stun there from the Tibbers. At least, you know, they give over this Rift Herald, they're going to be able to pick themselves up a tower.
And Tibbers, unfortunately, and yeah, you look, they've already positioned themselves into this mid lane. Argy's going to do what he can to try and clear that wave, but Shogun is chipping some big damage onto that tower. Cardi's there as well. No, okay, so they're going to have to back off, but they do have the Rift Herald in the back pocket anyway. So this is, again, there is an expiration date. They might even transition to the top lane. But yeah, look, I have to say though, you remember back in the day when it was Muramana Rise that they used to build and it was just silly damage coming out?
Yeah, I mean, silly damage is absolutely what Cardi will be doing here. Betty, I mean, it feels like the weight of the world is on his shoulders at this point. Look at the gold lead in the jungle, in the mid, in the top, and only really what's close is that bottom lane. But it's not like it's close because both of them are fed and, you know, there's actually items to play with. It's just the rest of the map is so far ahead. It doesn't feel that viable that this Kaiser's going to have the steam to get this one done. Now, admittedly, you know, we've said that before about Talon, and they have managed to do it time and time again. So you can never count this team out.
No, but this is definitely the pacing that I think Vikings would have liked in that last game with that draft that they had, because it would have meant that they weren't as at risk of losing out when Talon did make their strides back into the game. Arja needs to be careful. He's got the unending despair, but we've seen just the global pressure that this Vikings roster has. He could quickly become the team's punching bag and just a free source of gold.
Absolutely. That mid tower obviously did go down. Dragon will follow the same fate.
Break number 2, and with the Cloud Soul up, it's pretty scary. Talon looking to make a play at the top lane, but Sulong's
here once again.
Oh my!
They might just take out Arja. In fact, they do. It looked like it was going to be the public execution, but the tower shot will just do it. And so winning on every side of the map. Here comes the Paranoia. It's going to be here onto Woody, who is almost certain to go down. And Casa will meet that same fate, as just winning everywhere in a dominant way. Cardi still ghosting, running towards Fofo, but will run out of that summoner, and Fofo will get back to safety of his tower.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Baron is 6 minutes away. I think if Baron spawned right now, Vikings would likely be able to take it and then end the game. Kratos. Oh dear. But yeah, Shulong, this Annie is just, it's getting its money's worth. RG just tanks the tower for too long, and the arrow comes in, keeps Woody in position so that they can look for follow-up. And the Paranoia on top of it, they've just closed that gap. Boom, all of a sudden an insanely fed Fury is in on top of you. And I think, to be fair, Casa makes the right call here, which is keep Fofo alive. One of us is gonna die, or both of us are gonna die. I'd rather it was just one of us.
Yeah, no, completely agree with you. Oh, Shogun, he's just sitting 0-0-7. The amount of games of Ashe I've
Support
played
Ashe,
that this has
baby.
happened.
007. Oh no, not under Cardi. I don't think they've got it.
They do not. And Sealong as well as Guru were waiting there. Even if they tried, they would have most likely been wiped.
Still no rawness, to be fair. Again, the flurry of action that then slows down, and those kills then only come after we've hit that cut-off point. Ajit, yeah, cannot fight into this very, very Fred Ambassador. I mean, Eclipse and Black Cleaver. All you've got is the Unending Despair, the Fimbulwinter as well offline. This is possibly the worst position I think we've seen an Udyr in.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. At least so far. Obviously, many more games to be played next week, but I'm struggling to find
the implication being that there could be a worse Udyr game coming.
Yeah, it's definitely problematic. I mean, Vikings have been so smart with their lane swaps. I think that is where they're finding so much success. Is their understanding of the lane swaps, when to send, you know, bot lane mid, when to send the bot lane top, or however they want to position them, has just always managed to get themselves a massive advantage. And that's what we saw in game 1. They did relinquish it that time. This time in game 2, much the same has happened, and they're looking a lot better at not making these huge mistakes. I mean, Betty's still yet to get 2 items, and without the Gwinsus, there's no realistic way they're going to be able to contest. I mean, Cardi just feeling confident enough to stand up there, doesn't get hit. RJ's going to be able to get out of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so that's one engagement tool now going to be missing. A stun onto Kratos here is going to allow Betty, but the public execution gets him back off to the other side of the team fight, and Casa quickly becomes the punching bag of MKVE. Kratos waiting on the side, he's going to be located, but he's going to be able to take out RJ, who does just now lose his flash for naught. Double kill, going over to Guri.
Toxic jungler behavior. He could have let Shogun have that, but no. To be fair, I think when you are this fed as a Nocturne, the more money the better. Cardi as well. The fact that Cardi had that pressure to just own them off, and it wasn't a fairly chaotic fight. Kratos, well, overcommitted, but still finds that bailout with the public execution to get back so they can then jump on and finish off those targets. They're going for a potential dive attempt here for Woody. That's
they have to find
bold.
something. They landed here onto Siu Long. Can they get a kill here? No, they can't for the time being. Yes, actually, eventually they do, but Cardi pulling the trigger now. He's ghosting on out. Kratos as well is looking for Betty, and Betty, who stayed deathless while his team has been punished, will now meet his final fate. That is it. The first death for him, but a big and impactful death.
Oh, Guri! He almost pulled a honk here, but not quite. Does just get it over the line, get it finished. Yeah, look, it feels as...
Oh, God. Okay,
yeah.
Casa does dodge out.
It feels as if there is just an element of Vikings throwing caution to the wind, at least off the last couple of plays. Yes, they are very, very far ahead, but I think they find themselves in a position where a couple of just very, very hefty overcommitments cost them.
Kratos playing this fantastically, though. Finding Fofo, gets himself out of danger, and ultimately leads to just a very clean team fight. Eventually, yes, Silong does go down, but, I mean...
The thing is, the public execution onto Fofo wasn't intentional at all. He was just trying to get to the back of the clump of champions that were in front of him. Fofo just happened to walk into the very tail end of it. Yeah, Cardi turns around, pumps out some damage. Shulong, it's great. Both supports just trade out. It's a martyrdom, unfortunately, for Shulong. And then Kratos in from the backside. They can isolate Betty, who is a much more viable target in terms of wanting to shut down than Fofo at this point. It's crazy that this is easily the worst game Fofo has had, and it's purely because Vikings have out-macroed them.
Yep, absolutely. Betty now have 2 items online, so still matching relatively well.
That is not something you see every day. An Ambassador doing the most damage on the Rift with a Rise in play.
Yeah, by a considerable margin as well. So, I mean, it's just Vikings are just completely wiping.
Shulong single-handedly gaps the entirety of Talon. That's insane too.
Yeah, it's a worrying position. I mean, ultimately, you have to keep questioning the pick bans. Like, why, if the entire arguing down the side lane, why, if this Nocturne has been so prevalent in our drafts, do we randomly leave it open here? In what is ultimately, you know, it's an impactful game, being that you get to skip an entire stage of the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. Look, it's just crazy that this comp is... I mean, to be fair, this is what the comp was designed to do. You've got 2 laners that can fight. You've got a mid laner who can relocate pretty effectively. You've then got an Ashe who can contribute globally with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow plus the Paranoia that engages from range. So any fight that Talon think they've conceivably gotten a 1v1 or even a 2v1 is likely quickly turning into a 3, if not 4v1, 4v2, 4v3.
I don't know what we've seen. I mean, Talon as well has been putting on the pressure there with the Tibbers. He's been constantly flashing forward, finding multiple stuns, and has ultimately dictated the pace of most of these fights alongside Guri with that Paranoia you mentioned. Baron now started up. Actual ward there, the one ward that Talon do have is not going to be able to spot it out, and in fact, you know, they're walking in, it's down to half HP.
Too long.
Silong's just waiting there. Betty spots it out with that Void Seeker. The stun comes through, but it's onto Kasa. That's a really good public execution. Going to be able to lock up Kasa. There's no access to the pit. RG now in the middle of everyone, and down he will go. There's a lot of damage though. Fofo trying to turn it. Betty picks up one. He's trying to find the damage. The cleanse comes out, but there is nothing he can do. Fofo once again having to use that Weaver's Wall to relocate, get himself out of harm's way. And it's just Fofo against 4 members of Vikings, as with Baron they march down your base.
That is game. There is no two ways about it. The only way it's not is if somehow Fofo lands the knock-up onto all 4 into the fountain.
He's landed at least onto Cardi for now, as he's going to get rooted up. The flash still available for him. He gets out of Kratos' way, and now Woody does respawn, so the game has managed to stay alive. And Talon, if they were to bring this one back, it would be the most miraculous recovery of a game in League of Legends history. But I don't think Vikings are going to allow it. And take a look at this. It's just, I mean, no access to the pit from Kasa. RJ, I mean, he buys a bit of time. That Shogun cannot get through him that quickly, but it's not all that impressive, and all they really get is the one.
Yeah. And I mean, the shutdown there. It's crazy that the kill they get still provides as much gold as it does, because that is still a shutdown on Silong, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because he's 4 and 10. He's just had an absolutely stunning game. He's got the Rylai's in the back pocket. So even though... look, it's crazy to me. Actually, it's really not that crazy. It's funny to me, rather, that the answer to the Elise support is just someone that bursts harder and in a bigger area of effect.
Makes sense in isolation. I'm sure there's ways around it. But yeah, a good answer from Vikings. It's looked good. The Nocturne obviously being a massive power pick to flash forward, and will not connect there, unfortunately. Public shooting up through, and oh my god! You say pop like a balloon, that was a much bigger pop, as the entirety of Talon are wiped in one fell swoop, and Vikings will take us to a game number 3 to decide the first place of the first ever LCP regular season.
That is a wombo combo with a large chocolate shake as well ordered. Please proceed to the second window. Unfortunately for Talon, they go hungry. Vikings are feasting.
They absolutely are 1-1 now, and I mean, Talon looks so infallible at the very beginning of the season. They keep going and look better and better and better, but now they've met their match. CFO first, they take them down in a 3-game series. It's now Talon in the exact same position. They're going into game number 3, and they've got to find some way to bring it back, to somehow recalibrate, find their feeting, I suppose, in this game. But Vikings, all the momentum going into this last one.
Yeah, it's the power of the VCS, baby. I am officially a VCS stan. And look, you look at that first game. What was ultimately the downfall of Vikings was misplays. Not massive misplays, but a series of misplays that ultimately added up and gave Talon that opportunity to get back in the game and pull out the victory. This was not an option for Talon. Game 2, they did not have a say in how that played, because the draft out of Vikings was so overwhelmingly oppressive, and it speaks volumes that how dominant that game was. You look at the numbers. My God. That is the worst game we've seen out of Talon, not because they're a bad team, but because Viking understood the assignment, picked the draft that worked, and played it near to perfection.
Yeah, I definitely inclined to agree. I'm still bewildered by the fact Nocturne was allowed through. I really cannot understand it. It's been doing exceptionally well in its games, and to already have Skarner gone, it's not like you're making a trade for a really good jungler. Xin Zhao ultimately he's a good brawler. Can he brawl the Nocturne? somewhat, yes. I mean, Nocturne's early game is still arguably better in many ways. But you get to level 6. Every single play that Talon went for was immediately answered by Guri, who was just a lot stronger than Kasa and completely ran away with it.
I mean, this was just, again, it was cinema that we were seeing. This is probably the brightest moment for Talon in this entire matchup. I mean, Cardi, look, to be fair, he grieves in this situation, which is why he ultimately dies. But again, it has completely no impact going into the later stages of this game. There was just too much AoE damage in these team fights. Guri goes in, you follow it up with Shulong, who's just pumping out damage. I mean, how often can we just not talk about Kratos for a second as well? Like, that guy on the Ambessa is just an absolute monster. He truly is the god of war.
Yeah. I mean, nearly looking at making the Ambessa look as good as Jace is always impressive, but yeah, just, oh my lord. Yep, that hit.
I'd be curious to know the exact numbers of, like, the CC score in this game is going to be absolutely insane from the side of Vikings. You look at these combos, when they land, you've got players who are CC'd for a good 8 seconds between the Fear, between the Enchanted Crystal, between the Public Execution, and they were always landing it on targets that were important. I mean, even here, Kratos overextends, he tries to run. He has no idea Fofo is right here, walks into the very tail end of the Public Execution, and that gives Kratos his out.
Yeah, and then he just manages to find a way back in. Actually, just RJ flashes into his waiting arms and will be taken out as well. Here, Cardi again, quick fingers, gets out of the stun, and so Sealong is the natural target
sacrifice support.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just there is little to nothing that went wrong here for Vikings. I think if they're playing this comp from behind, it is not nearly as impressive. In fact, I think it falls probably pretty flat. But yeah, look, Kratos, I think, just put on the best Ambessa game we've had all split as well. There have been games where, yeah, it's looked really, really good, but I don't think he missed a single Public Execution. He was always on point, he was ahead, he was doing damage, and the follow-up from the team was just terrifying. Even here, Talon were looking to make a play, but then all of a sudden, Public Execution, the follow-up, Guri's in on the back lines, and just the sheer AoE wombo combo coming out of Vikings, and yeah, there was just nothing when group that Talon could do.
Absolutely not. Game number 2 goes over to Vikings. It's absolute cinema here at the LCP. We get a third game and our very final game of the regular season to decide who comes out first. But first, we've got to go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll see the ultimate victor of Talon up against Vikings.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够 很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的，那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点。对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Vikings Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Vikings Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. San thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí AD, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì ở đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Vikings là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
Boy, oh boy. What way to finish the regular split without the competition for first place going to a third game. Talon up against Vikings. Talon taking game 1. Vikings now striking back, taking game 2 with all the momentum heading into the third game, especially after just how dominant they were.
Yeah, no, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Cool. Now I was going to say, look, yeah, it's great as well. Look, okay, it has been a long split. All right, give me some room. But yeah, no, it's great seeing, especially Vikings go from what was a very, very shaky game 1 to an ironclad game 2.
Yeah.
I don't know what was said by Vikings coaching staff, but they felt like 2 different teams between game 1 and 2. And to be fair, you can't really fault them for a heck of a lot in game 1. Yes, there were mistakes, but they didn't feel completely egregious. Whereas in game 2, it felt like they could do no wrong.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It was Talon who got a hit early. Honestly, actually, just back and forward. It was actually Vikings who got a hit early in game 1, end up throwing it. Talon get a hit early, very minimally, don't get me wrong. It was a very minimal lead. And Vikings just capitalize on every single mistake that Talon made and just dominate. So draft number 3 now up. Wukong banned away, Zyra banned away, Cassante and Callista meet the same fate.
No Cassante in the top lane, which means that...
Not all day.
Yeah, look, to be fair, I think it is indicative of how much Jace has fallen off. The Cassante now is really the big top dog in the top lane. Just it doesn't feel like he suffers too greatly into any matchup, and even if he goes even just a little bit behind, he still does incredibly well with the kit. Victor is going to be banned away from Cardi. And look, I think there's probably a newfound respect coming out of Talon, because that is easily the most under the pump they've been all split. Even the loss to CFO, like both games, it didn't feel like they were that under the heel of CFO. That time round, Viking were just putting Talon to the skewer.
Oh, the Aurora left open. Now, admittedly, game number 3 on Friday. Aurora left open game 3 for Fofo. He picks it up and they do not get the win. So maybe looking to replicate the success of CFO here of Vikings, but it is a scary concept giving over that champion.
Israel Lee Sin locked in immediately as the response for Shogun, and then Guri getting his own champ, ironically enough. I think, yeah, given how deep we are into the jungle picks, about sort of the best that you're looking for at the moment. Pantheon just going to be offering a little bit more, I think, globally in terms of still that sort of brawler role. So I'm not surprised that this is where Casa opts to go.
I think Casa's played 2 games of it, lost both of them though. So I do have concerns over his Pantheon specifically. I think, the best showing we've really had out of it was actually Guwon.
Casa is 1 and 2 at the moment. So he's at least won a game on it. The Gragas at the top lane, I mean, with...
That could be support. We've seen one of them.
I think it probably leans toward RG. He's 100% on it at the moment. Out of 2 showings, so I think it would make sense. And given what is no longer available in the top lane, there is no real great pick into it. So it could be that Vikings opt to pick something that isn't going to do well in the 1v1 and then probably opt into the lane swap.
Sure. There is Israel Carmenel being picked up for the bot lane of Vikings, so most likely we'll be targeting out more of those 80 carries away from Betty, I would dare suggest, while the opposing side likely to try and target out some of those mid laners. Perhaps tops, but I don't feel like there's any particularly strong tops left up.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Israel at the moment, a 50% win rate, so he's 8 and 8. So it hasn't been a bad run per se, but it's not been a particularly good run either. So it's going to be interesting. Lulu taken away, which, I mean...
They're thinking Zeri Lulu.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they're reading into with an Israel pick. The big support that I'm looking at here that would have, I think, done a lot for Shilong is probably a Brom, but he definitely is one that leans more into an aggressive support pick to enable his lane. And to be fair, he hasn't played Brom yet. So
Galio taken away as that counter to these AP champs, both mid and top, so it's a double ban, which is a very good decision, I think, coming out of Talon. Being that they do have double AP damage coming through as we speak.
I think we're getting something a little bit out of left field. Something just to me screams that Viking are going to pick something that we haven't seen yet, or at least something that we've seen very little of to try and throw things. I don't know what it's going to be, I just get that feeling. Especially off the back of that last draft, which was just I mean, the Rise Annie, I think I would have called that at all. But Jin as well taken out, which I think is going to do a lot to enable Guri. Means that they haven't got that security of the Jin, which is just phenomenal at playing on the back end.
Yeah. Now, Orianna taken away from the mid lane. Another good, safe champion that Cardi would be more than capable of playing. So now we get to see either top or mid come through for Vikings. It's going to be the Maokai, which will be top. Yeah.
Could be support. Look, I'm probably wrong, and I'm going to be the first to admit that. There is a chance it's Karma top lane, but I don't think that has been relevant for a long time. But yeah, I think Maokai. Look, we could see shenanigans where this pivots into the jungle and it's Guri that heads top. Or it's the Lee Sin rather that hits top. And with a Lucian...
Oh, Betty Lucian is always a pleasure to watch. Lucian Nami would be...
Could even conceively be Lucian Pantheon.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
absolutely
why not? Just
not.
blow him up.
No. You want the enchanters with Lucian these days because of how his passive was changed. But anyway, it's not going to be. It's going to be the Jinx locked in for Betty, and a potential Poppy here stands open still. One of those stronger supports. I mean, ultimately, there was still Rakan if they wanted to go towards it, but Poppy does well to shut down Lee Sin, as well as, I mean, we've just seen Woody perform on this champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a safe pick. It is going to create a little bit of space. Does mean that they also have that turnaround when they do look to engage, and if they find an isolated champion out of Vikings, they are more than likely going to be able to shut it down with the help of the Poppy, denying the flash away or anything along those lines. Leona. So yeah, it's not a support Karma. It's not a support Maokai.
There you go.
It's
mid Karma, top Maokai, and then Leona in the support role. Does well to shut down the immobility of the Jinx, so almost certain to force the cleanse. I mean, Maokai almost solo forces that anyway. And so, I mean, both teams with a decent draft. Karma should be able to withstand Aurora's laning, and honestly maybe even favored with priority in that mid lane. On the top side of things, I mean, just going to be an absolute wet noodle fight.
I feel like Vikings draft just lacks sort of the team fight element. They're going to excel in isolating one target and just blowing it to bits and then moving on to the next. So in a 5v5, it feels similar to that first game draft that they pulled out, which in a 5v5 outright, I think Talon just walk through this Vikings roster. So if Vikings are going to be looking for a win condition, it is about isolating targets. It's about taking scattered fights and just looking to ramp up and demolish this Talon team one by one.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, they have the lockdown, right? The Maokai chooses a target, jumps onto him. You've got Solar Flare to follow up, and most of your damage is just burst coming out of the Karma. Typically, the Malignance and Horizon Focus is often what is built here on the Karma mid lane. It's certainly less powerful than it was last year, but still no slouch when it comes to that burst damage in those team fights. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. Ultimately, I don't think either team particularly favored in the draft. There's just clear identity for both of them, and if either one of them are able to capitalize on their identity, then it should be good. Like we've seen, if you're able to jump on the Pantheon, he uses his spell to deny your damage, but then you burst him afterwards because he is ultimately a lot squishier than you tend to get out of the Wukong or the Xin Zhao.
I mean, he denies damage, but he doesn't deny abilities, so you can still lock him down to set up for that damage afterwards. I think both teams, there's no clear victor. I think ultimately Vikings is probably a little bit more situational. I think they've got a great amount of turn, so I think that the ideal strategy is Talon look to engage, Vikings just chip away between the Karma and the Israel, and then you can look to turn and collapse with the Maokai, with the Lee Sin, and just finish off those blinking health bars. Realistically, Vikings should not be looking for just brawl. It's a poke comp very clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading now onto the Rift, we'll see if Vikings can come up with another creative level 1. I mean, I think that's where Talon has truly been struggling recently. The Mantra Q there on Takasa takes a reasonable chunk of his health away. And at least for now, the two mid laners are meeting in the same lane. But yeah, as I said, I think ultimately, the leads that Vikings have been getting have actually just been off how well they've kept Fofo out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1-3-1 for the majority. I mean, that was mid-game. which is not, it didn't last much longer past the mid game, mind you. So realistically, that's sort of where it ended. 5 kills for Talon that last game as well, which is the least they've had so far this split in any game. Which just Vikings just continue to impress me.
They do. Looking for a lane swap they are, and it looks like this time up to top lane. Fofo, oh no, oh Fofo, he's gonna feel so hard done by. Woody nowhere near to saving him. The pings, you know, he's pinging, he's going up there, get me to a safer lane. The duo lane of Talon now going mid, but Cardi is gonna be a lot better at dealing with this in a short lane than Fofo is in a long one. You see the pings, they're checking the bush up on the top side, not gonna see anyone there as Fofo wisely playing slowly.
Vikings are just using this cerebral warfare. It's psychological. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to psych out Talon. To be fair, Talon likely just have those emotes.
Oh, Fofo, he walks way too far up, but he does start W, so we'll be able to.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does mean that he hasn't really got much in terms of abilities to pick up any sort of CS from range, which, to be fair, is the right play because there is a very real chance that into an Ezreal Leona you die level 1 if you miss position just a little bit. So very, very smart from Fofo. I think he's playing the long con.
Long con is going to have to be, I mean, you're seeing the difference, right? Cardi's already picked up 10 minions, which is, he's dropped 2. Fofo yet to get 1. He'll get his first. There you go, son. He's 1 minion on the board.
He's only behind 200 gold. It's fine. I mean, this is like, this is why, you know, you often opt into lane swaps for top laners because they can do reasonably well without a huge amount of gold. But at mid laner like Aurora, Fofo is just unfortunately in a horrendous spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon wanted to read into what Vikings had done. You know, okay, the last 2 games they put their duo in the mid lane, so let's send our duo in the mid lane this time. But Vikings playing chess.
Oh,
identify the correct lane to go to once again, targeting out Fofo, who is kind of that X factor for this Talon roster a lot of the time. Great job by Woody to deny the forward movement, but the flash is there. Fofo's going to have to flash on out as Guri's here for the dive. Casa, he's not even responding correctly. Oh, okay. No dive for now. But after this crab, very rarely, yeah, no, okay. Casa's coming up. They're going to spot him on this ward. Now, Guri knows that Casa's not directly at the tower, but this could be very bad for Vikings. Sulon goes in and flash forward, and that is a great read. Casa able to turn that one around.
And it's given to Fofo too. I mean, that is just a financial bailout at its finest. So, yeah, look, I think Talon reading the level of aggression that we've come to expect, but Betty caught in the mid lane. I don't think the HP was not going to be there. Plus the Flame Chomp has meant that there was heavy punish. Talon have adjusted, I think, reasonably well into the way that Vikings are approaching this game.
Fofo even dodging just out of that Sonic Wave. Oh, it's scary though. I mean, he's now up in gold. I feel so... I can't imagine having to deal with this as Fofo. But ultimately, I mean, for Vikings credit, they have just both games found the perfect way to navigate these lanes. Now, Fofo is going to be coming down to this bot lane. Kratos is going to have to look for the recall. And so now, at long last, Fofo is going to have pretty free access to getting some CS. You see the freeze up in the top side as they shift Arja up there. Agragas much more capable of dealing with the 2v1 than a Aurora will be.
The problem being that Cardi is just really not threatened. The gap close is not going to be that much of a punish in the grand scheme between the shielding, between the damage, between the root as well, and Karma's kit. She should bail out pretty easily, especially if it's an empowered root. She gets some HP back. So, yeah, look, Talon have done a great job of just avoiding what could have been a very disastrous opening fight, but there's still no safe shore at the moment.
Absolutely. But now I think finding correct lane assignments, ultimately. While maybe not ideal that you're laning your duo lane into a Karma, considering she is just going to be completely fine. You've got now a free lane for Fofo. He's going to be able to scale up quite fine against the Maokai. Your Gragas isn't going to be punished by the 2v1.
Yeah, look, I think if Casa had flash there, they might have been able to look to punish, but given that he used it to secure the kill on to Shulong. It's not going to be available just yet.
It almost felt like he just saved the game with that one flash done. Be entirely honest. Now, duo lanes are both going to be able to be present here for this incoming grub fight. Shogun taking a little bit of damage from Arja, and Arja is still very full on HP. Has level 6 as well, which is important. Karma, obviously, yes, will have level 6 too. Not all that impactful considering what Karma's ult is. Second grub going over to Talon as well, and the smite still up and available as Betty getting resets of each of these grubs. Is finding it a substantial amount of damage. And this is the one good thing of having your Jinx up in that middle top side of the map is, you know, when you do contest for those grubs, is going to be able to get those resets off it and pretty much solo deny any forward play. And can honestly get themselves that first Monster Slayer stat.
Not to mention the fact that Shogun has been chunked out here. They need to be very wary of that Super Mega Death Rocket. Guri looking in for a pinch, but I don't think Shogun has the HP to contest this.
Woody getting stunned up, but again, steadfast presence. Great bailout tool for that ability. Going to feel very good. I think Sealong as well may have used Flash to look for that.
A Hex Flash.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. So not the biggest of losses.
Oh, dare say not even a loss at all.
I mean, look, it's a great rune, and Cardi looking for Fofo down on the bot side.
Yeah, between worlds used, but a little bit late. He's locked up for too long, not going to be able to get back to the other side of things, and Casa getting back onto Kratos is going to be able to lock him down. Arja now here, the flash away, the shield and the movement speed that comes with it as well. Going in now towards Arja, but Guri's going to be here. It dodges out of the explosive cask, and now Arja's going to have to flash on out. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get Sonic Waves, and MVKE do get themselves a second. Fofo exceptionally greedy with that Aurora ult.
Yeah, look, I think there was a very real situation where that could have been disastrous for Vikings, but they just had Guri already pathing down. Woody is going to get info onto this Drake, but he's got support in that bot lane duo coming down to meet him. Woody might be able to get the ult off and send Guri packing, but there's no real threat of a steal off the back of it.
Absolutely not. So, is the Dragon picked up. 2 kills as well towards the feet of Warfare. I mean, interesting. Fofo was just super greedy there. They're now looking aggressively onto Guri. Caster's going to be able to collect himself a blue buff, dodging out of a lot of damage. The Super Mega Death Rocket does connect, but doesn't really achieve all that much, as Woody's going to allow his ult to time out, so it goes on the minimized cooldown, and we'll have it back up and available to himself in just 15 more seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a blue buff steal for Caster. I suppose it's money in the pocket, which he's probably going to need. I think both teams are really in with a grin this time around, but yeah, great read. And the problem with Maokai is just that he can hit that ult from such a significant range. And then obviously it outlasts the World's Divide. Caster doesn't have the burst damage to get through Kratos yet at this stage. And what looked like it was going to be the setup with Arja is completely nullified. Oh dear, Talon.
Oh yeah, Cardi's just taken out. Yeah, not much to see here. Just Arja trying to flash out, but not escaping the distance needed from that chain. Just kicked in the head there. Maybe unnecessary a little bit with the Dragon's Rage.
But you want to secure the kill.
Had the mantra Q ready, but would he die? Yeah, it looks like he did. Oh, executed. Perfect line.
Just right click him. It's not that hard. Oh yeah, Guri. He's going to get himself out. Blue buff wants to come too. We're at this stage, both teams primed and ready to capture that feat of Warfare. It is going to come likely down to wherever the biggest misstep does occur in the near future. I don't think we've seen a proper, I suppose, no, it's not entirely true. Now we are seeing the appropriate lane matchup on the top side, but for the most part, there's just been a swap on a swap on a swap on a swap, and Betty has a level here. Betty's had a great game.
Yeah. Up gold. Between worlds available. Should be able to lock down someone if he does choose to use it, but only really see long. Still not able to find the angle there, a little bit too much distance away. But these Void Grubs once again being looked at. Keep in mind, Jinx gets a reset off each individual one, and we saw how good Betty was at utilizing that reset last fight. Does have to be careful of the Shusha Barrage. He's going to get clipped by it. First objective does go over. Biddy dodging out of the stun there. Rooted up is Silong, and here comes the reset. Nice kick from Guri. Does mean that Biddy does get locked up and knocked up. He does have flash, but he's not able to make it out. It's going to be 2 kills going over to Vikings. It's Fofo next on the menu, but is going to have to flash himself out as well. Biddy getting excited, but far too excited at that, as he does run straight into a knock-up and gets completely collected there by Vikings on the back end.
Yeah, look, they at least deny that second point. They're going to go in onto Kratos, and I think they've got the damage. Although, to be fair, he's fairly tanky, does have the heal in his kit, and Argy doesn't have the mana to follow this up. So Kratos will just walk away, battered, bruised, but for the most part unscathed. He's going from Spirit Visage 2 into this magic, heavy Talon roster, which is going to just do bits for him because that heal is going to be even more significant. Xulong, unfortunately, due to just it being a pop, he sort of has to sit there and take a lot of it, but he gets a great lockdown. Betty can't do as much damage as he needs to. It will be stolen by Fofo ultimately. What a kick onto both the primary damage dealers of this Talon roster, and they will finish off Betty. Vikings, yeah, look, it's definitely not the dominant draft that they had in the last game, but it's still a very, very good one.
Now, Cardi being marched away from this tower. It was the Feat of Warfare picked up by Talon, as they did get the first kill onto Silong, and both teams were at 2, but gold advantage from the back end of that team fight does swing over now to Vikings. Silong now here to support his mid laner, as Fofo will claim himself some more gold, and it's really, I mean, just across the map winning at the moment for Vikings.
Or Cardi's been here before. Xulong is there in support with the Solar Flare, and I think, yeah, the aggro positioning from him needs to be there so that they don't make that call onto Cardi. They don't think,
oh my god! Fofo, what damage is that? Luden's companion picked up, and by god, Carti loses a massive amount of HP.
It's just Aurora, unfortunately. It's a pretty gnarly champion to go against them.
Starting to see why the Z in my normal game left.
Yeah, but you're a bully. Like, that's entirely on you. That has nothing to do with the champion. Didn't even need to say anything. Yeah, I mean, look, Talon might be behind, but it does definitely feel like they have a controlling stake in the momentum of this game. With it, Pantheon just means they have a little more global pressure to reposition. That Poppy is going to make it very, very hard for Shogun to find a comfortable team fight, not to mention the fact that it's Betty on a Jinx, and resets are the main name of the game now. Dragon will be conceded to Vikings, it seems. Yeah, no real chance of them taking it away. Up in the top side, Kratos has met Fofo in the top lane. Again, Spirit Visage is done. Kratos just has a huge amount of sustain. I don't think there is kill threat from Fofo onto him just yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It'll be pretty impossible to ever make any real headway through that Maokai part. Now, interesting, Talon are just... Okay, no, Fofo eventually is going to go down and meet this mid wave and allow Betty to go up to the top side. Betty will have a little bit better of a time against their health bar. Nice dodge out from Arja. Still, concerning that Arja's down in XP by how far he is. It's almost level 11. In fact, like 1 or 2 minions will get that for Kratos, whereas Arja is still not yet level 10. And again, it's just Vikings with such great macro when it comes to these lane swaps that have netted them so many advantages throughout these games. I mean, last game we saw, Cardi on the rise up 2 levels. This game we're seeing the Maokai up 2 levels nearly. After this minion wave is cleared out, certainly will be.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Kratos just has the heal and built into his kit. So with Xulong there, I don't think there was any real chance that he was going down. Yeah, look, did use the ultimate to try and clear that wave. I think it's a smart call. Try and hold onto the tower, try and contest with the feats of strength as much as you possibly can, but none of the towers around the map are really at threat of going down in favor of Vikings. The problem being is that Xulong is now backed off and is given a bit of a window where Kratos could be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately should be too tanky to take down, but it's going to open up some tower damage. Half HP now, and oh my lord, Betty is just spacing this tower exceptionally well. Silong will be eventually returning, but there's no ultimate available for this Maokai, and you're seeing Jinx just tearing through this tower like it's rubber. Will eventually get it, and there we have the Noxian Blessing picked up by Talon, and importantly, first tower of the game gold going over to Betty.
Yeah, and it's not a huge lead, but it's something to work with.
Yeah, I mean, they were behind, so Now only Maokai being up, you don't really care about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the grand scheme, Shogun's still a wee way away from that second item power spike. Aja is very deep on Ducati, but there's a lot of mobility. I think realistically, Vikings probably have the most pressure on to taking this Rift Herald, and I think they would want to if they were given the opportunity, but the teleport's available, and a teleport mismatch at that does mean that Aja can get into position to. Luckily, Kratos is already topside.
Yeah, absolutely. Silong going to find himself a Woody. Unfortunately, Steadfast Presence there wasn't in time, so he does take a reasonable chunk of damage, but not all that important.
Yeah, he's got pots. He's going to be able to sustain a little bit back into this, and conceivably, contrast, Fofo's going to go for the jump.
Yeah, this time, not going to be greedy. Does mean he loses out on that ultimate, so it makes this next objective a little bit easier for Vikings in that regard, but still it did cost them the Maokai ultimate, which arguably is their best team fighting tool. Unfortunately, the ult does go wide there by Silong. There's fights on all fronts. Woody, though, able to completely remove Shogun for the time being, as Benny gets himself a reset. Woody, yes, he's low. Aja feeling completely fine to go and look for this fight onto Kratos, but still, Cardi doing a good job of zoning out this Jinx, and it is going to force Betty completely out of this team fight, so a 4v4 for the time being. But Betty now finding some auto attacks onto Kratos. The zap will not go where it needs to. I think we're going to be able to allow some time now for Woody to look for that recall.
Caster's taking a lot of damage, though. And the unfortunate fact that he can still probably jump in and avoid a lot of damage. You only lose Shulong, so it's not the end of the world, but there's no threat onto the Rift Herald as it stands. And look, it was just unfortunate for Shulong more than anything, I think. He's sort of in a rough situation. His team is very, very split, and he has to either do something here, but they're going to go up in the top lane, picture in picture. I think
Yeah,
they'll find
looking for
Fofo.
but Fofo turns a lot of damage back, and Kratos very low. Not going to get the kill. Betty, I mean, yeah, he just dodges out of everything and is just pretty much allowed to sit here and hit. Did have to use both his summoners, however, as once again, Woody taken out in the picture-in-picture. Would be good to get that back as our main focus. There we are. The Rift Herald off the back of that could be an option, it seems, for Vikings.
Well, I mean, it is. The explosive cask's gone as well. Across worlds, he's going to be there, but there's no real setup damage. Fofo, yeah, he's going to get a good chunk out, but I don't think they've got the follow-up. They're still going to try and look for it, though.
Yeah, they certainly are. In comes Carson. Maybe they don't get the objective, but they do get the follow-up kill onto Fofo. That's going to be another 500 gold in his back pocket. So, honestly, no Herald secured. They get the objective, but doesn't really matter if you don't pick that eye up.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. That is a bit rough. I think they would have done a lot for Vikings to stem the flow. Brilliant call. I mean, just having the ability to Grand Sky fall into the pit from range. Gold, though, yeah, like this pick up onto Woody's good for Shogun. He's going to need a little bit of acceleration to remain relevant against the Jinx.
Yeah, Talon, now it's their turn on the map. Guri being down and all makes it a lot easier. They're going to be able to secure themselves a dragon. It's their first, but it does ultimately stop the soul point possibility. No real way to contest. I mean, maybe they're looking for exit kills. Not going to be able to do so. Casa can't miss his smite if there's no one contesting it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem being, Talon have been here before in the third game against CFO. Unfortunately, they did end up dropping it. There was a bit of a disruption. You know, it is worth mentioning that it wasn't just an outright CFO win. There was a pretty major disruption in the middle of it, and Talon, I think, probably struggled a little bit off the back of it. This time around, the Vikings, it's still feeling very contested. But the problem being, again, it's still a poke comp that Vikings are playing, and they're getting caught out in the 5v5 too often.
Yeah, and Fofo, who ultimately should be very far behind this game, is now up 1.1k. He's 4-1. And very, very strong on the Aurora currently. Arj as well, getting to his items. Betty too. While you probably wish you had some kills on the Jinx, it's not the be-all end-all if you're getting resets anyway, because Fofo's just one-shotting people. Now, admittedly, Kratos will not be getting one-shot.
Yeah, not to mention that passive of Maokai means that he heals up pretty quickly. Shogun has hit his 2-item power spike, and you've got Guri in the backside looking for something, but unfortunately that's not really the play with the champion that you wanted on.
Yeah, going aggressive now. Can't find his way in. Woody will too. There goes Silong. The explosive cast sends him straight into the tower. The between worlds is great. Shogun getting very low. He gets zapped and he gets explosive rocket. And the burn from Leandres is what takes him out. As Fofo once again will claim another victim. Betty gets his first. There's no objective in terms of those Barons and Dragons. The Artican is potentially up and available, but still Guri, Katie, as well as Kratos can look to defend it. It's a little bit of a scary objective to try and take, but at least for now it seems to be their option.
Yeah, they're going to crack it. I think that's probably the right call. I think in terms of objectives, there is nothing that you get off the back of this Artican. If I'm Talon, realistically, I think you probably hold off and they commit the Grand Skyfall as well. So if Talon want to find value off the back of this Artican, they have to force a fight around one of the remaining towers to try and look for it and open up the map. Because
it should be map.
Yeah, realistically, but there's no objective that they are going to be able to play off on the back of it. This, unfortunately, is something that the Southeast Asian teams, no one is innocent, unfortunately. They all have been guilty of at one point or another, which is making a desperation play when it really isn't needed. There was no need to overcommit to that tower. Yes, you had Guri in a position to go for a gank, but there was absolutely no need. It's not going to cost them the game, but it definitely sets them back a little.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ultimately, Su Long just dies for nothing. Is essentially what occurred there. He didn't really get anything off or anything impactful off. And
it ultimately costs him Shogun his life as well as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Talon just much more suited or much more prepared for that fight. They just have a team comp that's much better at looking for fights like that and capitalize on it. Now, attention towards this mid lane. Betty just sidestepping, just feeling good. Throws out a Jin emote for good luck. There's a Teemo one as well. Woody now also playing the emote mine game.
Oh, Guri.
Guri getting looked at. Explosive cast is fantastic, but he will have safeguard available. Goes to Xilong, and that's going to be one withdrawal coming through. Caster now running, and Woody locked up by this Nature's Grasp. Fofo trying to come and join this team fight. Keep in mind that no one actually going down. It's all just withdrawals. Here does come Fofo, and importantly, that is going to be 3 of the 5 withdrawals gone now. No objective to take off the back end of it, so Talon are going to be completely fine to come back out of their base and look for more.
Shogun, be careful, buddy. Shogun.
Oh,
yeah, it's a lot of damage.
God. Oh, if that zap landed, Shogun was going to lose his flash.
I mean, there's still a super mega death rocket, which, I mean, yeah, you're not just the hardest of hitting jinxes, you're not just full AD, but why? What's the call here?
Yeah, Fofo looking for the one shot, and he will be able to, no, he won't be able to find it, but he should be able to get now. The reset comes through. Kratos is in a world of his own. Talk about between worlds, we have a fight on 2 different sides of it. It's going to be Fofo that does get the withdrawal, still having access to that Artican buff. Feels really good as Kratos just completely sends it. Now, Talon, they're going to still be 5 strong. Fofo can teleport in ultimately if he wants to do so. Shogun down, Kratos down. That's your front line and your damage. It's going to be 1 tower. It's going to be 2 towers, and this Artican has paid dividends.
What in the world prompted that decision from Kratos? I'm genuinely curious as to what they thought they were going to find off the back of that teleport. Here, Vikings have just found a massive success. Guri gets jumped on, they're able to turn it around and get 3 withdrawals off the back of it. It was brilliant. They absolutely punished Talon. Kratos in the front lines is tanky that he zones Betty out in its entirety, and they don't lose anyone for it. And then from here, Kratos just decides to teleport in. Yes, they've got support coming. Maybe if he teleports a little bit later, there's something to be had there. But even still, that wasn't even a 50-50 gamble.
Yeah, I think he didn't realize Arja was there. Oh, he had to actually, there was a ward. Back to live, Arja claims 1 kill. It's going to be a reset available now for Betty. He does get stunned up though, so it will stop his forward momentum for the time being. And while no other kill likely to come through from this, it is going to result in a dragon. So once again, no soul point for Vikings, and now it's going to be 2 apiece when it comes to these dragons. Even tankier now will these frontliners be for the side of Talon as they secure themselves the second mountain.
Yeah, look, it's rough to not find fault in that call. And the unfortunate truth of a game with this higher stakes and these 2 competitors is that there is a good chance that likely costs Viking the series. Like, it was just completely unnecessary, and yeah, they just demolished Xilong there. Vikings at least stem the bleeding, get themselves out, but it's an injection of cash onto these champions that are already so far ahead that is given Talon gap here.
Yeah, very much so. Now Betty now making his way well and truly towards his 3rd item, which will most certainly, I'd say, be the mortal reminder this game, being that he does have a lot of healing he's going up against. Still not there yet, so can be a little bit more confident as Vikings for the near future, they are still only 2k gold behind, although these team fights would have you thinking otherwise, and partly because some of that gold and the majority of the gold keeping it within touching distance is on the Maracai, who, again, is not really doing a whole lot with that gold lead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vikings are just a hair's breadth away from just losing out on this series because they keep making these misplays. Caddy, luckily, there was so much priority on the top side. It gives them an avenue to head down and clear out that tower. More gold in the back pocket where it is desperately needed, especially given that, I mean, Fofo well and truly recovering after that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. As you'd hope from a player of his caliber. Wow. I mean, you're not one shot in this Maracai. He's gonna go do a
Pantheon is there, so they might have the double up.
Yeah, but like
Spirit Visage, baby.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, not the champion he was hoping to find on the side lane, I'm sure, but the champion most suited to be on the side lane, so it is what it is. Now Baron is up and available. It could just be
Winter's there, so
yeah. A singular fight is really all that might be left in this, is Kratos being locked down and not with access to the healing as of now. There's nothing to auto attack, and he is going to have to return, try and get some of that HP back. He has teleport to return to a fight if Talon do opt in for this Baron, as it does look likely. Betty stepping outside of that true shot barrage, so another key ultimate being missing or going missing now for the side of Vikings. Stunned up now is Guri. He's knocked up, and Fofo trying to find the damage. Sonic Wave won't connect. Akasa getting very, very low on the bottom side though. Betty still wailing away at those health bars, but as his Shogun, Fofo comes in the between worlds. It's fantastic. He gets one, he gets two, he gets the dash out. That's Betty. That's a second. Can he go for the triple? Yes, he will, but Fofo takes the potential penta, and it's a quadra kill as Betty unleashes. What a coming to form for Talon. It took 3 games, but we might just be seeing the end. Talon looking dominant.
The problem being the minion wave has a way to go. That the big saving grace is that it's only Shulong that's going to be coming up by the time you get to those Nexus
and
towers.
Jinx excitement. It's going to be, yeah, this one's over. Betty is just going to scale up. His attack speed is going to absolutely rip through these towers. Shulong, he could go in and look for what I think might be his 8th death of the game, and he is going to do so. But you see Talon, they're not willing to give this one over. They realize what's on the line. Why risk it when you can secure it? And Talon, they almost had the biggest fall from grace we've ever seen, but they bring it all back. They're first at the end of our regular season.
Vikings were just really moments away from stealing first in this league, and unfortunately they fall victim to much the same mistakes that cost them the first game. Unfortunately, they had a clear idea of what they wanted to do with this draft. They just unfortunately then didn't do it. Largely because Talon didn't allow them to.
Yeah.
It was a poke comp. You wanted to play off, you wanted to play distance, you wanted to play chip, but they just kept getting baited into the 5v5 with Fofo playing in the wings or Woody just looking to try and isolate targets, and then off the back of that, of course, Betty's going to get resets. It just takes too much for them to get through. The Israel just cannot afford to be going in those 5v5s. You need to be poking out, you need to be just chipping away, and they would just never provide that opportunity.
Absolutely, but I mean, to Vikings' credit, I think the most disgusting early levels out of our region. I mean, their lane swap, their understanding of the lane swap is phenomenal. All 3 games punishing Fofo. This time, unfortunately, it was an over-ambitious dive. Casa, realizing what's going on, makes it up there in time, punishes Shulong, who, you know, dies for first blood, gives that goal over to Fofo, and he was sitting at something like 7 CS to almost 30 from Kati. He was almost out of the game, and we were 4 minutes in.
And then
that dive gives him the goal back, and then, I mean, yeah, it's just what could have been from Vikings there, if not for that one dive. Felt like they might just have this in the bag. The dive unfortunately happens. You see how Fofo's dipping, diving, one-shotting Kati. Just an absolute performance out of him to not only recover from game 2, but then to come into game 3, have the same treatment, and bounce back this well. It's just credit to the Don.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Vikings just given to the bloodlust again a little bit. I mean, they've got the knife in the side. There's no need to twist it. The damage is already largely done for Fofo. And then giving him an avenue back and just giving him a bailout of just free cash injection. And from there, Yeah, look, unfortunately the comp was just better suited to play around these objectives, play around the fights. The Israel, it doesn't really feel like it's found its home in the comps at the moment. Unfortunately, the game is geared more towards just outright 5v5 brawling than it is playing these poke comps, just because of how accelerated things are, how much burst damage there is. So, yeah, look, it's now, unfortunately, sporting a negative win rate. It's 8 wins, 9 losses. But at this stage, when you're that deep into the champion pool, there wasn't too many other options that would have actually done as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think ultimately Israel suits their comp. Ultimately, it does suit their comp, and it's probably the best AD carry that's possible for them to pick up. The problem really came when their answer, what they were looking for, was just perfectly answered by Talon. Whatever they said sort of backstage between those last 2 games really hit home, because they somewhat found themselves in a similar position off the back of the early game, but this time they answered correctly. Oh my lord, missing the Q, but like just bouncing in. I think he hits 1 Q there to finish it off eventually. I think he even survives by just dipping out the side as well. Fofo, the player of the match.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Yeah, definitely of this last game. I think over the course of the series, you're hard-pressed to... I feel personally hard-pressed to look past Betty for the entirety of the series. I think he was by far their most consistent player. But in terms of that X factor between games 1 and 3, in particular the ones they won, I think Fofo's certainly providing.
Yeah, I mean, it was also the ability to regain. But after the second game, it was just very, very impressive for him. I mean, he was just shut down from start to finish. And then even what should have been a very, very bad game for him to start with, then gets turned on its head. He's able to play around it. But I mean, I think we sort of have our question answered as to the hierarchy at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, it also does mirror the standings at the moment, because I think, yes, Talon, undoubtedly the best team in the region at the moment. Playoffs will likely confirm or, shut that argument down. CFO, in my mind, definitely look like the better team purely off the back of consistency. But Vikings are an amazing team. They are third at the moment purely because they just have that volatility that can turn a series on its head.
Yeah, I think while, yes, you'd have to make the argument that the standings are absolutely correct, I think it is also the eye test confirming that.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a massive gap by any stretch of the
absolutely
imagination. I think any given day, either of these 2 teams could have beaten each other. The same can be said for CFO. And honestly, now, more so than the beginning of the split, I think I can say roughly the same for Team Wales, because Team Secret Wales have also been performing very good. And this series in particular, especially after the back of the series we saw on Friday, is proof to me that for the first time, and I'd say honestly the last 2 years, I'm coming into this playoffs with no idea who will win it. Talon would be my first bet, but I'm not confident enough that I would actually just put them down as clear winners. I think ultimately, on any given day, any of our top 4 teams could absolutely take it. And that just means to me that GARM, who is such a historically great team, and SoftBank really need to come into these playoffs, look at what these teams are doing, learn from it, and bring it into next week's games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the significant difference is you look at Viking and GARM, both very volatile teams. Unfortunately, GARM is definitely more volatile, and they have the potential to feast or famine a lot harder than, say, the Vikings do. The consistency is definitely Vikings' issue, though. They can be explosive, they can be volatile, but they just keep making those mistakes, which ultimately shut them out of a series. Talon have proved that they are the most consistent team in terms of holding steady, holding firm in the face of this aggression. So, look, yeah, I think that the gap is pretty marginal between first and fourth place, but it's still enough that I think the standings are justified.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look towards today's results, of course, it was CFO up against Chiefs in our first slot. It was a 2-0 in favor of CFO, and again, apologies for not being able to catch that second game. It was just a tech issue that thankfully we got resolved before our second series. And then the second series, as I just mentioned, Talon 2-1 over MVKE. Old Vikings, very close affair, very back and forward, and honestly, just hyping me up for these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, it's going to be interesting. I think that there is a lot of potential, especially going deeper into the best of threes as well in that Fearless draft, in the playoffs, especially with teams sort of gauging where those bans might be prioritized. But it's interesting to look at it. You look at the likes of this matchup between Talon and Vikings. On one side, you've got the Steven Spielberg. Like, it's pretty consistent. It's not going to be too crazy. There might be a couple of twists along the way, but you kind of know the pattern it's going to follow. And then you've got Vikings. It's just Michael Bay. Something's going to explode at some point during the film, and you don't know when it's going to happen.
Absolutely. And now, after all things said and done, the dust has settled. It's going to be Talon leading the scoreboard there with 9 points, 6-1, narrowly above Flying Oyster. Also 6-1, but on only 8 points after actually beating Talon up in that first spot. And then Vikings, Team Secret Wales, GARM, and SoftBank rounding out our 6 teams who will be coming into our playoffs starting Tuesday.
I mean, it's crazy. The Vikings, I think, ultimately were the ones to change up how this leaderboard stands. They are ultimately the ones that denied Flying Oysters that first seed, because if they hadn't taken it to that 2-1 series, even still losing against Oysters, it would have been a head-to-head, which Oysters did have. So, yeah, look, that plus Secret, if Secret had just outright beat them, CFO would be confirmed as a top team in the region. But it's very promising, because obviously it means that there is that such a significant level of competition between these top 4 teams.
Absolutely. And now, there you have it. This is going to be our playoffs. And ultimately, it's going to be the first games. We will see that on Tuesday. It's Vikings up against GARM or SoftBank. It'll be, I believe, Vikings. Yeah, Vikings get to choose. So they get to choose either GARM or SoftBank. Team Secret Wales will get the other. So I imagine it's Vikings versus SoftBank. Team Secret Wales versus GARM. Then after that, based on whoever wins, it's Talon who get to select which of those 2 they want to go up against, and CFO will receive the other. The 2 losers going down to the losers bracket. So it is a double elim bracket up until we do make it to our grand finals over there.
Lower finals, upper finals, both.
Yes, I said until we until the grand finals on the 23rd. I mean, it's exciting. I think obviously, again, Talon, now that they did secure themselves the first spot, is at a huge advantage, because they're going to get to select, do they want to go up against Vikings? Do they want to go up against Team Secret Wales? Or like the other winners, but I'm just saying them because that's who we're confirming in at least those 2 games. And there we have it. Tuesday's matches. Very, very exciting. I mean, either way, there's going to be one civil war. There's going to be one of them, because there's 2 Vietnamese teams, and there's the other one that is having to be chosen, or...
Yeah, I mean, Japan, unfortunately, still sort of standing alone going into the playoffs. But I mean, realistically, Talon has pretty much assured them an upper bracket final. They have that option. The one concern to me, at least, is there is a real possibility they're likely to choose Team Secret, who were the team that put them, I think, under the pump first this split by a significant margin, even if they did drop the game. And the fact that Team Secret have still improved from that point means that I wouldn't say it's out of the realms of possibility that Secret could potentially take that away if that is what ultimately happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just so exciting. I mean, it's only been 4 weeks of games. It felt a little long. Obviously, we had the Lunar New Year in between.
It's been 4 weeks for me. It's 5 weeks.
Yes, yeah, technically. About 4 weeks of games either way. And this is how we've come. I mean, we came in with expectation on the leaderboards. I don't think that's exactly what we got. But what we do certainly have is a fantastic playoff series coming towards you next week. But for tonight, that will do us. Thank you once again so much for joining us. We're going to throw to some highlights to round out the night. But we will see you next week for our playoffs.
shackled up. I'm going hard for my people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be so objects, now we got options. The elders dream of rock success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Any, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, that's where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, mighty main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop. One thing about it is, two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by.
City limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. outside your location.